Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another stream of Ryan Apologetics. Hoping some people are still up. I know it's late here on the East Coast, but I haven't done a stream in a while, a couple days, a week, and I figured why not go live. So hopefully we can get some people to join. I know a lot of people are in the Midwest or West Coast, so hopefully some people come by and we can get some discussions. But just wanted to check in with everybody and see how everybody was doing. And, also talk about some of the current events that I've seen, recently on the internet, as far as, a couple things like Gorilla Hebrew, who is a Hebrew Israelite of, the leader of Sakari. He debated Dr. Michael Brown recently on the 12 Tribes chart and, a few other things. I watched some of CJ's stream yesterday with Ace Philosophy, having some discussions with some other people, my comments kind of on those topics, or just, any random topic that we get into, obviously. I plan on doing a show on women in the Bible, righteous women on the Bible soon. So Stephanie's going to help me out with that. It's either going to be later tonight, Sunday, March 24th, or maybe Monday. I'll have to touch base with her. I know she's probably ready to do it tonight, but I have a busy day today, so I don't know if I'm going to be awake and able to do the show later tonight or not. But regardless, I will be doing a show on righteous women in the Bible soon, and I want any woman that's interested to feel free to join me on that stream also. So if you're a woman and you want to talk about, righteous women in the Bible, please feel free to join me and Stephanie to do that show. I want as many women as possible to give their perspectives, because I do think that it's important that we hear, how women view the scriptures, um, especially when it's, pertaining to topics like women in the Bible, because they have a very different experience than men as far as reading the Bible. It's obviously uh, an unequal exchange when you're reading the Bible and you're seeing where the patriarchal society has the men versus the women in the Bible, and God doesn't show partiality, so we know overall God's essence and plan and nature that women and men are both equal. But the scriptures themselves create a dichotomy of women being righteous, but also um, sometimes viewed as less than men. And the scriptures do just outwardly, blatantly say that at times. I mean, to Timothy comes to mind, where it says women can't teach, and women should only speak. A woman should let her husband speak for her, so on and so forth. There are some tough passages in the Bible about women like that, and we have to get women's perspectives on those verses, because a woman who's capable of not letting that become a stumbling block to her is definitely doing something in her head and her heart that we should all kind of hear out loud, so we can understand what she's doing, because it's a stumbling block for some, and it's a tough thing to sort through, especially when we realize overall God's nature is to not show any partiality. So what do we do in those situations with those verses is a interesting topic to discuss. And I would, like I said, prefer to have a woman who the verse is kind of putting in that spot, give her view more than just myself or another man who's just gonna have a male perspective on it. What's going on, Lou?
Hey, what's going on, Ryan?
I knew I could count on one person to join me for my 4 a.m. start.
Yeah, I just started work and yeah, popped on YouTube and I see you was on.
Yeah, this is just a total freestyle, but I know you and me both probably watched Gorilla Hebrew debate, so we could probably, me and you could talk about that a little. I'm sure you saw that, right?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
What did you think of it? Because honestly, I think they're both wrong. Like personally, like I don't agree with either of them. I don't think that Ashkenazi Jews are the real Jews, and I obviously don't think that the 12 tribes chart's real. You know what I mean? So it's like I thought they were both wrong, and you know, Michael Brown said, Dr. Michael Brown. I'm not going to call him doctor every time, but you know, whatever. He is a
Yeah.
doctor, you know, PhD. But he said the one thing he said earlier. He said it at like 16 minutes because I commented on his page, so I know exactly when he said it. He said that in Deuteronomy 28:68 that Egypt is only for literal Egypt. And I have those verses in Hosea where it's like, no, Assyria was called Egypt. And I know Babylon, if I dig up my piece of paper that I wrote down the notes on, I know I've seen verses where Babylon's kind of referred to in that way. And then some guy, even on my comment, showed me like in Revelation where you know, something was referred to as Egypt too. So, you know, I don't agree with everything Michael Brown said. You know what I mean? And I definitely don't agree with the fact that he's trying to argue that the Ashkenazi Jews are the real Jews. Like, I mean, he kind of, I don't know, he kind of played both sides, where he stopped short saying they go all the way back to Moses, but he kind of didn't, because at one point he's like said something about like their lineage goes back all the way to Aaron, like the priest Aaron, Moses's brother. So it's like he said that, and then he kind of like stopped short and said like, no, we got, you know, evidence to the first century at times. So I don't know. It was kind of him playing, you know, both sides to an extent. You know, I don't know, but yeah, what did you think of that debate?
I thought Dr. Brown put up better information than Sakari, and not Sakari, but better information than Gorilla Hebrew. I mean, with me, for me, I don't. I mean, when it comes to Jews, yeah, I believe Ashkenazis are the real Jews. But when it comes to Israelites, I don't believe Israelites exist anymore, because anybody could be a Jew. You know what I mean? So I mean, by that
Yeah,
standard,
yeah,
I feel like,
yeah.
huh? Yeah, by that
No, go ahead.
standard, I
Sorry.
feel like, yeah, by that standard, I feel like Dr. Brown brought up way better information of proving that he's a Jew. You know what I mean? I mean, there is still bloodline Jews, but as far as Israelites, I don't believe they exist anymore. Like I always tell the Hebrew Israelites when I used to go back and forth with them, I would, I don't believe the Israelites exist, but the Jews, yeah. And I feel like them Jews across sea have more not evidence, but more historical, yeah, more historical evidence that prove they are Jews than the Hebrew Israelites do. You know what I mean? Because they got a timeline. They got a little timeline of where their ancestors of what their ancestors did with the Torah and practices and all this stuff. I mean, they have long timelines. You know, stuff that they practice to this day. You know what I mean? As far as Hebrew Israelites, I mean, they are recently invented a group of people. You know, but
Yeah.
Dr. Brown, yeah, I agree with his information. I agree with his information. But when he was saying that every time Egypt is mentioned in the Bible, it is referring to a literal Egypt. He is right. He is right. He's right because the
Well,
Assyrians.
well, he said
The,
it. He said it in Hebrew too. I want to make sure I quote him correctly. He did say it in the Hebrew, so he might. This might be excluding some new, you know, Revelation verses that were in Greek. In his
yeah,
mind, I'll say, but yeah, no, I don't agree with him because like the verses I have in Hosea, I could show right now where it mentions the Assyrian captivity, and it's basically
yeah,
used
but
Egypt
the,
as like a metaphor.
yeah, but the thing is, I'm gonna ask Garfield for that information. I'm not quite sure, but I remember Garfield showing some information of of Assyrians having a slave trade with Egypt. They had a
Uh,
slave.
yeah.
They had a ship where they were doing slave trade with Egypt. I'm gonna ask Garfield for the information. But
Well,
to then I'm gonna agree with Dr. Brown based off what I heard from Garfield. But other than that, yeah, I used to use that verse. Uh, I used to use that verse to show the Hebrew Israelites that the southern kingdom did go to Egypt. I mean, God says it right there. You know, I mean, because remember, Assyria conquered Egypt.
well, that's the thing though. That if we're gonna use that type of logic, it's kind of almost just like a technicality saying that all of Assyria is Egypt too. You know, it's like I don't know. I mean, so
I
we'd have to
I
be
see what
saying that we're not differentiating between Assyria and Egypt. They're just one thing. You know, I don't know.
no, I see where you coming from. Like how God is. Well, I ain't gonna say God, but how the Bible is showing that Assyria is a figurative Egypt.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I
I
mean?
mean, like Hosea 8:13 and 9:3, like 9:3 here says that, and I'm trying. My TV's broke. I have a new TV. I gotta set up tomorrow, but my other TV broke, so I can't tell. But is my screen sharing right now?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, all right. But yeah, I just wanted to let people know because I can't see some of the comments when I'm sharing the screen, so I'll have to flip back more and forth more tonight than usual. But anyways, like this verse here, like Hosea 9:3, they shall not remain in the land of the Lord, but Ephraim shall return to Egypt, and they shall eat unclean food in Assyria. So it's like literally telling you, you know what I mean? Ephraim shall return to Egypt, and they shall eat unclean food in Assyria. It's like, to me, this verse reads like it's using Egypt as the metaphor of slavery, and that he's telling you they're going to Assyria. I mean, I can see if somebody wants to be really like strict and say, well, no, it's saying they're going to go to Egypt and then they're also going to go to Assyria. But I don't read the verse that way. I read it as, it's using Egypt as a metaphor for slavery. But I don't know.
yeah. Godfrey, he did a presentation about Deuteronomy 28:68 about the Assyrian slave trade with I think I want to say it was a slave trade. He was saying something about how Assyrians had this trade where they when they captures they had this trade route on the not Nile River but that river
Euphrates or
yeah, the
Tiger?
Euphrates and Tiger rivers. They had ships on there, and I think they were transporting slaves to Egypt.
Wow,
I
StreamYard changed their settings since I haven't been on in a week. How to do the layouts? All right, there it is, right there. They changed the layouts a little bit. That's interesting. Haven't been on here in like a week, but yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like semantics at that point. If we're gonna say, you know what I mean, like Egypt and Assyria are one thing type of thing. I don't like how they did
yeah,
this. Right there it is. Because we gotta like America had a slave trade with a bunch of nations too, but we're not gonna
yeah,
say, you know what I mean, America and whoever they had a slave trade with are one nation. You know, so I don't know.
yeah,
I didn't agree with it. I'm not trying to nitpick what he said. It's just when he said that, kind of jumped out at me because I knew right there that was something that the Hebrew Israelites were going to be like totally disqualify his
yeah,
information on, because if he's going to say that, and they're going to be like, no, Egypt can be a metaphor because they base their whole life around it being America, which is just ridiculous, which makes no sense. But
yeah.
I
I
mean
mean, with Dr. Brown, I mean, he proved he's a Jew. He's a real Jew. You know, I mean, we got to remember, after the Babylonian captivity, I mean, the Jews, yeah, you had Jews, you had your Jews. That's when the Jewish all that not after, but during the Babylonian captivity, that's when the rise of the Jewish nation came about, and then you go to the Maccabean era. That's when I mean, not the Maccabean. Wait a minute, is the book of Esther during that's during the Maccabean era, right?
Esther is the Persian Empire.
Persian.
So,
Oh, Persian Empire. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
It says
And then you go to
Artaxerxes is the king or something in Esther. So it's like, but they don't know which one because there's like two of them, like a son and a dad and a son, a junior. So it's like, I don't know. I think Esther's like 400 to 500 BC somewhere. I don't know
yeah.
what the
And
exact
then
time is, but
you see people converting to Judaism. Then you go deeper. Then you go further to the Maccabean period. They forcing other Gentiles to be Jews. So right there, that lets you know you got bloodline Jews and you got converts.
yeah, I mean Esther 8:17 is very clear, saying and many people became Jews because of fear of the Jews, meaning it's not a bloodline thing at that point. It's people choosing to become a Jew out of
Yeah,
faith choice.
I'm
So you
I'm
know,
basing off Dr. Brown Jewish argument based off tradition and based off tradition. They have the longer tradition than Sakari.
Hey,
Way,
Lou, are
I
you a
mean,
truck driver? I'm sorry.
huh?
Didn't you say the last stream or sometime that you were a truck driver?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So you're like That's cool because my dad used to do that. So you're like driving the truck, just chilling with Ron.
yeah, yeah,
Sorry, I was just
yeah.
trying to get a mental image of that.
yeah,
I,
no,
I'm a little worried for you, Ron. I really am, and it's just because of it's really because of me. I don't want a bunch of people to come here and be trolling you and shit because of the cost. What you know how James said that community was pretty dark.
yeah,
Well, I mean, I didn't really take his warning. I dived deeper into it, and well, turns out they were able to effectively dox my address. So I had to go to the police and just give them a heads up. Luckily, in my area, there's no SWAT team, but just a heads up saying what the fuck's going on. But yeah, man, it's just yeah. So
why? Well, what happened there? You went to talk. I mean, I don't know any of those people that you and Jamie were talking about, or so
I was
so.
just, I was going to share the stream on my page to see get an audience, but I honestly want to kind of deter. Okay, so I don't know, dude. It's just basically I've been under literal
Yeah,
Satanist demonic attack, and I'll tell you why. So this fringe group on the internet, and they might follow me here. Who knows? Now they started looking up open panels and actually follow me around the panels. And I just want you to be aware, like you can either be bullied or B ban them. Like that's the only two options. Like you just going to be bullied or banned. And I pushed back against them, and so they doxed me. They doxed my physical address, and they're criminals. They're literal criminals, and I'm not able to get it off my mind so easy because, like I said, we had to go to the police and give them some information so the police wouldn't be alarmed if somebody. This is how they do it. They would call and say someone held hostage in the house, and then the SWAT team would come. But because I don't live in a big city, there really is no SWAT team, so the sheriff's office would come. So we went ahead and got ahead of the game. We told them. What happened was when you engage with the community and you start questioning them, they're like a cult. They'll start making stuff up about you. And they said, like, I'm a murderer, rapist, pedophile, mafia leader, stuff like this, right? Just anything that will stick with people's mind. And yeah, that's basically, I guess, and then someone doxed me or something, dude. And I just want you to be aware, like being on YouTube, it's real. Yeah, they can actually dox you. I don't know how they did it. I can't tell you, hackers or something, but they have been reported to police. So if they come here, you'll know who they are because they'll just start hurling out insults like against me. So you'll know who they are, and then they might try to come on panel and try to convince you that whatever they want. I don't even know what. It's just like it's a very devilish approach. And I just thought I'd make you
yeah.
fully aware of that, but in case it
I
does
appreciate
happen.
it. I appreciate it. I'm not afraid. I mean, I've dealt with tons of nonsense, demonic attacks, satanic attacks to the worst extent. So I'm aware of that, the way that side of the world works, man. And luckily for all of us, God is sovereign. God controls everything. So there's no such thing as the devil stealing your soul. God will protect you, and you have to just abandon God in order to lose your soul. I mean, God is not going to abandon you. So if you keep your faith in Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, then the good news is the good guys win at the end of the movie. So, you just have to do your best to serve God and do your part there. But the devil and all that stuff is a real thing, and I'm sorry to hear that you're experiencing that, because people don't realize how real that side of life is, and it's unfortunately very real. Like it's a scary thing that you don't want to really. It's like hitting a bee's nest. You don't really want to do it. You kind of just want to let that bee's nest sit there. As much as you want to fight, evil things, you kind of got to let God fight the battles and concentrate on positivity and doing what is just and good, and just helping people, because you definitely can get stung once you hit that bee's nest. That's what I've learned, at least.
Oh, that's true. I just, I mean, I don't really worry about it so much as I do. I don't know. They're the group of, okay, it's from the Kiwi Farms, which was shut down for bullying and harassment, banned, and this fringe group exists on YouTube and different channels. It's not even worth mentioning because there's just like multiple of them. The lolcow community, like James and I was talking, and they're just like they're on here on YouTube, and basically they will try to carry out terroristic threats upon individuals like me. But I'm not worried about it because, for one, I'm not doing anything illegal, so the police are on my side.
Well, what
And
what
you
were you
know,
even interacting with them for? I mean, were you going over there trying to preach the gospel to them? Were you trying to promote your rap music? Like, why were you even over there?
there was a guy named Spaz. That's his channel, and he suffers from alcoholism. And he had made a video defending me. He's like, people are lying on MC Nemesis too, because whenever Marty was calling me like a murderer, rapist, pedophile, mafia leader, blah, all this and that and third, um, which is what the devil does, hurl accusations. Well, I was over on his channel. He seemed like a good guy, and he's like, well, if he's going to defend me, I'm going to see what he's about. Well, he has a profile picture of George Washington with the upside down cross tattooed on his forehead. So immediately I knew there was something off. This man has subjugated himself to letting these people essentially just talk crap about him. They just sit there on the chat and they put him down and call him names. And I tried to get in the panel earlier
Yeah,
today,
that's about
actually.
stuff. Is it a show just like this where a bunch of people are on talking?
Oh, well, yeah, but it was like 5 or 6 people all hounding this dude, calling him names, accusations, making fun of him, trolling him. And I tried to tell him, I said, dude, you need to ban these people. I'm not afraid of them. All you got to do is ban them. He didn't want to ban them because he liked the attention that he was getting,
Yeah, yeah,
because he had like 40, 50 people in the chat. And I said, who cares about low quality watchers? And I said, you're an alcoholic. He didn't think he was an alcoholic. I said, do you drink more than 3 times a week? He said, yes. 3 times per week, 3 to 5 times a week? He said, yes, just about every day. I said, well, you're an alcoholic, and maybe you drink because you feel guilty about something. It goes back to you say don't psychoanalyze people, but I really do feel like I have a gift for trying to care about people. And I just, at the end of the stream, I just had to leave after trying to battle some of the trolls, and I'll just battle them to just rile them up a little bit, just to prove I'm not scared of them. And then, eventually they revealed their true colors. It was just outright threatening me. And that's whenever I use it as a catalyst to say, hey, look, they're threatening me. I had to report you to the police. And if you don't stop, if you don't do it, like, it's not like, I'm not reporting anyone specifically, but I have to report the channel where the threats of violence, all that occur, because they're criminals, and he's just tied up in it. And it's just like anything. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna, if I see a gang trying to rob a store or something, I'm gonna have to call the police. It's just something I'm gonna do because I live on the lawful side of life. And I don't, these criminals will try to shut you up or whatever, and they try to make the demonic presence felt in the force. And the only thing they have to give the devil is their life. So if and life has value. So if they give the devil their life, if they're a willing subject to it, then yeah, the devil can persuade them to do some evil things like he does in the world. But the fact that I was just trying to tell him, I said, look, I'll even donate to your stream if you will ban him. Did you know he wouldn't even do it for money? I said, you know, I offered him something like, I'll give you like $50 if, and he says, oh, I'll make you a moderator. I say, so if I give you $50 and become a moderator, I can ban all these people without you getting pissed off. And he didn't agree to it, even for money. So he's not doing it for money. These people will let themselves get bullied for the views because they think they deserve it. And this is the psychology that the subservient slavery that these people are doing. And then later on, they were making fun of another black person for their own, like they're racist and like literally just racist, you know, calling them the N word and stuff. And that's another thing too, openly racist, openly bigotry. And I'm just, that's just wild to me how these demonic attacks can go on. People must subject themselves to it. They couldn't get to me because I refuse to subject it. And I just left. You can just leave. But I was trying to help him out of the darkness. Or just to see, just to ban him, you know?
Yeah.
He wouldn't
Well, it
do it.
sounds like you had good intentions, and I've been in that type of situation too, or you know somebody's in danger, and you see them going down that path, and you try to help them, but sometimes it definitely can, come back at you, and make your life, harder too. So it's really, you gotta do your best to distance yourself from some people like that. I mean, I've definitely had that happen. So I guess the best advice, man, is just stay away. Now, I'm sure you probably got that far at this point, knowing they got your address and are harassing you, making you uncomfortable. That ain't cool. I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, just try to stay away from it, man, and just move in another direction. That's the best advice I got. These people, I don't know they exist. Lou doesn't know they exist. Like a lot of millions, billions of people don't know they exist. It's a small corner of the world. So whatever they think about you, it doesn't matter in the scheme of life.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just, I mean, I'm just kind of, I'm not amazed or anything. I'm just like, they are dedicating hours of their day.
Hmm.
They're dedicating a portion of their life. Like I said, life, because it has value, no matter what they choose to do, it's going to move something forward. And they're just dedicating their time to this. And it's not the first time they've attested, tried to get people. Like, they're not going to get me swatted or anything. They've already been reported. So anything is just going to be. I went ahead and told the police just to screen it through whatever they were doing. And
Well,
I'm just saying, it's just like I live on the lawful side of things because I just believe the law is made in itself by God to just protect people in general as a neutral force.
well, let me say something. A lot of these people, they exist online. Their whole lives are online. They're not really going to do anything. I wouldn't fear them in real life, man. They're not going to drive to your house, and most of these people aren't like physically tough guys, and people like that. I mean, granted, there are psychos in every bunch, so I'm not saying don't be worried about anything because things can happen to anyone, but I'm sure most of their behavior is limited to being online, trolling and stuff like that. I doubt they've in the past found other people's houses and driven across the country. If they live in another state, got in their car, drove states to go to the person's house and actually assault them or hurt them.
Oh my God, dude. I wish you wouldn't have said that because literally Marty did rent an Airbnb in Akron, Ohio, taunted Chance to come to the Airbnb, but now Chance did it himself. And Marty had been hanging out in Akron and he literally went there and beat the crap out of Cyrex. So to say that, like you said, this is an example of the psychopath. This is the leader that they've rallied behind. Unfortunately for them, Marty is not the official leader. Marty is, in essence, just a crazy person. One of their real leaders is such as like this dude named Bay Shaman with over 100,000 something subscribers, who he's normal. He just uses the content for comedy, right? Which is what it should be. Oh my God. But yeah, so it's weird, but yeah, actually, Marty did drive across the state lines. Was funded by this group to do this with donations. So I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. It's just like he was what he was.
Well, I like I said, it's not impossible because there's wackos in every group of society, but I'm sure everything's relative to who lives near who too, and I don't know. Like you said, that guy's in Ohio. I mean, you're where you told me you were before. I won't bring it up again since you're kind of trying to bury that information a little. I'm sure, but again, man, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. You have the right to protect yourself, and you did the right thing going to the cops, and just try to move on from there.
It
Don't
just
go, don't go back over there is the best advice I can give.
it just goes back to the ideology of the anarchists, the ideology of democracy, to where they believe that if 100 people versus 70 people, even if the 100 people believe it, like slavery should be legal, then it should be legal just because the majority vote. And it goes back to that old school democracy type viewpoint of freedom of states, freedom of individual rights. And that's the reason why Democrats, they want bigger cities, less police, more crime. Criminals are voting for them, of course. And thank God it's a republic and not some sort of absolute democracy, or we'd be screwed.
Well, politics is a mess. That's one thing I know. Both sides are self-serving, and politicians are self-serving. They'll say and do things just to get elected. Then they don't really change much. You know, the whole political system to me is pretty broken. I'm not a big fan of the two-party system. I think we got to change that, but it's not going to ever change in my lifetime. So I don't spend too much time worrying about it. But I obviously don't think that the two-party system is very productive. But politics is politics. But yeah, anyways, just like I said, stay safe, man, and just stay positive. Don't lose sleep, and just stay away from the people. That's the best advice I can give. And you had good intentions last time you went back trying to help the guy. And just realize that you got to help some people from a distance. And that's all I can say there. And interact with people that you can help, and they're not going to hurt you back too. I mean, God wants us to help people, but not people that are going to hurt us. He wants us to put ourselves in positions where, granted, you're going to put yourself in jeopardy at times, but he doesn't require you to, you know, put yourself in a position where you're going to get hurt trying to help somebody. It's you have a choice. That's all I can say. You don't have to go back there. But yeah, it's a sad world too, man. It's when things like that happen to me, it's kind of depressing. It kind of brings you back to reality, and you realize, like, unfortunately, some people don't choose God. They don't want to do God's ways. They don't want to love other people. They don't want to help other people. They want to hurt people, and that's what it does for me is it makes me feel gratitude towards God, that God's at least in my heart enough, because I'm not going to take the credit myself and say that I'm just this awesome person or anything, but I'll give God the credit, and have gratitude towards God, that God's in my heart to not want to live that way. Because I mean, at one point in life, I was that person. As a younger person before I was Christian, I would retaliate. I would want revenge. I would hurt people. I would do all sorts of bad to other people too. So, it's also a time in your life to look at things and say, well, I'm glad that God is in my heart, because I don't want to be like that. Those are people I don't want to be like.
Hey,
No, no,
Ryan.
yeah. Okay, sorry, Luke. Go ahead.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead,
no,
Lou.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I've been talking a lot. Like you could talk. I've been talking.
Oh, oh, okay. Hey, you seen CJ show last night?
Oh yeah, I watched the pretty much the whole thing. I don't comment anymore because honestly,
Yeah.
me and CJ, we're not on the best terms. Like, I don't know, he wasn't very cool with me last time I interacted with him, so I just kind of stay out of the comments. But yeah, I was watching. I was watching A's
Yeah.
go at it with
Getting chopped.
his
Yeah, Ace will get it. Ace will get it chopped up all night, man.
CJ Halliday, is that his name?
No, there's a guy, the Cynic Gog. I'll show you his channel. You can subscribe to it. You'd probably like it. He does same type of thing that we're doing here, but he only usually
Yeah.
does it on Friday, Sabbath. So yeah, MC Nemesis. If you want to
Gog.
subscribe, it's this channel here.
The Cynic Gog.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
instead of synagogue, the like the word for a temple, he's kind of a play on words. The
I
cynic.
was wondering where your base ideology, and I'm not talking about like you follow anybody. If it's like you get everything from a specific source, but I know that the internet is based in like, oh, hey, I saw this video, so I decided to expand more on it on my channel, and that's how a lot of channels come. I don't know if that's how yours did, but sometimes like you watch a channel and be like, hey, how can I expand on these ideas that I agree with too, plus add some of my own theories or studies with it.
Yeah,
Is that
I don't do a lot of reaction videos because when I've done them in the past, for whatever reason, I've had issues with copyright, and I don't know the rules exactly on what you got to do to avoid it. Like I know like most of YouTube, not most, but at least half of YouTube,
You gotta.
just people doing reaction videos. So it's like I got to figure out the rules on it.
Yeah, because when you do reaction videos, you gotta do that one viewer whatever, I forgot what it's called, where you
Fair
say
use.
fair use, yeah, fair use.
I think it's
Yeah,
also
fair use.
people like they put the show in like a different like file that's not on. So it's like the exact same show that's on YouTube, but they like put it in something else. Like they have some, like I don't have a Mac, but like people that have Macs, or they put it in some different like program or something where it's like I don't know. I think that helps do it too, where it's like not direct, because
Yeah.
when I do it, I just click on the YouTube video directly. I don't like transfer the show to like a different editing software or program or something like that too. So I don't know. I think people that make like their living that just do reaction videos, they definitely seem to do that too. But yeah, I mean, I know what you got to do for the fair use is you got to like add commentary to it. So you can't just like let the video run. Otherwise, you definitely get like a copyright thing. But I'm never even trying to monetize my videos either. So it's like I've only had it happen a couple times where I've gotten copyright things, but I don't care about it as far as like if it's never going to affect my channel, like giving me strikes, like because I'm never trying to monetize my video. A lot of people don't want it because if you get a copyright thing and you're like trying to monetize the video, then the money goes to the person whose original channel that made the video. So for me, I gotta just figure it out with YouTube what the exact rules are, because I do want to start doing more reaction videos because it is a good way to do content. The thing with it is you know for me, I also realize it's kind of like not, I won't say lazy, but it is in a way lazy to just, if that's all you do on your channel, like, there's certain channels on YouTube, I'm sure we all know them, where people just do reaction videos. And it's like, that's like a parasitic, like lazy way of creating content. So I do want to, make up, my own information and material, more than I want to just do reaction videos. But I definitely have no problem doing reaction videos, and I've definitely want to do some more. But that the main reason I haven't done a lot of them is because I just don't know the exact like rules and how to navigate around them at this point. Otherwise, I would have done more by now. What's going on, Stefan? Feel free to hit the link if you want, bro. The link's pinned at the top.
Hey, how did you spell that again? I'm on my phone, but I'm also on my laptop. Cynic.
Right here. Do you
It's
see
not
it?
popping up. Wait.
Do you see it? The Cynic.
Oh, D. I forgot D. Okay.
Yeah, but go ahead, Lou. What? Because they talked about stuff for mad long, like it was a long show. What specific
No,
topic
because
are you thinking about?
man, it was so much, man. I can't much really point nothing out. It's just Ace kept moving the goalposts. I want to say to come up with all these. I I wasn't really focused on what they were talking about. I was really focused on Ace's answers to their questions and what he'll do. He'll answer the question, but never like how can I say it? He'll never like give a direct answer. You know, like say for example, if you ask a question about why is the tree green, you talk everything about the tree, but you don't talk about the green in the tree that you asked about. Basically, that's what he was doing the whole night.
Right.
You know,
Say it again. Say it again. If you ask him why a tree's green, he'll talk about every
He'll-
other thing except why the tree's green. You think?
yeah, no, he'll talk about everything about the tree except for why is the tree green.
Yeah, I mean,
The type of answers he was giving.
I don't think he's evasive. I don't know if I'd agree with that. I mean, for me, what I think is his biggest problem is he doesn't recognize Jesus as God. So that's going to create a whole bunch of problems when you're trying to understand scripture and what happened. So a lot of his issues he you know has issues with, I think would be solved if he understood Jesus was God. Like you're not gonna totally understand the atonement if all you're doing is looking at Jesus as another man, a prophet, So
Yeah.
like of course you're not gonna get the whole point of the atonement because you're looking at Jesus like another person just like me or you. So it's like I think a lot of his problems where I disagree with them, they all stem from, and I don't want to just say Trinity discussion, but it is a Trinity discussion that it stems from. It stems from him or anyone else that doesn't recognize Jesus as God. They're going to have problems understanding, things that Paul wrote and other things. It's they're
Yeah,
connected.
I was picking on him in the chat. I was saying, let you know when his normal thing when he gets tired, he start admitting that he's wrong, then he leaves and say he gotta go.
I don't know. He stayed in there for a long time.
Yeah, I think that's why he stayed there for a long time. Because I told him that I'm like, yeah. Once he said, yeah, I'm wrong. And I'm like, yeah, that's a sign of him Then he's gonna say he's tired and he gotta leave.
I agreed with a lot of points, like the whatever his name was, the Hebrew guy, Atan or whatever was making.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I agreed with a lot of points he was making. Yeah, I never met him before either. But I also didn't agree with everything he was saying either, because at times he was coming across as like not arrogant, like consciously, like intentionally, but like a few things he said, like, like I don't think Chinese people are saved type of thing. You know what I mean? Like he was saying some stuff to me too that I didn't.
That's just straight racist.
Well, yeah, it wasn't like he hates Chinese people. He wasn't saying like Chinese Christians can't be saved. He was saying because Chinese people don't have the gospel, they're condemned. You know what I mean?
I think it would be shocked to know how many Chinese people are Christian.
No. Hold on, my bad, MC. Hold on, MC. No, he was giving an example about something Ace said about the truth. And that's when he brought the Chinese people up and was like, okay, well, if the Bible ain't the truth, then that's when he started bringing the Chinese and other nations up. He was just giving an example. Then he was just giving an example saying, well, I guess they're not saved because something about if they didn't have the Bible, then how would they know what's true or not?
Yeah, but he was saying they weren't saved, like they can't be saved or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't saying it was impossible for him to be saved, but he was his argument was something that turned me off from a lot of Christians before I was a Christian, which was basically saying that Chinese people aren't saved at this point until they hear the gospel. Like, and I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? I don't think it works that way. Is this really Perry? Is this Perry or what?
Hey, you gotta have people turn
I
their
already
cameras
knew
on.
that. I already knew that was coming, huh?
Yeah, it should have. Like when somebody new comes on, Ryan, you gotta have them to turn their cameras on.
Yeah, but bro, I should have new people turn their cameras on anyway. But I've had people turn their cameras on before and still do that too. So
No, do it to where before you put them on stage.
no, I know. I'm saying I've had people turn their cameras on before they came on stage, and they showed me their face on camera, and then
Oh,
they were changed over to this stuff, porn stuff too.
Yeah, definitely no way to really purge it 100%.
There's really, but I hear you, Lou. It is better to at least have them try
yeah.
to you know put it on.
Oh my god! And he was just doing it with his PFP too. That was weird, or
Yeah,
whatever it was.
I know. I mean, I'm not worried about it. I'm not going to erase the whole stream. I mean, it's happened before. It's YouTube's job to just ban those people. I just banned them from the show. So I mean, that's all I can do on my end. I mean, that YouTube should be banning those accounts like permanently. You know, that's what they should be doing. But
They need to IP ban people. Like if, for example, Discord will IP ban people. YouTube will just ban one email, and I think, why did they do that? You know.
yeah, I don't want to spend too much time talking about them. Screw that person.
But
You know, that's like what we were talking about earlier. MC Nemesis, the type of people that I don't know. We just
It,
want to avoid. You know,
for
I don't know.
for for me, whether I disagree with somebody or not, it's just how they present the information. Like, say for example, you got a Catholic and you got a Calvinist. I mean, yeah, I disagree with some of the stuff they be saying, but is who argument has more has more of what's that word I'm looking for? That makes more sense. You know what I mean? That makes more sense to me. You know, like the Catholic could be asking the Calvinist a question, and the Calvinist can't answer the question. So, being a fact, I mean, say for example, if the Catholic and Calvinist debating something, and I disagree with both of them, but the Catholic is bringing strong arguments to to the Calvinist. I mean, I gotta go with the Catholic on the Catholic stance and claim and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta be biased and stuff. I mean, yeah, I understand the guy. He's Jew. He's a Messianic Jew, right?
I don't know. From what it sounded like, it seemed like that's what he was. He was a
Yeah,
Messianic Jew.
yeah. I mean, some of the stuff they do, I disagree with, but it's all about how the person deliver the information.
Yeah, no, I agreed with a lot of his points, but my problem was at times is he was kind of like not arrogant, but it kind of leaned on like a shut arrogance in a way. I don't know. I just don't like
Yeah,
when people,
he was arrogant. He was arrogant.
you know.
Every Jew, I have yet to meet a Jew who don't act arrogant. All of them act arrogant. All the Jews act arrogant. I mean, because they got this high IQ about them. You know, they feel like they're above all because you know they God's chosen people.
Well,
You know, so they
that's what religion tends to do to people, put them in a self-righteous position, which is why, like, when I say I believe in Jesus and his teaching, it's not a religion, just more of a belief system. But religion does do that to people. It makes them like the Islams, and they try to, because they feel important, because their people will exalt them. It's about exalting other men before them and say, "Oh, this is my, so and so. This is my deacon, or this is my rabbi." Whenever a true Christian preacher would tell you that, "Hey, I'm just messenger of God," and they give the credit back to God, whereas opposed to like the Pope would be an elected position or something like that. However they decide it,
Right.
like positions,
and
a hierarchy.
let me take that back. It's only one Jew I met that don't act arrogant. That's Dave.
Yeah,
Dave the only one. Yeah.
Dave came by last show. Actually, it was interesting. Hi, Fred. I don't know who you are, but if you want, you can hit the link, my friend. Just have to turn your camera on since you're new, and then you can turn it off like these guys have theirs off after a while. But just because you're new, but if you want to join the discussion, Fred, feel free, man. We're having a random topic discussion right now, so you can bring up whatever topic you like. So just want to welcome Fred. I don't know
Hello, Fred.
Yeah.
if where he came from, but hopefully he's not like the other guy. But anyways, yeah, no. The problem is like I don't know, man. The Hebrew. All right, that's fine. Just feel free to add anything from the comments if you like. Um, but the point of the matter is like when he starts using the Jewish guy, whatever he messianic Jewish guy, a ton or whatever, when he starts like using the Hebrew at times, I feel like that's good to like help people understand like what's written there in the Hebrew and the language. But at times I thought like he was doing that just kind of to show off, kind of
Sure.
too.
No,
You
I
know?
don't think he would do. No, that's the way he was taught. So
Yeah,
he got well. Okay, like for me, right? There's certain stuff I say in Creole, in Creole, right? There's certain stuff I learned in Creole, and in order for me to explain it to you, I would have to say it in Creole first, and then explain it in English, because
yeah,
I learned it
I
through
get you.
Creole.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't think he was being obnoxious with it. I just thought
yeah,
that's just like the feeling I got sometimes was at times it was kind of like, okay, I'm gonna like show that I'm the authority in the discussion. I'm more credible than
yeah,
you because I can tell you the Hebrew. You know what I mean? I thought that's just what happened once or twice in the
yeah,
discussion, but
because
yeah.
he got so used to using the Hebrew word as probably the Hebrew language. He got it to a point where it became his primary language, to where he get it mixed up with English and the regular and Hebrew. So when he's being taught whatever he's being taught, I'm pretty much sure he was being taught in Hebrew, to where his brain is trained to learn the Bible through the eyes of the Hebrew, through the Hebrew language instead of the English language. Because people like that, the whole time you speak in English to them, the whole time they reading what you're reading in Hebrew.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I saw. I, yeah, I know end times teacher too, Fred. I know ETT.
It's
He's
just
a decent guy.
it's
He's
just
welcome to come
it's
on
just
here, but he doesn't see eye to eye with me on the scriptures because he's a Hebrew Israelite. So we bump heads sometimes. But yeah, no, I'm not trying to make a big deal or attack it.
no, it's just the way he presented, the way he was presenting himself. Like he wasn't okay. Like, when we having our discussion, we don't talk to each other as if we better. One of us is better than each other, or you better than me, or I'm better than you. It's just the way he was talking to Ace. I mean, yeah, I didn't like that. I mean, like,
Yeah, sometimes
yeah,
he
yeah,
was interrupting them and not like
yeah,
Ace was trying to respond and he wasn't even trying to hear him, but he would
yeah,
like
that.
just like say his stuff like immediately and just try to get it off like that. And yeah, I mean I don't know, man.
Like he was basically trying to trying to get Ace to drop everything he believe in, and listen to what he's saying. I mean, it don't work like that. Whether Ace information is bad or good, I mean, you can't be talking to people like that and force them to have a change of belief in change of belief in faith. I don't hold to that. I don't care what you believe in, but I would never talk to somebody to, as if I'm telling them they got to drop everything they're doing and come believe what I'm believing. That's a sign of a cult.
Yeah, it's just not a way to get people to change either. Like in order to get people to change, you have to empathize with people and
Let God handle that. I
yeah,
let God handle that. I mean, yeah, I
yeah.
let God handle that. I'm not gonna talk to somebody so they could change. I mean, I let them. That's between them and God. But I am gonna challenge what you believe in.
Well, if they don't know Jesus and they believe in something different, then to them having knowledge is power. And that's true. Like if the more knowledge they have in a secular world, the more, power they perceive themselves as having to be more of an authoritative figure. So in there, like if you are caught up in any sort of religion, then you are like for us, it's a discussion about Jesus and his teachings and stuff. But for them, it's actually about who's the teacher, who's the student. That, like for them in the religious parts of the world for the
Mhm.
Islam. So for them, it's like teacher student, and they're trying to like put you in your place. Like, hey, if you don't know what I know, you're going to be the student, and they don't understand the concept of
Yeah,
faith and discussion. You know,
yeah, yeah. Like with me, I believe if somebody gonna accept God, God gonna put it in their heart, to follow His instructions. You go to God and say, God, I accept you as my Lord, personal Savior. God clean you all up and all that stuff, and give you a new heart, and then you follow God's instruction. But for me to go to somebody to try to and talk to them as if I'm demanding them to drop everything and
everything.
follow what I'm teaching you so you can be saved, nah. I'm not God. I don't know who God has chosen and who God has not chosen.
Hey, does this happen to you guys normally? Trolls
Well,
About
in
what?
the trolls in the chat happen normally, or am I the one bringing upon this
no, no, no. You didn't bring
evil?
it. This guy said he came from this other guy we know's Discord, and they have some weirdos in there. So, yeah, Fred, man, I'm gonna have to block you if you don't get rid of the Nazi symbols, man. I know that the Hindu symbols where they came from, they weren't originated in Germany, but we all know what they stand for now, man, and are associated with. So, out of respect for people that are, Jewish or other people, I don't care what you, Fred, man. We're not going to argue about it. You got a choice. I don't want to play games with you either. If you want to show your free speech about your symbols, you can do it on your own channel or on other places on the internet. I'm just letting you know. I'm going to block you if you don't get rid of them. So, that's your choice, man.
Yeah,
Uh,
like
we
like
You're
what
gonna time.
with the
Hold on, hold
brother.
on, hold on. Fred, I'm putting you in timeout for 5 minutes, man. If you come back with the Nazi symbols still next to your name, you're just gonna get blocked. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. You can have this discussion without putting the Nazi symbols next to your name if you want to talk about. We all know they came from the Hindu symbol first, bro. You're not giving us any new epiphany, but just you got the 5 minute timeout, man. And if you come back and you use them again, I'm just gonna block you. So it's your choice, Fred. Free country, my friend. Anyways, go ahead, Lou. But
Yeah,
I
like
will I will block you if you have the Nazi symbols next to your name again, Fred. If you say one more comment with the Nazi symbols, you're just getting blocked. So that's your choice. But all right, go ahead, Lou.
yeah, like the way he was coming at Ace philosophy, I didn't like it, but the information he was bringing out, I liked it, man. He was really chopping Ace up. You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
yeah. I mean, Ace, like I said, if he doesn't accept Jesus as God, he's gonna have problems with so many doctrines. It's like you can't
Yeah,
understand the atonement without understanding Jesus is the Son of God, God with the Father. Like it's just like so. It's just it all starts there, and the denying Paul. It kind of also is associated with the Trinity thing because it does start there because a lot of what Paul is saying, like the thing that he's not understanding because I watched like a did you watch A's top 10 things that Paul said that he thinks are ridiculous video?
nah, nah,
All right, well
I
I
didn't.
watched most of it.
I like most. I mean, like most of his 80% of his channel is him calling into
Matt
that one guy. Yeah,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh man, I was like, oh man, this man is obsessed with Matt Slick,
I
man.
can't believe the Matt Slick guy didn't block his number after a while. You know what I mean? It's like the Matt.
Okay, hey, but what do you think about that? Does Jesus love and forgive the Nazis? Well, if they're repenting and they turn to the
Yeah,
Lord, yeah.
this guy's that's an interesting thought. Yeah, I think Jesus forgives whoever repents, and God determines, is worth saving in God's eyes, which God doesn't want anyone to perish. So God's mercy extended to me in my life in times when I definitely didn't deserve it. So I don't discount people just because of the fact that they were a Nazi or murdered somebody or were, any
Don't
sort of
don't don't
evil.
don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer. Don't even. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. If a person gonna ask that, they already know what the answer gonna be. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just certain questions. Is like a setup. It's
Well,
like a setup.
well, what?
Then they're gonna give you they stringing you along to that I got you trap.
Not really. Though. I hear you. I know what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is a lie. It depends on the person. Because some people will try to box it in and try to be like, well, then you're saying that Nazis are, you know, all going to heaven. Like, yeah, I mean, we can't generalize anything. The point of the matter is this: is there were people in Nazi Germany that they just were German people that got sucked into being a Nazi because of where they lived and the people around them. Granted, do I think that they always still had a choice? Yeah, they did. They didn't have to become a Nazi soldier. But I'm sure there were people in Germany that, were afraid of the Nazis and afraid if they didn't become a Nazi soldier that they were going to die and their families were going to die. And they were just, a pawn in the game. And they kind of, they shouldn't have became a Nazi soldier. Nobody's trying to say they should have, but they were scared themselves of the Nazis. You know what I mean? Like we have to look at the fact. So we can't generalize anything. Granted, the people at the top, like Hitler and the high-ranking Nazis, and the people that really wanted to kill Jews, and some of the Nazi soldiers that were just merciless and killers, and enjoyed killing the Jews, sadistic about it. Like, yeah, I would think they'd have a hard time getting, God's mercy or, being able to repent for what they did in that certain situations. But we can't say that everybody that ever put on the Nazi uniforms going to hell either, because like I just said, I mean, there are people that probably were scared for their own lives and their own families, and they really didn't want to do it. And maybe when they were a Nazi soldier, they might have saved a Jew or showed some compassion to him. So we don't know if God's mercy is beyond humans' understanding. So I mean, it's a fine question. I understand what you're saying, that some people will use it as a way to just try to pigeonhole you or whatever. But
Hey Ryan, it reminds me of kind of the modern day Nazism going on with the cancel culture, which is the propaganda to get us to believe, so I was on YouTube, right? And I was watching this trans person debunk Jeffrey Marsh, and it's interesting the way that they're going about trying to get people to accept trans. I typed in the comments, I said, this is a terrible video. Trans do not exist. Within minutes, I got a message from YouTube that say, we've removed your comment because it violates our community standards. And I was like, well, I've said plenty of videos were terrible. So what was it? If you deny that trans exists, which I do not believe it's real as an actual thing, like I do not believe in it. And I did it and I experimented. I did it 2 more times.
yeah, but I don't want to talk about it either because YouTube and my channel. So let's just leave that alone. I mean, I'm not trying to get into those situations either where they're gonna block my video or mess with my channel and give me strikes. So yeah, let's not even talk about that topic because it is a real sensitive thing with the what you can and can't say nowadays. And I don't really care to talk about it, honestly. I mean, there's not really much for me to talk about on that issue. Trans people, man. I mean, it is what it is. I guess if one trans person came on the channel and wanted to talk about God, I would talk about it. But as far as me just sitting here talking about their political stuff and where I stand on it, it's a no-win situation where it's just like my channel could just get a strike or something tomorrow, and I don't want to wake up and have that because I don't need to talk about it at all.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it sounds to me like you're intimidated by the system, though. That's what I mean.
I'm not intimidated by it. I just don't want to be talking about it because I don't think there's much fruit there to talk
But
about.
why are they doing that? Just for me, in my opinion, like why is that? I'm not going to say it again, but I'm just saying, why would they just immediately send me that message? It's been auto programmed into
Well,
the
I had
system.
that happen on Facebook myself. Like, you can't say certain words, even, and they'll just like block your comment and ban you for a month. Like, I had that happen.
So they're trying to gaslight me. They're trying to they're trying to tell me that if I don't go along with what they're doing, they're going to get rid of me. Well, I hate to tell them. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean,
I
to
mean,
me, it's not reality. To me, it's
but
not
it's
reality.
but it's their rules. You in their house. You under their law. You know, I mean,
Yeah, but
you gotta follow rules and regulation of YouTube. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying
It's
anything
not
hateful. I'm just denying
it's
existence. I'm just doing that. Like all I'm doing.
hey,
That's like me
but to
saying
them,
I don't believe in goblins or fairies.
hey,
That's
I
the
mean to
same
them,
concept, and they're
to,
trying to tell me I have to believe in something that I know is not real. And you
yeah,
guys are saying you don't
but the
want
only,
consequences, and
but the
that's
only
true. I
reason,
understand.
but the only reason you would have to believe in that is if you in the person territory. You in YouTube territory, so you gotta follow the rules and regulation. It's not you being scared of people. It's just you following the rules and regulation of where you at. You know, I can't come into your house and do whatever I want to. You got rules and regulation.
Well,
You
the
know,
point of the matter too, MC Nemesis, is like YouTube's a big business too, and they don't want, just like Netflix when they had the Dave Chappelle thing, like they don't want a bunch of people protesting them, and you know what I mean. So it's like all of us are kind of just trying to not stir the pot and just not talk about some of those subjects because the backlash that you get from people is kind of just, it's not right, but it's not, it's annoying and it's a nuisance too. It doesn't mean that the backlash is right, but it is a real thing. So, I try to just
I
avoid it,
mean,
you know.
yeah, it's just like with atheists, certain stuff I don't like what they do, but I'm not going to say it on YouTube and I'm not going to say it on their channel because I got to follow the rules and regulation of YouTube. It's not me being scared of YouTube. It's just I got to follow the rules and regulation. You
The
know, I
thing
mean,
is, it's not against terms of service. They made it up. Is what
no,
I'm trying to tell you.
it's rules and regulation. It's
What I'm
rules and
trying to say
regulation.
that they're developing a new Nazi regime, a new fascist, a new Marxism is, and I know that they're a company. They're just a company, but you have to remember.
But
Yeah,
even if it's something new, is still day shit. You know what I mean? It's still day shit. They get to do whatever they want to. You know?
yeah. I mean, if the system is corrupt, I mean, it's corrupt. But basically, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because the psychology behind it is it was a video debunking another person like that, and they're going against each other. Why would a house divided cannot stand? They're not divided. They're not divided at all. You can talk anything you want to about how you disagree with them, anything. But if you deny they exist, that's the culture. That's the cancel culture. And they don't care whatever you say about them, whatever. They can address those phobia issues, they call it. But whenever you deny their existence, whenever you deny it, that's when they get pissed off. And that's whenever they start attacking people unlawfully. They are criminals, is what I'm saying. It's criminal. It's against the Constitution, and we should not support any company that is against the Constitution in the United States because, in effect, that's essentially supporting a communist company, like a company that believes in communism. And if we give our dollars to communistic corporations and socialistic corporations, next thing you know, they're coming in the form of Democrats and Republicans, and they're disguising themselves, but really they're Marxist regimens. But like I said, there's the only thing we can do as a people is build our own bases up and not convince anybody, but just say, hey, that's what we believe in. And I think that's what Ryan's trying to get across to me and others. But I will say that I never knew. I never like. I just feel highly discriminated. I mean, forgive me. Like, don't want to sound like a snowflake, but for one, someone doxed me, but then I'm not allowed to say this. I'm just feeling highly discriminated against, and it's insane. It's absolutely wild. Like they don't care if what happened to me, but they don't want me saying what I said. I mean, that's YouTube's warp logic. That is and it's just, I don't know.
You into conspiracy theories, huh?
What do you mean a conspiracy?
You know, I say you into conspiracy theories, huh?
No, well, no. I'm just relaying. This is an eyewitness testimony. This is 100% facts. This is what happened. It's not a conspiracy. This is going to happen. If you say it, you're going to get it too.
No, not that. Nah, I'm asking, are you into conspiracy theories?
Oh, like I don't know,
Like all that political stuff that you were saying about the Democrat and all that.
No, well, I mean, no, I'm not in conspiracy theories, but I will say people don't think politics affects everything, but they do. Like, you don't think it affects you. It's coming. It's coming for you. It's coming for Ryan. I mean, you can try to hide, but I'm telling you right now, if you don't rally behind the correct side, you I don't know.
Where do you get that the politics is coming from you? What do you
Well,
get
the
that?
conservatives, they're founded on Christianity, conservative.
Yeah.
So
that's not true. That's not true at all. They claim that. They say that, but do you see conservatives being philanthropists with their money, or are they the most capitalistic, greedy? Oh, big business is good. You know, are they helping the poor, or are they just calling themselves Christians? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, definitely they are doing a lot. Like the Freemasons, which
I
do
know,
some.
I know you. I know you. The Freemasons do give a lot to charity. That is a known fact. But I'm saying like conservative people that are always defending like big business and capitalism. They're not doing what Jesus taught us about giving all their money to the poor. A lot of those people are all they're very capitalistic. They want to make a lot of money.
Oh, I agree with you, and we can't escape capitalism. However, you have to admit that they utilize. Okay, say yeah, they do ask for resources, but look what they do with those resources. They spread awareness for uh, trying to disintegrate, trying to deconstruct certain ideologies, and trying to build up their own. So, would you say that you are conservative or liberal values?
I think I would say I'm both. Like I don't. That's why I said I don't like the two-party system, because I identify with both parties on certain issues. Like I think immigration. I think we should have laws for the border. I think we shouldn't just be letting everybody into the country. It's not fair if people are coming in legally and other people come in illegally, and then we treat the people that snuck into the country better than people that actually tried to get it legally. Well, that's not a very good system. And and gun rights, like I lean more liberal. I don't think we should ban guns, but I don't defend this crazy like everybody needs to have a AR-15 in their house with 1,000 round bolt, 1,000 rounds. Like I think we have a gun problem because we have lots of mass shootings and a lot of innocent people dying. So if I'm going to be a Christian, I shouldn't be defending crazy guns being part of our society. I should be talking about peace. So and I can go through all the issues, and I go on both sides of it.
No, it doesn't. It seems like you're just you're right wing. You're not pointing out any leftist ideologies. Both what you just pointed out is conservative, and
No,
I think it's
conservatives want crazy gun rights. They want to be able to own bazookas, and I don't agree with that. I don't think everybody should have. I think AR-15 should be illegal. I don't think there's any need in a society for AR-15s to be legal. So no, that's definitely a more liberal perspective. But the problem is when I say that is people are so immature and illogical that they have to distort what I said into saying, well, you don't think guns should be legal then. When I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying I don't think some guns should be legal, like AR-15. So we all as a society already agree certain guns shouldn't be legal. That's why automatic weapons aren't legal. That's why bazookas aren't legal. So we all agree that there is a limit on what guns should be held. It's just like if you speak out against any gun like an AR-15, people are just like illogical, and then they try to make it seem like you're trying to ban all guns, which I'm not trying to ban all guns. I think people do have a right to own a gun. I just think the firepower that we allow right now is way too dangerous, and it's proven too dangerous because every time we have a mass shooting, there's so many people that died that wouldn't have died if we just had a lower limit. You know what I mean?
That's true. So you're for the support of banning military grade weapons used for mass scale wars.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I don't know exactly where I would draw the line. I have an idea, maybe like a 12 to 16 shotgun or something like that. But it's just too far, man. I mean, every time there's a mass shooting, there's senseless death. Like, and if we're Christians, like how what do we think? Jesus is going to be voting for military weapons to be all over the place? Like, come on, man. This is common sense what the Christian ideology should be. So, I don't know, man. And I'm not saying people don't have a right to own a gun because, like, I'm disabled and I understand, like, you do want to be able to protect your family and your home. So I'm not trying to say guns shouldn't be legal, but I'm just saying, like, the limit of what we have now is just out of control. It's the same gun. It's an AR-15 in every mass shooting. It's like we have to try to fix the problem at some point, right? It's like we got to try to, but if you try to get that law passed, then people just attack you as like trying to take away all guns, and it's just annoyingly obnoxious that we can't, go, even try to save lives when every school shooting, every mass shooting, it's always an AR-15. It's ridiculous.
That's true. I mean, isn't there already a law to where like civilians we can't own tanks and stuff, right?
Yeah, you can't own just an automatic weapon.
I'm talking about a vehicle like a tank. We
No,
can't
I
own
know.
it.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, the line is already there just for an automatic weapon. Only the military can own automatics. So it's like,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that crazy to say to people, like, I don't think AR-15 should be legal. It shouldn't be that. But people, they make it this huge, like, well, you're trying to take away all the guns then. And it's like, no, I'm just trying to lower the limit because there's senseless death. Every time, people do a mass shooting, they use the same gun and they kill more people than they should be able to. It's like the AR-15 is not being used to defend people's lives. It's not saving lives. It's taking more lives than it's saving. You know what I mean? It's just common sense. It's if people were saving a bunch of lives all the time with AR-15s, then I'd be like, okay, we should make them legal because they're helping people, they're saving lives. But instead, all it's doing is killing people. And like, I don't have a kid, but if I did have a kid, school shootings would be a big issue for me. It's like, how do we try to protect the children in the schools? And it's always a legal gun. Like, so the laws for how to get a gun have to be stricter too. It's like these people that do these mass shootings, they never have an illegal gun. They always bought the gun legally or they got it legally from somebody else. Like well, that would make it illegal when they get it from somebody else, but most of the time they bought it legally themselves, like 99% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a fine line. I guess the whole point of the matter is that like these people, the alt right, they want to own a bunch of guns. Therefore, they feel like if they have to take over the government, they can't. Like they can fight better against the government if the government is corrupt. I guess that's the whole
That's
thing.
always the argument. That's like literally like you just said it. It's always the argument. Well, we got to be able to defend ourselves against the government. And then my rebuttal to that is the government can kill all of us if they want. They have jets, they have the Navy, they have tanks, they have automatic weapons, they have drones, they have everything. So it's like it's such a weak argument to me to be like, well, we have to be able to protect ourselves against the government. It's like, so we're going to just let all these school shootings happen and all these people get killed in supermarkets and Walmarts and everywhere else in society, concerts, because we're going to like defend this really extreme position of like, well, we have to defend ourselves against our own government, when in reality, like if our own government's attacking us, we're screwed anyways because they have jets, they have tanks, they have all this, they have drones, they can just bomb us. They don't, your AR-15 is not going to protect you from, you know what I mean? And not only that, our own soldiers would be the people attacking us. So it's like, it's such an extreme example of like a reason why we should be able to own AR-15s that I think it's just, it's not a good argument to me. It's a person that doesn't care because their kid didn't get shot. Their kid didn't die in the school. You know what I mean? It's just like, we don't need to change anything, but I have the right to own an AR-15 so it can get dust in my closet just so I can say that I'm safer in case the government ever tries to take us over and take all our rights. You know what I mean? It's like,
I think you have to look at it as instead of looking at it by parts, you have to look at conservatism as a whole. Why do we want more guns? We also want, and I say that because I'm kind of conservative mostly these days,
yeah,
but why do we want more guns? Well, if we allow more guns, then we can put more guns in the hands of people that need it. Also, you have to look at it in the context of the whole movement as a whole. We want to put kids in private schools, and these private schools, we want to bolster the security, and we want to have armed security guards. This is what we want: armed police slash security guards to protect our kids. Like, and I'm not saying some kind of prison thing. All I'm saying is that this is the goal to give poor kids vouchers to where they don't have to go to public school if they don't want to. They can go to a Christian private school or an Islamic private school, just whatever your faith is, a Jewish private school. You could send your kids there or not, just a secular. And that's the whole conservative thing, is to give kids vouchers, government funded vouchers, to where, hey, if your kid wants to go to this private school, let them. If they want to go to public school, you want your kid to go to public school, go ahead. But in public school, they're teaching bad ideologies, going back to the whole thing, the TQ plus movement. They're teaching bad ideologies. We don't want our kids learning that in school. Well, the only way to self-fund private school, and we want to make it to where poor kids can come there, and we want to increase our capacity to be able to defend ourselves against, like you said, radicals. What you're saying is because radicals exist, we should not fight fire with fire. You're saying that we should lay down arms. Therefore, the only ones that are going to have those
hold
powerful
on,
weapons.
hold on. Who's the radicals? What do you mean? I'm saying we should lay down arms. I didn't say we should lay down arms. Who's the radicals?
Well, definitely. Like, if you're going to pit up AR-15s, you're laying down arms.
Yeah, but who am I laying down arms against?
You're laying down arms against. You're in school. The whole thing. You have to look at it as a whole. You're in a public school for one.
Who am I laying the arms down from? I'm laying the arms down from all our civilians owning it, so I limit mass shootings.
Right, and the only way to obtain those would be through criminal means.
What do you mean?
The only way to obtain the weapons that they want to use would be through illegal means, then unlawful.
Yeah, but the people that do the school shootings, they never get it illegally.
Well,
so they're not getting it illegally. You can't, when people want to use that argument.
Hey, your mic shut off. Ryan, your mic shut off. Huh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Can you guys hear me now?
You can hear us, Ryan?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I had my mic shut off for a minute. Can you hear me now, Lou?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, this gun discussion, I don't want to get into it for a long time because it's a long discussion. I was just saying my politics, MC Nemesis. I go both sides. I'm not right or left. I'm both sides of the aisle. And like I said, if we're gonna have politics nowadays, we should try to make it Christian. So that's what I'm saying. When you said the conservatives are Christians, I don't agree with that because they're just as not Christian or not Christian as the people on the left, because right and left both have policies that are anti-Christian to me.
Well, how are you going to indoctrinate? Okay, you got to indoctrinate your kids. Like, if you have kids and you're Christian, you're trying to indoctrinate them into your belief system. How are you going to do that if they go to public schools where the Bible is no longer taught? And the conservatives are fighting to give your kids, like okay, if you have kids, why don't you send them to private school? Oh, I can't afford it. The conservatives want to give you a voucher. You fill out a form, get a voucher to give you, okay, then you get a voucher because you're poverty, and your kids can go to that private school, kind of like a college fund, except for just for, school, and they can be taught biblical principles. If they choose to go to public school, they're still going to be indoctrinated, but they're going to be indoctrinated into the TQ plus movement, and that's just reality.
Honestly, I have a hard time finding what the correct answer is because I know God is real 100%. So, should we be teaching the Bible in school? Yes, but it is one of those things where it's like love your neighbor like yourself. So, people have the right to be wrong too. So it's a tough. That's a real tough question. Honestly, is should the Bible be taught in public schools? Like honestly, that's a really tough question. As a Christian, I don't know exactly what the right answer is because I know God's 100% real. So do I think it'd be good if kids learned about the Bible? 100%. But it's also like love thy neighbor like thyself, and like if you have somebody living in this country that's not a Christian and they're a Muslim, like imagine somebody forcing you in a Muslim country to be taught the Quran in, in that school, like how you would feel. So it's like people have a lot of time on their own to teach the Bible to their kids at their house too. So do I think schools should be teaching the Bible? It's a tough question. I don't know the answer, honestly. I don't.
Right. And it's fine for you. Like you just mentioned that the conservatives already had the answer. If you're a Muslim parent, like if you're Muslim, you're going to send your kids off to get taught Islam. It's up to them whether they embrace the ideology or not. When they turn 18 or whatever, go off to college, they might be bombarded with other faiths such as Christianity, Judaism. But for the parents, like I said, you're under, like God made your parents, and you're sovereign under them up until a certain age. Like you have control of your child, and you try to teach them what worked for you, which they might choose, no, that don't work for me. And this is the whole belief system, is that we should be given vouchers so kids can be indoctrinated into the parents' faith choosing. Otherwise, guess what? Your kids are going to be indoctrinated into the TQ plus movement in your public schools, because guess what? That they are forcing kids to learn it. So you don't have a choice. You can, like, there's no choice. You either have to say, what do we want our kids to learn? They're teaching them one in public schools, and how are you going to get them to private school? If you don't vote for the correct officials to pass these laws through, they can never be passed through. So my advice
You
is,
worry about that
yeah,
issue too much, man. Honestly, I don't worry about that issue as much as you're worrying about it. Like, I don't. Granted, I don't think it has any place in schools, and I would hope like most schools wouldn't teach those things. But I understand the way society is nowadays is that they might be accommodating certain children that identify in a certain way. Just like where they can go to the bathroom or whatever. So it's like I don't think they're going to be teaching the curriculum. It's not going to change from math, English, social studies to we're going to start teaching this stuff. I mean, I don't. I'm not. I don't think that's a big issue. I'm not living in fear of that. I mean, if I don't have a kid, but even if I did, I wouldn't be. You could talk to your kid yourself and prepare them for anything, but I don't see them adding a course to teach that. So what do you mean? Excuse me. What do
well,
you
it's starting in elementary school. I don't think that,
Well, what
maybe
do you
you're
mean?
not.
I don't even want to talk about that issue, man. It's such a like. If you want to worry about it, go ahead. But I really don't have time in my life to be worried about that issue too much. To be honest with you, like it's not a big deal to me. I don't know.
So you're, yeah, okay. So we could just say that you're a centrist and move on with it, and that's fine.
Yeah,
It's definitely something that it's hard to worry about things that doesn't directly affect you. And I do think that people experiencing the issue should worry about it more. But for me, it's like I just try to have a general understanding of all the topic points
yeah. I
just in
have
case
a
it's brought
general.
up.
Yeah, no, I have a general understanding on it. But the thing is there's extreme people on both sides of it. You know what I mean? There's like lack of tolerance on both sides of it. There's people, and it's worse on the side where the people are trying to enforce their new ideology on people, and they don't respect people that don't want to, you know, go down that road and don't want to like you should have your own individual rights too. And it seems like they try to impose their rights matter more than your rights. So I agree that there is radical people that make that issue, a problem. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's just low on like, what I think we got to be concentrating on, like I said, like less like the gun issue is way more important, like there's so many more relevant issues to me that's just low on the scale. You know what I mean? Like, do I think that that dude should have been able to swim in the women's swimming? No, that's atrocious. That's ridiculous. Like, it's wrong. Anybody can see it's unfair. Anybody can see it's not right. But at the end of the day, like, I'd rather try to, talk about the gun issue if I'm going to get involved in politics. If I want to try to change things and make the world a better, more Christian place, I want to we can bicker about if that dude should have been swimming in the women's swimming for forever, but we should be trying to fix society in more pragmatic ways. Like how do we help poverty? How do we limit violence? How do we fix drugs? All these other issues.
Okay, one topic at a time here. So let's see, how do we limit drugs? Just increase that we take our tax dollars. And there's another conservative belief. We take our tax dollars, funnel it more into police, more and more police, more, because we need more to help with the drugs. Like you have to pay taxes, sales taxes. This is what you pay for. What do you want your money to go towards? Do you want your money to go towards bull crap, or do you, or stuff that'll actually help grow the economy? And then you said, okay, what else you say?
Well, I think a lot of drugs come with poverty issue too. So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't want to get into politics for forever. Like you just kind of brought it up by asking me where I'm at, and I just kind of made it clear that I'm not right or left, and I don't even like people that want to stay on the two-party system, because I think all of us kind of certain ideas were left, certain ideas were right. I mean, some people, granted, aren't. Some people are extreme and everything's liberal, or everything's quote unquote liberal, or everything's quote unquote conservative. Like the ironic thing to me is like if you Google the definition of both those words, they're just like both positive things, yet people in political discussions throw it out like it's an insult. They'll call somebody a liberal or a conservative like it's an insult, but if you actually like just Google the definition of the words, they're both like positive definitions. So that just shows how politics get into debauchery, where we end up taking positive term. It's like saying, oh, he's a nice person, and then using it as an insult because it's like in the political discussion, oh, he's nice, and using it as an insult. You know what I mean? It's like that's where I see like politics just being counterproductive. It's a big mess, man. That's all I can say about it. I stay out of. My sister was really involved in politics, but I don't get involved in it, man. It seems like the most waste. You're just wasting your time because you're fighting against a big machine, and it's I don't know. It's sad and wrong, and just I don't know.
That's true. It is about, and the problem is capitalism. The only thing we can really focus about, I think, as individuals is like what is our I'm just kind of confused about like this channel. What is the faith? Like is it, because there's different sects of Christianity, is this non-denominational, or is it multi, just any, you said theology and philosophy, anything, so anything, not necessarily just like you are a Christian yourself and I'm a Christian, but you're welcome and talk about all of theology.
Well, I'm not gonna stop. If somebody calls themselves a Muslim or a Buddhist, and I say I don't want to talk to you, then I'm not really doing God's job, that He gave us, which is to try to get people to hear God's word. You know what I mean? It's like those are the people that I should be wanting to talk to. So it's like if I'm only talking to Christians, then I'm not going to get any new people that really need the faith, So if somebody tells me they're a Muslim or a Buddhist or anything, or an atheist, I should want to talk to them. That goes to the parable of like where, God gave the people the talents, and what did they do with them? God gave one person 5 and they got 5 more, or 3 or 2 and they got 3 or more, or 2 more. And then He gave the one person 1 and all they did is bury it because they were afraid. And God sent that person to the outer darkness. So it's like, Christianity is a faith where we're like called to tell other people the good news, the gospel. So, we all should want to have a channel where we're not stopping anybody that comes across as not a Christian at first. That person should be, welcomed.
Definitely, definitely. Just like I was talking to that Muslim woman, and I challenged her. I said, "Why does your own books condemn your prophet?" And then she just kind of didn't have an answer and left. And when I've pointed out that the Bible does not condemn its prophets, I mean, the Bible does, except for Jesus. Then that's the distinction between it. There's and Islam, not to mention just the pure. I mean, you know, I just find it odd that how can people say they believe in something like, oh, I'm a Muslim, but yet you don't even know Muhammad is what he is. You don't even know that. And then Buddhism, like, why is some truth in it? Like the whole, there's a little bit like, but you mean to tell me you're going to follow a faith about a guy who's just sat under the tree and claimed to be enlightened by his spirit, and there's not even a real clear definition exactly of what a Buddhist is. And then there's the other religions. I'm just trying to explain to you that I want people to challenge my belief system, but honestly, I just have not found any compelling arguments right now to discredit anything that's going on through my mind about how I believe. And
Oh,
because
what
I
kind of
can't
Christian are
discredit it,
you? Not
huh?
trying to interrupt you, but what kind of Christian are you? What do you have a denomination or?
I believe in Jesus and his teachings,
Yeah.
but I will also say that there's contradictions in the Bible.
Yeah, I remember now that I asked you that question. I remember you saying that, and we talked about that with you about how you think that slavery was added by the. Did you say slavery was added by the devil or something? What did you say? Did you say man added it or?
Yeah, I think there was a certain point to where they added stuff into the Bible to get people to discredit it. And by they, I mean organizations that wanted to discredit the Bible so they could set up their own institutes in regards to paganism and just whatever was going on. Like they're trying to, their goal is to discredit what you believe in. And the best way to do that is just to turn the book against itself, just like I just did with Islam. If you turn the book against itself, okay, you either, once you turn the book against itself, which has been turned against itself for me, I don't know about you, but to me, the whole slavery thing just turns it against itself. Then we have to look at the book and be like, well, I still believe this. And why do I still believe it? And then we have to come to the conclusion that things were added to the Bible to dissuade us in a nefarious manner.
Okay, but I don't agree with that because what happened to me was that they were the Israelites. When we're talking about they in this context, the Israelites were the ones who had those laws. So those laws were not, what God wanted because God freed people from slavery. That's where the Israelites started. They were slaves in Egypt, and God heard their cries, and he saw the oppression and he freed them. So we know God's nature is not to endorse slavery just from that alone, but there was no such thing as a job back then. So it's like when we see the word slave, we have to realize it's very different than what we think about when we think about like slavery in America in the 1800s with white people, black people owning black people, and Native Americans and any other race. But um, the thing to me is this: is it's like when Jesus comes, we have to take the whole Bible through him, like filter the Bible's information through what Jesus taught. So, because Jesus is the true Son of God, God with the Father, He's the one, giving us the true teaching. So when He tells stuff like, you know, you had you should only have one wife, like in Matthew 19, but Moses allowed multiple wives because your hearts were hard. That type of stuff is where I think that we should realize that's God's nature, and that what was the laws for the slavery stuff was God running the society for the people and giving people the laws to if you're going to have workers, you have to treat them a certain way and so forth. But overall God's goal was to, not let anybody oppress anybody in that role. But I hear you, because at times, like, I used to think that when I read the verses where Paul said in the New Testament, like, slaves obey your masters, like God type of thing, paraphrase. I used to think that was added to the Bible myself. So it's like, I'm not going to say that I don't understand your position, because I used to have it. And then over time, I kind of just accepted that no, Paul did write that, and it was God writing through Paul, but it was just, it was written at a certain time for a certain context, and people like took it out of context. You know what I mean? People don't put it in
Have
its
you
proper
thought? Have
context.
you thought that? Have you thought about how Paul might have been added to it in a false sense? The whole
What do
Paul
you
thing, because Paul is the one who was a persecutor of Christians turned into a Christian. Supposedly, that's what it says.
Yeah.
And then the whole book of Revelations, which doesn't make sense. Shouldn't the book ended with whenever Jesus died and he rose from the dead, and then he ascended into heaven, and when the Holy Spirit came, then that's the end of the story, basically, the reaccounts of that. And then I guess you go so far as to say how the church, like the book of Acts, and, just these rules for people to live. But the whole revelation things, like, why would God give us something that we could not possibly understand? And anybody claiming that they understand the revelations, you can't understand a revelation if it's prophecy unless you can see into the future. So why would God give us a book that nobody, no man ever in the history of the world will ever understand? Never did, never will. And I just don't believe that God is the author of confusion. I believe he's just the God of simplicity and logic so we can understand it. He has to be, because we are not on his level. I don't
But
believe
where
that
do
we,
you
huh?
who told you God gave us the book of Revelation?
Well, it was from John. John was living in isolation in a cave, and he wrote down the revelations, and he
Who
just,
told who told you it was for us? Well, I mean, who told you who told you God gave us the book of Revelation?
well, like, when I'm growing up, my parents and the Baptist preachers, I would say, they told me the Bible, all true. This is the facts. This is the basic instructions for leaving Earth. And they approach people, and you read pamphlets, and they say, this is the way. The Bible is completely true. You just have to read it and understand it. Well, guess what? I read it. And guess what? The only thing I understood was the Old Testament's a history book, and Jesus' teachings that we should live by the way Jesus taught. Every other thing is like the revelations and the prophecies foretold in the Old Testament, like just everything that we can't understand as humans. Do you really think that that's applicable? Like things that you can't understand, things that you might argue with other, like, was it put in there just to cause arguments, or was it put in there because, oh, we do not
Uh,
have the right to divine
let's
knowledge?
but let's leave the humans alone. You said God gave us the book of Revelation. Who told you that God gave us the book of Revelation?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If John was divinely inspired, then it was from God through John,
Yeah, it was from God to John to write to the churches.
which was decided by the Nicene Council. It's like this book should be added.
Hold on. No, to the seven churches
Yeah.
in the book of Revelation. That's who the book of Revelation was written to. What do you get Council of Nicaea about for book of Revelation? The
What I'm
book of
saying is
Revelation
the whole
was
assembly process of it, the assembly process of the Bible that we currently have. Who
yeah, but
originated, like, who put it together,
who
is
put
what
the
I'm saying.
Bible the church fathers put the Bible together.
Right.
I believe man, he's from North Africa. I forgot his name. Yeah, but the church fathers put the Bible together. The Council of Nicaea didn't put the Bible together. and
Yeah, I think
God never
I was
God.
confused. Yeah, like I mean, it's been like I have studied a lot, but I do forget a lot of things. The reason I don't study more is because I don't know if I'm studying correctly. I mean, I don't know if I'm just studying some kind of philosophy or theology, or if I'm actually studying the truth. We really don't know. The only thing I know to be true is whatever Jesus said's true. The Old Testament's a good history book. Like if you ever wonder to yourself, I wonder how the world started. I believe in
But the
what the
thing,
Bible says true.
okay, but the thing is, okay, you believe what the Bible says is true. Just because the Bible say truthful stuff, what makes the Bible the truth?
What makes it that it was divinely inspired? We're supposed to believe it, take it on faith that the Bible was divinely inspired by God, like sent from God to man, and then God inspired people to write this stuff down for us to read in the
The
future
Bible,
generations.
yeah, but who? Okay, okay, just go with that. But where do you get that the Bible is inspired by God?
I guess it's just kind of a self. Well, I mean, I know I heard it somewhere, but to me, it stuck. And the reason it stuck with me is because it has to be true. In
You
order for
believe
the
that?
Holy Bible to be holy, it has to be divinely inspired.
So you think a story about Abraham is telling the truth?
About Abraham and Isaac,
Yeah, me telling you a story about Abraham, does that make me true?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell. Like, how do you know if someone's divinely inspired? I guess we really, and that's the whole faith part. You have to take it on faith.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm divinely inspired to write about Abraham, does that make the book that I'm writing true?
Right. But how do we know if you're divinely inspired or not? Like, how do we know these people were divinely inspired? We have to just take it on faith that God wouldn't leave us without some kind of basic instructions.
God, I mean, when you say basic instructions believe before leaving Earth, I mean, Jesus gives us instructions on how to live on Earth. You know what I mean? On how to walk in love. You know, that's
Yeah.
basically what the Bible is about, how to walk in love. But all the stories in the Bible, how is that pertaining to your life with Christ?
Well, that's what
How
I'm
is
saying.
King David?
It's not. It's just like, that's why I believe, like, hey, the Old Testament's just a history book.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why would it? Why would you be concerned with stuff being put in the Bible and put out the Bible? What
Well,
does
I
slavery
mean, if
mean?
it's a history book, we want
What
the
does
correct history.
okay, even okay, you get the correct history. You get the correct history. They took out slave in the Bible. How is slavery not being in the Bible is going to make your walk with Christ even better?
It will allow you to debunk any arguments against God's character. Like people like to refer to the Old Testament to demolish God's character, and taking this out,
But
taking
God
these
never asked you.
contradictions out.
There's nowhere in the Bible where God said defend his character.
That's true. So you don't think we should be defending his character?
God is God, right? I mean, he's the one, his revenge is, well, I ain't going to say revenge. I don't want people to take that the wrong way, but vengeance belong to God. I let God take care of God. I mean, I'm not gonna defend I mean, I'm not gonna defend God character knowing that he could defend it himself. You know what I mean? I don't never defend God character. I let God
Right.
defend his own character.
But in basic understanding, if you were a secular individual, you could definitely debunk the Bible by just pointing out that since God,
But
okay,
how
like, you
the
know,
thing is how is you reading the Bible? How is that gonna make how is taking away slavery in the Bible gonna make your walk with Christ better? Do you like okay, what is it? what does it mean to walk with Christ?
His commandment, go forth and preach the gospel of the good things that he has taught you, which is hope, love, faith, um, just basically, don't let he who with his out sin cast the first stone. The parables that he taught, basic principles that we can use to be better people in his image, which is what being saved is about. Is that if you're a new creation, like the Bible says, like you're a new creation, then we still live in a dark world, but we are lights in this dark world. That's what we're supposed to live like. We are to be lights. We're to be guides. We are to shine it at their feet and say, hey, this is the way. But before we can do that, we have to know the way is certain. And the only way to know, and I know the way is certain, you do, because that's what our faith tells us. But what about other people? Like, how are you going to get them to, when they can just rely on their own logic and say, no, you're wrong. But what if we're not wrong? How are you going to convince? Like, I know you can't convince anybody, but as long as that exists so you're saying that the Bible is perfect in the sense that it allows a way for people to mistrust it if they want to.
The Bible is written. The Bible, well, the Bible is written to tell the history about God, how God saved the world. That's what the Bible is about, how God saved the world. I mean,
And
as far as what's supposed to be in the Bible, what's supposed to be taken out the Bible. I mean, I don't deal with that. I just read the story, no matter if it's speaking of slavery and not slavery. What does God has to do with the situation? How did God work? How did God manage the situation?
okay,
I'm
say
not.
say I don't know anything. How would you and say that I was walking down the street, heard you preaching on the street. I had to get to work. I'm in my suit and tie, and you just had to tell me quickly, say, hey, I heard you preaching. I appreciate the message. I'm trying to, if someone on the street was like, hey, I'm trying to understand religion and stuff more. I don't really know who God is. Like, what would you tell them? And like I said, they're on their way to work, and you gotta. And I know you just got to give an answer. You don't have time to give him a whole sermon. You just say, hey, who's God? I've been hearing
You
about
want
him. He
me?
sounds like cool.
You want me? You want me to tell him to read the Bible?
Well, that's what I'm saying. No, who would you say it was?
Say who is God?
Right. You say, oh, he'd be like, hey, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around who God is in the Christian. Like, who is God according to you guys?
I would tell him God is my Lord and Savior.
All right. And then I say, oh, okay. And then I'd say, well, peace be with you, and go on. I wouldn't really. I would think that you're trying to be like you don't really know. So you don't know his characteristics. You don't like if I know somebody, like I know my girlfriend, I know what she's like, I know her faults and failures. Do you know God this way? Like, I mean, I feel like I know him personally, kind of like I feel I do know him personally, and I do know that since God is good and that God is love and that he is in my life to do good in it and to do good for others, I know that he couldn't possibly condone slavery because if I believe that, if I don't believe it's a lie, then I'm saying that God is immoral, and I don't believe that God is immoral.
Okay. Okay. When because I tell the person God is my Lord and Savior, I guess that wasn't enough for the person. When it comes to God, God draws people to him. He the one who draws people to him, not me. If the person want to know God, God is going to draw that person to them. God is not going to put you in a position to where you don't know how to come to him. He's going to do something. Something's going to happen and it's going to draw you to God. when a person come up to me and want to ask me questions about God, I mean, eventually that person ain't asking me questions about God to be saved. That person is asking me questions about God pick to poke holes in God. I know when a person want to know about God when they don't want to know about God. God draws people to Him. You know what I mean? A person asks me who is God. I mean, we're in America. Who don't know who's God? You know, I mean,
Definitely,
that's
definitely
one.
not
That's a
definitely not very compelling what you're saying here. But I mean, I can accept it.
hey.
But
I'm a human being. God is more compelling than me. God, God is the one who's gonna bring that person to Him. When
right, I
that
mean,
person
it's more
decide,
like a lightning rod, more like you need to let yourself be used by God as a lightning rod, and brighter you shine, the more people are attracted to your light through, like, and they're seeing God in you as a vessel, and they're attracted to you. And if you walk in faith and you know who God is, then you're going to stand firm and deliver. You're going to stand firm and deliver the gospel according to what you know to be true, because you have in essence been struck by that bolt of lightning, used as a lightning rod. And it is a that's what being saved is, like being struck by a bolt of lightning. You're just,
no,
whoa, I'm new.
no,
The
no,
power's been
no,
shut off. You've been, yeah, that's what it's like. And
no,
what do you mean? No?
no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Like, say for example, I get shot. I get shot like 10 times, and I'm alive. First thing I'm thinking about, then who should I give thanks to? Me, the doctor, who? You know?
The
And at
what?
that
Okay.
and at that and at that point, and at that point, you know, I decide, I want to give thanks to God. That's God drawing me to Him by keeping me alive. And then once
No, no, it's good. It's a lightning rod. The lightning, okay, God blessed the doctor with the ability, even if the doctor is a agnostic or a whatever, even God struck him with the talents in his genetic code and turned on the light. Every good thing is from God. So the fact that he was able to heal you is proof that God worked through men. And if God works through men, he works through men and nature and the cosmos, and the everything, men, nature, and the cosmos is testament to his existence, to his goodwill. So who you should thank God for the doctor who allowed himself to be used as a lightning rod, because you as a person, you have a choice. You don't have to do any good in your life. You can just serve yourself. But the doctor says, "Hey, I want to help people. Use me." You'd be like, "I don't know if God is real or not. But I'm going to try to heal people." And I think that's good. And guess what? The fact that he's trying to heal people, trying to do good, that is God. Despite if he holds the beliefs that will get him saved, he can still be used. Like electricity can still be run through him, but it doesn't mean that the light bulb is on just because electricity passes. Does not mean the light bulb was on yet. Only when the light bulb is on can you fully, like, oh, and that's what the Bible kind of preaches, that you will know the tree by its fruits that it bears. And maybe, like, for me, I feel like I'm a very sinful individual, and I'm just not
no,
doing, like, my testimony is
when you
ineffective.
when you say the doctor is the one who saved the life, are you telling me you're gonna give thanks to the doctor and not give thanks to God?
Right. I mean, you thank the doctor, yes, because the doctor allowed God to work through him. So, in
The
essence, giving thanks to the doctor is giving thanks to God through the person that allowed himself to be used by God. There's a lot of good that can be accomplished through any
hold on,
ideology.
hold on. The doctor allowed God to work through him,
Yes.
and okay, does the doctor know God is working through him?
Yes, because every good thing comes from God. as a
Okay, now,
source.
okay, now we're gonna go to the doctor. The doctor allowed God to work through him. How would he know? How would he know about God?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain. He might not know. He might just say, he might be convicted in his heart to say, I want to do some good in this world. I want to do some good in this world. So God works through him. And it, like I said, it doesn't mean the light bulb's on that he's saved. It just means God has used this man and the doctor has allowed himself to be used. It's the same way the devil works. The devil cannot use you if you don't let him. It works
Okay,
both
so
ways.
okay. So what I was saying about the guy getting shot or me getting shot, it's the same. It's same exact thing for the doctor, and God drawing people to Him is the same exact is the situation that we're talking about. You look
Right.
upon
They'll,
God
yeah.
and God. Yeah, you look upon God, and then God opens up and do His thing. Did the doctor or me, did we need the Bible?
To be used by you don't need to believe in God to be used by God. You
No,
don't need
no,
to
no.
believe in it.
Nah, it's not being used by God. It's about the question you asked. When you said if a person asked me who God is, and I said God is my Lord and God, I'm gonna say God is my Lord and personal Savior, because
Yeah.
I was because at first I said, do you want me to tell a person to go read the Bible? And then yeah, and then that led to what we're talking about, to where God draws people to Him. I ain't gotta tell a person to go read the Bible to know who God is.
Well, what I'm saying is if you're on the street corner or whatever, say you're in city, not necessarily the corner, but if they feel your light, if they see the light that you're allowing God, you say, God, I'm allowing, please use me as a vessel of righteousness, and you're preaching the gospel, and then somebody who is walking in darkness that don't know God, they look at you and they see the light, and like you said, it's attractive, and they say, they might be scared at first, but say, hey, I heard you preaching, I just don't know really who God is. And your answer would be, he's my Lord and Savior. The same
Yeah.
answer that a Muslim, or, well, I mean, that's good. And then I guess the person would say, well, you know it's just kind of strange. It's like, you would tell them more than that. God is love. God is great. God is good. And if you explained it to them in those certain stances, like, God is good, He's everything
No,
good.
no, you switching the question up. You switching the question up because you asked me if I was in a hurry, what would I tell a person? I tell you, and I told you, I'll tell them God is my Lord and Savior.
Well,
That's
in
what
a
you asked
hurry.
me
I mean,
first.
not in such
You
a
didn't
hurry
ask
that,
me to give a person sermon, but you asked me if the person had to go, you have to go, something like that. What would I tell them? What would I quickly tell them? I would tell them that God is my Lord and Savior.
for example, and I'll give you an example in the real world terms. When you go to a YouTube channel, say you're scrolling around looking for some good Christian YouTube channels, are you going to immediately click on it, start watching their big hour and a half long videos? Or are you going to go to the shorts, see what they're about, 60 seconds or less? And then from there, you're like, well, easier to digest content. And like, this dude seems kind of whack, I'm leaving. Or are you the type of person to stick around? Because if you're the type to watch long form videos before you decide to subscribe and follow people, then you're kind of in the abnormal. Like most people, like the attention spans are going down, and people are it's a busy world. There's a lot of things that people want to do with their life, besides read the Bible, besides be a Christian. They want things for themselves. They want to focus on their jobs and their families, and just their own personal pleasures. And they
It,
don't really give a lot of time for God, is what I'm trying to explain.
it's well over 1 billion Bibles in this world. We even got Bibles on the internet. You know, if a person want to know about God, They ain't gotta come and ask me. I mean, it's Bibles everywhere. You go to a hotel room, there's a Bible. You go to jail, there's a Bible. In the internet, there's Bible in the internet. There's all type of God is all over the place. For a person to come to me and ask me who is God, I mean, eventually, I don't know what, I don't know where this person is living at. I mean, there's Bibles everywhere for a person to know who God is.
Okay, so break it down into smaller logic. Okay, if I asked you, "Hey, who are you? Who is Lou?" and you don't, no personal details. I'm just saying, who are you? Do you know
I,
yourself?
I, who am I? I'm a man.
Well, yeah, that's your sex, but like, so you would say that you
Now I'm a
are just
man. I'm a man in the sense of what a man's supposed to do, type of stuff. I mean, you got me being a man representing my gender, and you got me being a man representing my life. I'm a man. I do what a man's supposed to do. I mean, I don't get into.
it sounds like you don't understand. I think it sounds like you just expect people to understand you without explaining yourself. Like you just expect people to know what you're talking about. You don't really know how to. It's like, hey, who are you? I'm a man. And who is God? He's my Lord. I mean, that just is quick, dismissive answers. Doesn't really what they're asking whenever they say, "Who's God to you?" or "Who are you?" Like me, like if you ask me, "Who am I?" I'm an American rapper, lyricist, Christian. I'm a believer in Jesus and his teachings. I'm all these things, but overall, I'm just I believe in God, and I'm a person that's trying to do the right things, not really confined by man or woman or anything. Just I'm trying, and I am a man, but I'm just saying I'm defined by me trying to do the right thing, and then I'm trying to find the right things, and then tell other people how they should live their lives. Like if they're Islamic, I say you need to quit living that way. If you're this way, you need to quit living that way. And they say why? I say because you know because it's not the way I believe, and you should kind of conform to what I believe. Because if you don't, according to the Bible, if you don't conform to what I believe, you're going to live in darkness, and I don't want you to live in darkness. And of course, the counter argument to that would be like, well, why don't you just believe in what I believe, or you're living in, it's just like a circular argument. And then you would go back and forth, be like, well, what do you believe? And who are you? How did God, and everybody always asks that, how did God use you? What's your testimony? Stuff like that. You have to, I mean, you don't have to, but I'm just saying, it would be more helpful if you could provide a personal relationship experience, witness testimony that you had. The testimony is the powerful thing in the Christian faith. People tell their stories to you, and you're going to know whether the story's real or not. To be honest, I mean, you're going to kind of know, like listening to the story, you're going to know if it's a lie. Like if I told you that, oh yeah, I'm a rich millionaire rapper, well, you're going to be like, I'm kind of skeptical. But if I tell you that I'm just an aspiring rapper trying to make it, and I'm just trying to, like I said, make it, trying to get better, you're more likely to believe that. You can decipher in stories what's skeptical. Now, there are people out there who's more skeptical than others, and for those people, they're just being too skeptical. Maybe they're paranoid, mistrust, and they need extra time or extra care. But you, as a Christian, has to identify who needs the extra care. Like Jesus, he's sowing the seeds. Some fell upon the rocks, and but he sowed the seeds. He didn't just stay at home with a seed pouch and just wait for God to have manna. He had to actually go out into the field and just sow the seed. But that's evangelism. That might not be your purpose. Your purpose might be to teach budding Christians. Like your purpose might be it's not evangelism. It's just, be a scholar to teach other Christians how to be a better Christian. And then what we have here is a hierarchy. So are we going to confine ourselves by religion and a hierarchy? Do we do that? Are there leaders, or are there just people who have lived longer with better, like not better experiences, but just more experiences. That's what we have to. And who tells the most truth? I bet. I guess at the end of the day is what defines a preacher, unless it's privilege. What do you think defines a preacher for like what? Like they just go to college and their dad's a preacher, so they're a preacher. Like what makes it? What makes them worthy of being followed as a person who says I have the right interpretation of the Bible? What qualifies a person? Because the Bible
Um,
says it's just God.
okay. The way what you're telling me is I mean it's based off a person it's based off a person's personality. My personality, I don't like giving people long sermons about myself, and I don't like giving people long sermons about God. You want to know about God? Come find out. You want to know about me? Come find out. I mean, I don't like giving long sermons, you know. Now, if you're gonna ask me a question about in the Bible, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna give you a long sermon. We're gonna break the question down and see where it stands. I'm not a guy who want to give long sermons, you know. I'm not, you know, I don't want to because a long sermon. I'm more of a I'm more of a action person than a word person. You know, because anybody could tell you any type of words, but how many people could show you action? I mean, plenty of people read the Bible, tell about God and all this stuff, but when it comes down to prove that you love God, I mean, many people fold. All
How
of a
would
sudden
you
they go
say
to
that you could prove it?
huh?
How do
How
you
would I
so
how what? Okay, say for example, like with this truck thing, I didn't know how to drive anything till I drove truck. A truck is the first type of vehicle I drove. Everybody was like, I'm out of my mind. What am I doing? You really know how to drive a car? You gonna go drive a truck? And you know what I told people? I told people, man, God, God got me. I mean, if anything happens, I mean, it happens. But I put my faith in God and I went to go drive trucks, and now I've been driving trucks like 7 years now. I don't. When you really, I mean, it's not that I want somebody to be like, oh, well, I'm gonna do that too. Nah. In that case, I mean, I really wanted to drive trucks, and I was gonna find a way to drive it. And when I had the opportunity, I took it. I didn't give people long sermons about why I want to drive trucks. I just want to do it. You know, and by me proving to a person that by me doing that, I prove to people why I have faith in God. I didn't give them a long sermon of why I have faith in the God. I prove it to them. I showed action.
so you were able to learn how to drive a truck without learning how to drive a
Drive a
car, is
car.
what you said.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's certainly impressive in the aspect of
And that's not
as a quick learner.
and that's not it. You got
But as far as what
you
keeps you
go
safe on the road, it's
you got like my mom, she caught a stroke. Everybody was, people were crying and this and that. And I told him, hey man, I can't do nothing about it. I'm leaving it in God's hand. I mean, she died, she died, she lives, she lives. It's all in God's hand. But why was I the only one calling? Why was I the only one, bringing up God's name? You know, I will prove in my case. I will prove in my case, where I have faith in God. That's how I prove I have faith in God. That's my actions. I'm not going to stay there and cry and this and that and, you know, giving a long sermon. What's a long sermon going to do?
okay. So, okay, if you break down what keeps you safe on the road, it's
Don't say you believe in God and when the pressure comes, God's name don't come out your mouth.
right.
Plenty of
What
people do that.
But what keeps you safe on the road is the regulations, rules and regulations of the manufacturing company which built the parts, integrity.
Yeah.
Also, the awareness, the cops trying to keep as many drunk people and driving under influence as can. That's what
Yeah.
keeps you safe. Your company will tell you, hey, don't do this, don't do that. You can only drive a certain amount of hours. So I think it's more so the people keeping you safe, and that's what I say, which is the vessels used by God that were struck to do good. Because why else would they do good, Lou? I mean, why? I mean, why don't just purely profit? Because God works through people, and if you're
No, but
being
that ain't got nothing to do with me showing action of why I believe in God. You know, why I have faith in God. Why I don't have to give a person a sermon about who is God. You know, I
right,
mean, who is
and
God?
I
Come
would
find
definitely
out.
say, I would
You
definitely
know.
say that if I was inquiring about it and I wasn't a Christian, that
Yeah.
your testimony would definitely be it's totally ineffective. Would not even I wouldn't even if I was secular, I would just say, okay, buddy, and I would just go on and then talk to my friends about how you believe in a magic sky person. Like you wouldn't bring anything because you're not bringing anything of substance. You're just saying because that like what who are you? I'm a man, and who do you think
Hey,
God is? He's God. I mean, you're just doing a circular argument, and that's never
hey,
an effective
hey,
method of communication. It just never
hey.
is.
I mean, I'm not the communicator. God is. You know, I mean, people could say what they want to. By the end of the day, it still don't change my mind to have faith in God. I
Right.
don't.
And
You
I'm
can't.
saying
You
that,
can't
yeah,
worship God. You can't worship God worrying about what people gonna say.
as an
If I worship,
individual, yes.
I worship God through through minimum communication. You worship God through maximum communication. Whether a person come to me and they not convinced, and they go to you and they're convinced, that still don't take away the fact that I believe in God. You know. But if a person come to me and wants to show action and want action done, or why they should believe in God, I mean, so whatever, let's do it. You
Oh
know.
no, I mean I'm not doubting you that like see I believe that you do are strong in your own faith. I just don't
Yeah.
think that you're very good at communicating why that
I'm
is.
not.
Like
I'm
why
not a good.
is it though?
It's not. It's not me. It's not me not being a good communicator about that. It's just me personally. I'm not a good communicator. I'm
Yeah, I
not.
mean, we all have different skills and abilities. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm better at just whatever they, like gift of gab, whatever you call it. If I have that gift, but you have other gifts, like you said, you can you learn how to drive a truck before driving a car, and like that's something I couldn't even fathom to do. And I do think God blessed you with a certain brain, but your brain is different than my brain, and the way my brain works is just there's a lot of turmoil,
But
like
let
if
me let me
you,
let me ask you a question about what you said about communication, right? Okay, with cult leaders, right? How do they win people over?
usually with the silver tongue arguments,
Huh?
like a silver tongue arguments, slick talking, like
Yeah,
charisma.
that's how they win people over, through communication, right? A lot of communication, a
Yeah.
lot of description and all this, and convince the person with words, you know? See, for me, I'm not convinced with people words. I'm convinced with people actions. Actions tell more to me. Actions actions give more answers to me than words. That's why that's why for me I'm not saying communication is wrong, but that's why for me I rather choose action than over communication. But I
Well, of
pass the
course.
mic.
I mean, when you're dealing with the physical world, but when you're in this digital world on the internet, you kind of have to, like, it's a thought bubble. We have to communicate in just this, words, and like I'm saying, like in a digital, you're right. Like nothing's ever gonna really, like, what matters most is accomplishment in the physical world. But when you're on the digital plane, it's like, hey, I can't really show you unless I'm just doing a, hey, let's do an open Bible study on this channel, and like, unless that, basically the whole thing about the internet is about the conversation. And you have to kind of be like, see, I wasn't ready for conversation like this for a long time. I just stayed away from streams. I had to wait until I did more research and studies, and kind of like I got my beliefs really questioned and shaken. And I was like, well, what now? What do I do? And that's why I'm here, looking at open panels, trying to seek some resemblance of, I guess you would say, I'm no longer as ignorant as I was. I'm actually questioning things, and I still believe what I believe because it's a good thing to believe in, but my brain is in turmoil and I have no idea. There are no churches for what I'm saying. Like, there's no, uh, you know, like, where do I go? Where's my people? Like, is this my people? Like, is this the new people on the digital? Ryan, you, other people that come to this panel, and just the very few Christians that I meet online. Is this my community? Is this the new age community? Nothing physical, nothing real. Because in that essence, I guess YouTube got to what they want then.
I mean, you have a relationship with God. I mean, not supposed to be worrying about. I ain't gonna say worried about, but you have a relationship with God. Now, having a congregation with two, three people. I mean, like that one verse said, wherever two, three is gathered and praying, there I am. I mean, there's nowhere in the Bible that is a mandate where you have to be in a church building. I mean, it is good to be in a church building, so to have a spiritual congregation with other people, with your fellow brothers and sisters. I mean, it's just like with YouTube. I mean, we having a little congregation with each other, and I mean, brothers in Christ. You know.
I do agree. I mean, I agree with the fact that not everyone is called to action. Not everyone is meant to, like you're meant to do what you're doing. And this might be our form of evangelizing right here, just talking. And what if somebody's listening? We have no idea who's listening. It could be anybody from around the world looking. And this is what I used to do. I used to just listen to people on YouTube. And maybe we are a light if they can see it in us. Maybe you're a light to them and you don't even know it. You're just like, oh, I'm just me. Yeah, but what if you are a light? And you never know. God is mysterious in that way, but in a wondrous way, not in a bad way, like an unknown, scared feeling, just a mysterious wonder way.
You got to think about it. If God would have come, and God would ask you why you never went to church, what you gonna tell him? I couldn't find the right church. I mean, God find ways. God make ways for people to have.
Right. The church wants to be an authority over me. They want me to say, here's your preacher. He's going to scream at you. You believe him. If you don't believe it, just leave. There's nobody to talk to. If you raise questions or opinions like, hey, what about this? What about this? We might quickly answer you, but we're going to move on. Our job's not to bring up talking points or discussion. Their job is to simply, you are going to believe everything they say from your preacher and your other lesser pastors and just the members of the church. Remember, they pay for this membership. They pay a tithe, 10% of their paycheck. So they're going to claim their authority and the power of the money. They're going to say, hey, I donate 10%. I believe in this 100%. And I don't need anyone questioning what I believe. So if you don't believe what I believe, you could just go. And that's kind of how the church deals with everybody. And not only that, they go to the extent to say, you're not welcome. If you're gay, you're not welcome. If you're this. You're not welcome if you're that, because, and you're not welcome if you ask questions, because it's not a town hall. It's just you have to concede your power to the preacher at the time, because they're asking for your time and money. And what are they giving you? They're supposed to be giving you the gospel, which, like I said, if you like if I have questions, that's discouraged in church. That's highly discouraged. They don't want me to have, like you said, like you're quick and dismissive about it. I'll say, who's God or what's this? You're just like, God is my Lord. I'm a man. Quit asking questions. That's what, you're kind of like the church mentality. You're like, why are you asking questions? You're not trying to learn God. Just believe whatever I tell you to believe. And it just goes in like, might not be your intentions. You might not have the gift of the, like a gab or anything, but still it just comes across as just, not a really, it just comes across as indoctrination. It doesn't come across as something that is logically sought after, because if it was, wouldn't the Christian community be trying a little harder to take care of their
Okay,
own?
but okay, when you say that, right? Who you gonna believe? Who are you gonna believe when you read the Bible? You gonna believe me or you gonna believe yourself?
I'm going to believe, the reason I believe what I believe is because I believe in goodness and truth.
But if I tell you, if I tell you goodness and truth is not good,
Well, no, I wouldn't believe you. I would lean on my own understanding.
so you gotta lean toward your own understanding. You gotta do your own research. You your own man. When you die, you're gonna die in your own casket. You came into this world by yourself. You're gonna leave by yourself. For me, I'm not gonna sit here and teach you the Bible. I could tell you everything I want to about the Bible, but it's up to you to go research it. Why
Yeah,
come and ask
but
me
not everything's
why
literally
but why come ask me about it when you could do your own research?
true. Well, why can't I, like, well,
I mean,
see,
how many
this is what I
Bibles
don't
we
like.
have?
This is what I don't
We,
like. It's like you claim I have this freedom when I really don't. Do not have freedom at all.
you don't
Um,
have the freedom to study the Bible.
I mean, I do, but at the same time, they're out here, they're congregating, they're a real thing, and I have my own personal belief system, and I can't get anyone to go along with what I believe in
Why you
at
need
all.
somebody to? Why you want somebody to get along with what you believe in?
Like I said, why does the church, like, they try to convince other people, like the Baptist church, and they get donations to do this? I mean, it seems like I'm ineffective and they're the effective ones in
Nah,
whatever
what
they're
it
doing.
is, nah, what it is, you're you fall under peer pressure. Peer
God
pressure.
doesn't bless me. He doesn't, even though I ask him, he still doesn't bless me. He doesn't bless me with any power in this world. He doesn't want me to have any power in this world, at least not right now. He wants me to stay this lowly person that, okay, like Billy Graham,
God
he get
wants
on
you.
stage, talk to hundreds, thousands. But me, oh God, let's not let me. Oh, I'm not as good as Billy Graham. I don't deserve to preach to anybody. I don't deserve to. I'm not as smart as Billy Graham. I'm not as influential. I'm not as good. People are going to follow Billy Graham instead of me, or like, I'm just trying to defend truth and goodness. And I'm just saying, where's my blessing? Where is my ability to talk to people? Where's my voice? Why does it? And God knows, like, I pray to him and I say, God, I'm trying to follow your truth and goodness, but he doesn't bless me with any ability to, he doesn't send anybody to me to, you know, confirm or deny anything. He's just like kind of silent about it. And I'm on here and he's still kind of silent about it. I just don't know what he wants from me, is what I'm saying. Like, I want to pursue a higher path, but I see all this evil going on and all these churches that I don't
Bruh,
subscribe
you
to.
you a grown man. You a grown man, bruh. You want something, you go get it.
See, that's a
What
lie.
does God what does God has to do with what you want in life? I didn't wait on God to get this truck driving job. I went out and get it. Do you wait on God to put food in your mouth, dog? I mean, you
No,
want
no,
something,
I'm
you go
not blaming.
get it.
I know, but the thing about it is, well, why can't I just go out here and get a million?
Yeah, you because you see somebody else wake up one day and $1 million drop on their lap. You want the same thing to be done for you. Nah, God don't operate like that.
I
God don't
know why.
operate like
I
that.
mean, who does? They have the royal families, and like one person's born to a celebrity family, and they're just like instantly rich all their lives, and
And you
anything
want
they
that.
need. Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair that I
Uh,
was born into poverty. I do.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you one thing. Why are you living in poverty?
No, no, not now.
Okay. Okay, for when a person, I'm gonna tell you one thing. When a person is concerned with somebody else's pockets, most likely they don't have nothing in their pockets.
Right. I mean, it's not the fact that I don't go out and I don't make money. It's just that,
What? Tell me something you're doing positive that got you on a positive route. Like
just
something that's motivates you to go hard. What do you go hard for every day?
okay, like working gives me a sense of accomplishment and way. When I exercise, it's healthy for me, makes me feel better. Eating healthy, when I stay away from junk food and I can, try to start losing more weight because I'm overweight. These things are good. But as far as my ability, like I don't have the ability to do anything. Like I don't,
I mean,
you know,
working at a job is not going to get you rich.
exactly.
It's not going to get you where you're trying to get to.
Right. And what I'm saying, wealth, wealth is given. You can't create it. It has to be given. You cannot go out here and
How?
work and get money.
So you
I mean,
expect for
you can, but you're not going to make it. You're going to make a certain amount of money, sure, a fair wage, but I'm talking about real wealth. I'm talking about actual, like the house that I'm living in, you know, like this was given to my girlfriend by her parents, and wealth was given onto her by her parents. That's why we are in a good position as a couple. Not because of anything I did, because of what her parents did. Generational wealth. That was not something that I went out and got. It's not something in my life that I could ever attain by myself. It was given. Wealth must be given. You can work, and her dad worked as a truck driver like you. So, but what did he sacrifice? He sacrificed. You're on the road, dude. Like you don't get to come home. I mean, you get to come home
the,
sometimes, but you sacrifice your family. You
but
sacrifice all your time. It is a
here's
sacrifice.
but here's the problem. Here's the problem with with what you're telling me. Her dad, her dad her dad gave her that general wealth. How did her dad get the trucking job?
Because he was a Freemason.
He was a Freemason. Okay, now we're gonna go to Freemason. How did Freemason became Freemason?
I don't know.
Okay,
All I know is that
what
he
I'm
was
trying
a
to what I'm trying to show you is it don't matter where it came from, but the person who it came from had to get out, had to get up, get out, and put in the work to get it.
No, I'm saying that it was
Dad,
given to him.
yeah.
You're
I mean,
wrong.
even though,
Hard dude,
even,
the
even,
illusion of
hold
hard
on.
work. Come
You
on.
telling me, hold on, you telling me Freemason was given to Freemason?
Look, you're trying to say work hard and get what you want. That's a lie. It's totally a lie. Like I just told you, celebrities are born into wealth every day. And guess what? A celebrity, guess what? The company you work for,
Celeb,
probably given to somebody by a rich kid that is your technical boss,
The
and
person,
you do what they say.
okay, you won't find no truck company. No, I ain't gonna say you won't find any truck company in this world that started off with 500 trucks. Every truck company in this world started off as a small market, as a small fleet.
I
Ain't
don't think.
nobody,
Yes,
ain't,
yes.
ain't, ain't ain't no truck company, and we're talking about billion-dollar truck companies. Ain't none of them started off with 500 trucks. They had to put in the work to get where they at. Like the ones that's like 30, 50 years, 60 years old, like my company, I think they like about 30 years. They didn't start off with 500 trucks. They had like 2, 3 trucks. Like your girlfriend died.
Yeah.
That man didn't just jump in the truck and get paid. That man had to travel every 50 states to get paid. He put in the work for that general wealth. General wealth. You got to put in the work. You can't expect green grass and don't plant. You can't expect a plant and don't plant no seeds. You gotta get up and go work. You weren't about what a rich kid came up off and how they living. I mean, you might as well just give up on life, bro.
Well,
Cause that ain't never gonna happen.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, 29 years old, been working for the majority of my life. Up until even as a teenager, I was working. Never had nothing. Then I met my girlfriend, and all of a sudden, I'm a homeowner with her. And all of a sudden, I go from being homeless on the streets 3 times. This is why I'm working homeless on the street in the shelter working. I was a hard worker. Hard work is an illusion. You know who gave me my lifestyle? My girlfriend did. And guess what? You know who gave it to her? Her parents. And who gave it to them? Well, I don't know. Like, who gave her dad the job? Because it wasn't like what you did. He went around and he got this special job to where he was making $1 million a year. Well, 500,000 to a million a year, like just some absurd number. He was given this job by
Around
who?
around 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 what year? What year was this?
Well, like I'm saying, like the details aren't important. What's important is to know is that who gave him the job.
Nah, bro. I don't think a truck driver gonna make 500 to a million a year driving trucks,
That's
bro.
what I'm saying, and that's what I'm
Nah,
saying.
that right there would have been a
Exactly.
known story in the truck and
But
truck
it wasn't.
and truck driving.
I know.
Nah, no,
Now
bro.
you're
You don't
starting
you
to
don't understand.
realize.
No, no, no. Listen, and truck driving, in no way you could make 500 to $1 million a year. No way.
Exactly. Exactly. Do you understand now?
What am I trying to understand?
I'm talking about he was a 33rd degree Mason. This gives you the ability to connect with the other Masons and to say, hey, guess what? You're going to pay me. Like they hooked him up. What I'm saying is they hooked him up with this job and paid him a really good amount of money. Why? Because he demonstrated loyalty to the group. And because he demonstrated loyalty to the group, I don't know what he did to become what he did, but it seems to me like I should talk to Freemasons and I should ask them, what must I do to be part of your group? Because it seemed to work for her
Uh,
dad.
where under okay, under what I ain't gonna say tax bracket, but under what employment damn, I forgot the name of it. He was gonna okay, under what company was he working under?
Like I said, like I don't even know that. I don't even know the specific company. All I can tell you is his truck
You
driving
know,
was like whenever he picked up other cars off the highway. He wasn't like you. He had he picked up other cars off the highway, and that's what his job was. You've seen those big wheels with the cars on it. That's his job. He wasn't like transporting. stuff. He didn't transport whatever goods and like goods or stuff like that, oil or nothing. He picked up cars.
He picked up cars.
Right.
That's a car hauler. But
Yeah.
you don't know the name of the company he was working under?
No, I mean, come to think, but no, I mean, I never asked my girlfriend that. No, because he's passed away now, and
Or you ain't never do no investigation on that. 500,000 to $1 million, and you just stay with your girlfriend and then do no investigation on how to make that money. You didn't ask your girlfriend to talk to the people he was working for, none of that. I mean, you
well,
had the
no, well, it's in a
opportunity.
different state, though. I mean, it's in a different state. Like she moved here, she moved. We live in North Carolina. She moved here from Kentucky, and
And on,
like,
bruh, 500K to $1 million. You're not gonna find a way to get that money. And the person, your girlfriend, or your girlfriend dad, the person who he was working for, was, I mean, eventually you didn't want it, dog.
so
Eventually you didn't want it.
you're saying that I should go to Kentucky when I don't even have a home in Kentucky and apply.
Why you need to go to Kentucky for? Because if your girl could hook you up with the person who was
She
paying
can't
her
hook.
dad.
Wait, what makes you think that she could do it? She's not a Freemason. She can't hook me up with that job.
So she didn't know none of her dad people, none of that.
No, women are not allowed to be Freemasons.
It's not her being Freemason. Did she know any of his buddies?
No, because she's not a Freemason. I'm telling you that he was a Freemason. His buddies were Freemasons. He was a that's what he was. That's who he associated with. And because he associated with this group, the Freemasons, he made
And what
upwards to $1 million a year. And I'm not talking about his position was worth that. I'm talking about the Freemasons paid him that because of his rank. And they just sent him, they just, say, hey, do you want to do this for us? And we'll pay you this amount, blah, 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 based on your performance. If you do more work, of course, like overtime pay, stuff like that. And
and
you
what
can make,
happened with all the money?
well, they owned a farm, in Kentucky, and then they sold it and came over here because he died. Because he
Yeah,
was a
but okay. He was making 500K to 1 million a year. In 5 years, that's $5 million, and he lives in a farm. How would he spend that much money in 5 years living in a farm? What was he doing? Like, where all the money go? I mean, $1 million, that should last for like generations.
I like I said, I don't know. I mean, I know that based on some pictures that she showed me, he was into motorcycles and he went around and he wheeled and dealed. He was always like just recently when we was cleaning up the house a bit, we found a coin collection that he had made, and we didn't want to keep it. And we sold that for $700. So, he was just in all kinds of stuff. Like he would spend his money on I guess he had an investment like type mind. And then of course when they moved, they sold the motorcycles and all that. But I guess it took a lot of money to, upkeep the farm and everything. Like they had a bunch of acres. Like she showed me some, well, they actually have like a photo hanging on the wall of it. Uh, and yeah, it was just a huge farm and they had horses. And I guess it just took so much money to just keep the farm going. And it does, just because you make a lot of money, yeah, and and like I said, he just spent a lot of money like on frivolous things, like just what he wanted to do. But I don't really know like the specific details about his life other than what's been told and shown to me in
Bruh,
pictures.
you dealing with a man who was making 1 million a year, and you know trying to get into details with it. So $1 million was sitting on your lap, and you didn't do nothing about it.
It wasn't sitting on my lap because he died like 10 years ago. Do you understand like this? Like her father has been dead for like 11 years or something, or more than that. I think 12 years. So I came over here like 3 years ago. So, and she was already here, but she hadn't been here. But like for
Oh,
7 years. You see what I mean? Like there was no connections left because, like I said, women cannot be Freemasons. They moved
who?
over here to a location without
This
even
ain't.
the
This ain't.
Eastern Star.
But her knowing her dad's buddy ain't got nothing to do with her being a Freemason. You know what I mean? I was just saying that she knows them, but eventually don't. But what did she inherit from that $1 million empire?
Like you claim it's an empire. I mean, $1 million is a lot. It's better than, I mean, but it's not as much as you think. Like this home right here, it's only worth $250,000.
Yeah, but what did she inherit from it?
Like this is just this it. They sold the farm. You have to think in Kentucky farms were a lot cheaper. So when they sold the farm, you know, property in North Carolina versus property in Kentucky. Kentucky's a lot cheaper. And like I said, what did I mean? You know, they spent tens of thousands of dollars trying to fix up this house here. Like they built rooms onto it, and they were
Who
trying to
spun
finish the attic, huh?
who spun ten thousands of dollars fixing the house? Your girl?
Well, yeah, you know, like they built a sunroom onto it, and they were getting things like the reason the house is actually valued much higher. It's just like us, it's a 6 bedroom house. You know, it's a 6 bedroom house, and it's just valued much higher. It's just the reason that it was only valued at $250,000 is because the upstairs, the attic is not finished. You know, like we had, like they started to finish it. They bought a lot of stuff. It's expensive. And they, like I said, they built another room onto it and they were working on it as a project, but then everything went to hell because of her sister and her poor choices and just, you know, just, you know, her mom died. And when her mom was a nurse making good, you know, decent money too, 25 an hour. And, you know, it just, whenever someone's dying, it's really, I don't know. They just, I guess she thought she would live longer. But I agree. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's going to be gaps in the story because of the secrecy of the free. Like, we don't know there's gaps in the story because of the Freemasonry. The whole point is he was a Freemason. They gave him a life. It was given unto him. The job was given to him. And when I mean the job, I mean he did the job, but they paid him much, much more than what he was worth because he was a 33rd degree and they hooked him up. And I'm telling you, like, no, you couldn't even be a Freemason because you're black. Like they're segregated. Like you have to. There's a whole you
My
you
cousins, my cousin is a Freemason.
yeah. Like there's a black version of it, and then
There's
there's
a
white.
Freemason church. There's a Freemason church next to my church.
Right. And then
Yeah,
that's what I'm
anybody could
saying.
be Freemason. I mean, we got anybody could be a Freemason. Freemason, it don't have nothing to do with color.
I don't know. This is just what I was told by, like, this is based on what her dad told her to tell me.
Shaq's a Freemason. Shaq, if you Google Shaq, he's a Freemason. He's wearing a
Yeah,
ring. So it's
yeah,
probably you're in North Carolina, man. It's probably just different. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Different place. We're up, Joe. Feel free to join if you want, man. You guys keep going. I'm just cleaning up a little. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
So,
if you're talking about 500K, let's just say 500K, and in each delivery, they would have to be paying this man $25,000 a delivery. You know that, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, the numbers, you add them up. Like I said, I don't know any of the details about his life. I just know this is just what I've been told. And you're wanting to question it, which is fine. I'm just saying I don't have any answers for you. I don't have any details. I don't even know what company. Like I said, he died over a decade ago. And what I'm trying to explain to
You
you
go to
is,
any truck driver and tell them a truck driver making $500 to $1 million, you're gonna get questioned, bro. You're going to get questioned.
yeah, but like I don't make it. He did. And I'm just saying, yeah, I understand. But the evidence that I'm here and this property is valued as high as it is, I'm trying to explain. And not only that, but the neighbor is a Freemason. And guess what? He's a landlord. He owns a bunch of property. It seems to me like the Freemasons are just a group of business minded, wealthy men and more. That's what it
So
seems like it is to me.
what's stopping you from going there?
I worry that it's satanic. I worry that it's very evil. I worry that even the pursuit of such things, the pursuit of wealth to that extent, like I just worry that it's not Christian. That's what I worry about. And I
Are
don't want
you
to, you know,
are you going there? Are you going there to get money, or are you going there to be religious?
well, that's the purpose of the group is to establish. It's a bit. It's like I said, it's a group of wealthy businessmen.
Okay, but which one you gonna choose? You gonna stay there and complain about God leaving you in this position, or you gonna go to the Freemasons?
Yeah, I mean
Because I
that's
know
the
in
question.
I know Freemason and the Freemason stuff. They got you got to be in there. You got to worship a god, some god, to be in order to be in there.
That's kind of the double. Like I don't know what I'd be walking into. I don't even know if the group would. In order to be a Freemason, you have to be evaluated. They just don't let you in. They come to your house. They basically threaten your life. They not threaten you directly, but they come into your home. They check it. They ask you a bunch of questions. They do a background check. They know everything about you, and they're going to ask you questions. Why do you want to do it? What are you looking for? And the only way that you can become a Freemason is if you get two recommendations from other Freemasons. There's no other way. And anybody that says, oh, yeah, I'll just join this group, guess what? It's not real Freemasonry. Real Freemasonry is segregated, appropriated in this manner. There is a white version and there's a black version. Women cannot do it. Only white men, or there's another version of it that's, black men. Uh, and this is just the way it is. So this is true Freemasonry. And if you say, well, it might not be wrong or anything, but how could it be? Like I said, the evidence that I'm here and I have more wealth. Like, so I became, when I moved in here with my girlfriend and I'm helping her pay the bills now, like if we get married, which, we've been together, we might get married, but if I get married, I'm a homeowner. So I went from the streets at age 25 to the middle class when I'm 26 just because of generational wealth established by the Freemasons. And the Freemasons donate to children's hospitals. And I'm not even an advocate. I'm not even a first degree, nothing. I haven't even talked to them. All I'm saying is just the pure interest from what they're able to do with their business and their leadership. I mean, they gotta be doing something right. They're donating to children's hospitals. They're seem to be outstanding members in the community. Like I said, they're landowners, property
So are
owners,
you
business
so
minded.
are you gonna so are you gonna tell me all the Freemason people are people who are born into generational wealth?
Maybe. I mean, think about it. You have
Don't
to
you
be
think some
recon-
of them? Don't you think some of them have to work hard to get where they at?
No, no. This loyalty, no, no, no hard work. I mean, yeah. Her dad did have to go do the work, but come on, dude. They paid him so much money, just like
It
you.
don't matter, bro. You got to put in the work to get the money. You can't
Yeah,
just stay there and
sure,
wait for
but
it to drop on your lap.
sure, it was a lot of hard work when he was doing it. But dude, like you, like that,
Driving
that
trucks ain't easy, bro. I mean, I don't care if they
exactly.
paying you 1 million a day. You get behind that truck, you was gonna deal with stress for 10 straight. It depends on how long you drive. But let's say, for example, you drive 10 hours. I drive 10 hours a day, and I make $1 million. Dog, that's 10 hours of stress. It ain't truck driving ain't easy, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. It's not only that, it's a sacrifice. You have to sacrifice more than just
Hey,
the time on the job.
what about football players? You don't think that's hard work? A person born,
Football,
uh,
that's a blood sport. It should be I think it should be outlawed.
and look at wrestling, look at sports, look at people. Look at these people, these rich people keeping up with their businesses. they got to make sure everything is ran right. They got to make sure everybody getting paid right. They got to make sure they money's coming in right. They got to calculate their taxes. Dog, all that is hard work, dog. You're just not gonna sit there and don't put in work and expect money. You gotta go get it, bro. Even Bill Gates, say for example, let's take Bill Gates kids. Yeah, they're born into generation wealth. They still gonna have to put in the work to make sure that generational wealth stays as a generational wealth.
The only
I mean,
difference is whenever you get paid, it's not as much as when her dad got paid,
it
it was
don't
much
matter,
more.
bro. You got to put in the work.
The work don't matter as much as the negotiation of work is not about the work that you put into it. It's about the pay.
Ain't
It's
nobody.
all about the money. It's not about, yeah, these sports athletes, they agree to multi-million-dollar contracts but like what you're saying is that the football player, okay, here's you $10 an hour, go out there on the field and sacrifice. No, they're not going to do that. You're going to pay them multi-millions of dollars to go out there and perform. But why? Because they're worth that. Because they're a draw. They draw in money. It's called being a draw, like wrestlers too, or whatever, boxers, anything. But the thing about it is, should it even be legal? I mean, it should be legal, but people, I don't know if it, I mean, it causes so much brain damage, and you got high schooler kids getting injured, permanently damaging themselves for the rest of their life. That's a big debate on itself. But the point is, yes, you do have to put in the work, but I'm telling you, a poor person can put in work like I was every fucking day. I was hitting the grindstone. Did it matter? Hell no, I still ended up homeless. It don't matter how much work
Where you was working at?
like Taco Bell and like Waffle House and
And
I,
you think working hard over there is gonna get you a house. No, bruh. You got to put in the work. I'm not talking about employment type of work. I'm talking about work. You go to school, you get yourself a certificate or some type of accolade to get to a job that's gonna pay you some good money. Going to Taco Bell and fast food restaurants, you're not gonna get rich working there, bro. You're not.
exactly. But
So
whenever you're homeless, now you understand the problem. Whenever you're homeless, whenever jobs are scarce, what's the most prevalent
you got
jobs? Low
you got
paying
you
jobs.
know the thing, what it seemed like, bro. What it seemed like you're trying to find. You don't want to hold your own self accountable. You doing that's what it seems like because okay, yeah, okay, you went homeless, right? All right, cool. You know, but have you dissected the issue of why you went homeless?
Yeah, because I wasn't born in a generational wealth.
You don't want to hold yourself accountable. You
No,
want
I
to hold
had no
somebody else
base,
accountable.
dude. You are so misguided. You are just unbelievably misguided. I was born into poverty. That's the reason I stayed poor. And the reason I became homeless is because my family was fractured. Because whenever my family was given an opportunity to have a business, I didn't do anything.
Uh,
You know,
listen to what you
like
said. You said you
it's
were
my
born
family's fault.
into
Yeah.
you said you were born into poverty, and then you
Yes.
became homeless. How did you became homeless and you was already born into poverty?
Because my dad was on drugs. He was an alcoholic. Beat the shit out of my mom. Family fractured. Uh, she went to go live with her parents. I went to go live with them. You're just so crazy. Like what you're saying. So you're saying that you like I beat being homeless. I was homeless 3 times. I fought. I'm a fighter. I was homeless. Tried to get off the street. Homeless. I always fight. Doesn't
And
matter how hard I fought.
all 3 times did you held which of them 3 times did you held yourself accountable?
What do you mean? You like? Why do you think I became homeless?
It's not about why you became homeless. What it's about did you held yourself accountable? Did you blame yourself? Out of them 3 times, which time did you blame yourself out of them 3 times you became homeless?
How old were you? Too. That obviously matters, MC Nemesis. How old were you the first time, the second time, the third time?
Say that again.
How old was he? Because that obviously matters. If he was 12 years old, versus 18 is a big difference.
Oh, I thought that was him talking. My bad, MC.
I feel like you're drilling me, but you're missing the overall point.
No, it's not drilling you. It's called being a man. It's a man-to-man talk. You can't. It's none of that emotional stuff. We talking straight, head for head. That's how man talk. I mean, when you're dealing with life as a man, you're supposed to hold yourself accountable for your wrongs. You can't go find something to blame it on.
Well, I mean, I guess under your logic, I'm a better man than you because I have more than you, according to your logic.
Nah, according to my logic, is you gotta hold yourself.
I do work. I work, and I do hold myself accountable. I quit smoking 18 months ago. Held myself accountable to that. Held myself accountable for the diet. Became a type 1 diabetic, trying to change my diet. It's not my fault that I became a type 1 diabetic, but it's not. Type 2 diabetes is where you eat yourself into it. I was afflicted with this.
That's a man. That's a male trait. That's a male trait to blame yourself. It's a female trait when you're looking for something to blame it on.
I didn't give myself type 1 diabetes.
Do that.
I was not. I did not born myself into poverty. I didn't do these things to myself. For me to get this far in life.
But when you got older,
it's not.
When you got older.
Do you understand the concept that if you're born poor, it's much harder to get to the middle class than it is if you're born into the middle class? Than it is to be like how if you're born into the middle class, you're a million times more likely to stay middle class or rise.
Oh, okay.
I was born into extreme poverty and rose up into the middle class. Why? Just because of the person that I met.
Okay, listen.
And I'm saying it was because of God. And you're denying the goodness of God. I'm saying God did all this. I did not do anything by my own power. You're trying to lean by your own power. I'm saying God did all this in my life. God is good. He's the one who blessed me. He's the one that used the algorithm to help me find my girlfriend and to give me this life. Otherwise, dude, I wouldn't have had it. I worked all my life. I tried. I became homeless 3 times, fought homelessness, watched my grandparents die, meanwhile trying to work and keep everything together. I could not do anything by myself. I prayed to God, and guess what? I was meant to take care of my grandma till the day she died, because right after my grandma left to go stay, she was going to go to a nursing home, but my aunt and uncle they had more money than us, and she needed to leave the house. Dude, there was a tree growing through our house. I've been through the most extreme poverty you can imagine, except for like ghetto gun flying stuff. But I mean, I have been around gangsters and stuff, like even like meth heads and stuff like that. I'm saying I've come from extreme poverty to the middle class, not because of anything that I did, no hard work, because I met a girl online whose dad was a truck driver. Okay, just forget about the Freemason, whose dad worked. But guess what, dude? If you don't have a stable environment as a kid, that affects your growth. I mean, you can't tell me that in a ghetto city that a kid that's a homeless 12-year-old is going to have the same opportunities as a privileged 14-year-old white guy whose dad is an engineer making $100,000 a year versus a black kid. I mean, what you're saying is, black kid, why don't you pull yourselves up by your bootstraps? It's your fault you're homeless. It's your fault you're all this. You need to, it's not, that you need to quit looking at him for his generational wealth. Even though he's a drug addict, all he does is party and drives a Mercedes Benz. And I know that you're working at the Sonic, getting sped on by customers, having drinks poured in your face, and being harassed by your boss, sexually harassed by your boss because you're a girl. Oh no, it's your fault. It's your fault that you're poor. That's such a warped logic. And how can you even begin to explain yourself is what, and I'm not trying to be accusatory or angry or anything. I'm just like, you got to explain yourself, dude.
Okay.
Like, I don't understand.
Okay. are you 100% sure you're gonna stick by your statement? Like what you just said, everything you just said. Are you sure?
I thought you were a conservative, MC Nemesis. You sound like a lot of liberals right now, acting like it's the government's
Yeah.
fault. And you said you were conservative, isn't it?
Uh,
People's responsibility too to do their. Obviously,
good.
people are born where they're born, but at some point, they got to
Hey
take
Ryan,
responsibility. Yeah, go
Ryan,
ahead.
let me ask you this: is it not a lot of athletes and superstars who grew up poor?
Yeah, most of them, obviously.
I mean, so I mean that there goes your there goes my answer, MC.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so dude, like there's only less than 1% of all athletes become
One
professional.
percent. Do you do
Yeah.
you do you do you do you okay? Tell me an athlete that you tell me an athlete or a superstar, anybody who's rich that started off poor and they became rich. Name one.
Who started off, okay, so you're dirt poor. Okay, so it defines what you mean by poor. Okay. I don't know of a person who started off dirt poor, homeless on the streets as a kid, who became an athlete. No, I don't. And another thing too, do you realize that being an athlete is a talent given by God, and it's not something that
Okay.
everyone can do?
Jimmy Butler was homeless. Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat, basketball player, NBA. Josh Jacobs was homeless. I mean, there's a lot more, man.
Right.
You
And I'm
listen to
saying that
rap,
they had
right?
talents.
You listen to rap, right?
They
MC.
had genetics. They had talents on their side.
You
They
listen to
had the
rap, right?
ability to do it.
You listen to rap, right?
Right.
Yeah, Tupac was homeless.
He was a gangster, dude. He killed people.
That man wasn't no gangster. He wasn't no gangster. He didn't kill nobody. That man was homeless.
Yeah, wasn't he
He
was a
was going
crip
from
one.
he was going from
Okay. So now
homeless
Tupac,
shelter
of
to
course,
foster homes and
he was a
all of
saint.
that.
Come on, dude. Tupac was a gangster, rep for well, didn't he rep for the Crips? And he was a gangster talking about gang
Tupac Tupac
stuff.
Tu- Tu- Tupac
He
was
got
not a
shot by he
gangster,
got
bro.
shot by Biggie because Biggie's was the blood and they was in a gang war. So he built his
No,
enterprise off crime.
no,
Yes.
no. Go go
He was a
where is your
criminal. Tupac was a criminal.
that man did not become a criminal until he started till he came into the rap game. Did you I ain't gonna say did you, but do you know his life before the rap game?
I know that. Okay, let me explain this. In the rap game, there's a lot of gang members that will do crimes and launder their money through their music. You realize that, right?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Tupac. Do you know Tupac
Yeah,
life
I'm talking
before the
about
rap game?
he laundered. Yeah, he was an actor, right? He took acting school, and there's questioned with how much of his was a character and how much of it was reality.
I mean, but you knew his life before the rap game. You know about his life before the rap game, like his growing up and
No,
stuff with
I mean
his mom and all that.
vaguely, but I wouldn't say. Gosh, I want to say that I did watch one Tupac documentary, but it didn't go into a lot of detail. This documentary I watched didn't. It was more focused on his rap career than it was his actual. So you've obviously done more research with Tupac. But what point are you trying to make here?
It was in poverty, just like you.
And he became a gangster, rapping about gangster stuff, doing gangster stuff, committing crimes. The point of being a gangster is committing crimes, stealing, rob people,
Are you
selling
thinking about being
drugs.
a Freemason?
I know and you're saying so. You think Freemasonry is a gang?
No. Is that you want to join a corporation or some type of group to get you to make yourself some money?
Yeah, network connections. I want to find somebody who will give me a
So
job. Do you realize that someone has to give you a
if
job? You just don't get it, right?
okay, no, I get it, but if Tupac did it, why can't you do it?
I feel like, is this a troll or something? Like, if Tupac did it, why can't I? Because I don't want to be a gun-toting
Yeah, you're
gangster.
cutting out. You're cutting out. You're cutting out.
A
Whether it
gun
be a
tote. I don't want to be a
gangster,
gun-toting gangster.
it's not about a gun toting gangster. It's about connections. If being a gangster with Tupac connection to getting money, what is going to be your connection to getting money? Since you was in poverty.
My connection, what got me out of poverty, was my girlfriend. Was meeting her through the algorithm and moving over here. That way, I had a stable environment where I was off the street, and I was able to find day labor to do and part-time work, and I was able to kind of, I've been able to,
Have you thought
do that
about
kind of
going
work.
back to school or getting some type of degree or certificate, like some type of career job, or you know what I mean? Have you ever thought of that?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know what I want to do. I really don't. Maybe I want to be a truck driver, but I don't know. I mean, I've thought
I
about
mean,
what I
that's
want to do, and I can honestly tell you I don't know. I mean, I'm 29. I don't know. I mean, I'm working and making some money. I don't know. Like, rapping's my hobby. I do that, but I don't think, like, I'm not going to lean on that as an actual career. I don't know.
listen, listen. God God created you to be a man. You got to be a man, bro. You got to get up and get out and do something. You can't wait for stuff because you see other people got it and you don't got it. You know what I mean? You got to make a way for yourself. You know, you can't just expecting something to fall from the sky because it happened to somebody else. Like I tell you, man, if you watching somebody pocket, eventually you don't have nothing in your pocket. You know, I mean, being a man is to get up and put in the work, to work hard at what you want.
I
When
mean,
I mean, when
I
I
do
mean by
work.
working hard, when I mean about working hard, I'm not talking about a job. I'm talking about in general in life.
What about my rap? What about me, doing my,
When you
like
rap,
I
don't you
work?
go hard, right?
Yeah.
You work hard at your rap, right?
Yeah, I want to release more rap, and I plan to release some
Yeah, you
soon. But the thing is, dude, what do you do when I need 10,000 monthly listeners on Spotify? I don't have it. How am I going to get it?
got to put in the work.
How am I going to put in the work when the work costs money to invest in? And if I don't have it at the time, how do I put in the work?
Well,
Tommy, not
eventually,
Tommy. I was saying hi to Tommy, but yeah, MC Nemesis. If you're trying to get people to join, I mean, it's a good idea for all of us for YouTube channels too. Is you should offer like $100 to a random subscriber, and then you know what I mean. People that works. I've seen a lot of big channels do that. I mean, I try not to do it because this is a Christian channel, but for your rap, you go out, you hand out a flyer with all your information on it, a business card, whatever you want to do, a piece of paper, a business card, whatever, and you just say if you're the 100th or 1,000th subscriber, you get $100 or something, and people don't care. It's just put on the thing. It's free to subscribe, and I will pay out. Give me a Cash App or PayPal, and I'll pay you. You could try stuff like that. It may not work, but you'll probably
man,
get at least a couple people. A few people.
Yeah, I mean that's a good brainstorm, and I appreciate the suggestion. I did get some CDs printed for my first album that I sold in person. I sold it. I made my money back from it, and I gave a few away. And I mean, I try to spread the word. My problem is I don't have like Spotify. In order to launch an ad campaign, they want $250, and I'm having to balance my budget here. Like production costs money versus like you have to lease the beats, or yeah, you have to lease the beats and spend the
are
gas.
you working? Where you work at now?
Like I said, I'm registered with like a tip agency, right? And I'm doing just some day labor. I don't have a full-time position. It's like a part-time work to where if someone needs their furniture moved, I go out and do that, or just day labor. Have you ever heard of that? To where you like,
Yeah, I used to do day labor when I was
Yeah, I've
15.
done that too. That sucks. That never
Uh,
works out. They always
but it didn't
shaft
suck
you.
when I was 15.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
why I have a lot of free time, and it's just like I want to do more, but I don't want to
But you
work
need
retail. Like, here's what I refuse to work. I tried to work retail. It's I can't do it. I don't want anything to do with the public because I'm not mentally. I wouldn't say I'm mentally handicapped, but I just don't do well in the public, like customer service wise. And
bro, you gotta make sacrifices, dog. You gotta make
I can't. I
sacrifices.
can't. Like last time I
You
worked at Taco Bell, I got in a fight, almost got in a fight over a dude with a taco, dude. Like I can't
then,
handle people.
then bro, eventually you don't want to be a rapper, dog. If rapping is that important to you, dog, where you know you could be rich, bro, you're gonna have to sacrifice, bro.
Hey,
You're
I'm
gonna
willing to
have to.
do the work. I know I'm willing to do the work all day. I was at Taco Bell getting the orders together. You know what got me in a fight? Because we was getting an order together, and this dude, I was like, hey, wait a minute, he's missing a taco. And because I wanted that customer to get their order, he snatched the bag out of my hand and said, give me that. So I took the taco, and the taco was in my hand. So I took the taco and I threw it in his face and told him, get out in the fucking parking lot and let's fight. You know what?
Man,
Do it.
man to man, man to man, man to man, MC.
Yeah.
If a man, if a man don't invade your 6 feet of space, you don't have to get into altercation. You're 28 years old, bro. If a
He's
person ain't gonna,
he snatched a fucking bag out of my hand over Taco Bell order.
well, let it slide. I mean, how's that?
No, I'm not letting it slide so this motherfucker can keep disrespecting me at my job. Are you crazy?
Then, bro,
Absolutely.
you ain't gonna last. You're not gonna last
I
making
know
money, dog.
because I don't hit up. Of course, I'm going to last. My philosophy's better than yours. Like I said, I have more than you. And according to your logic, my philosophy's better because I have more.
So if you make millions of dollars, you trying to tell me you're not gonna be able to control your anger?
Oh, of course, for money. But Taco Bell making $8 an hour, and you want me to control my rage? And another thing too, it's not so much. And like I said, I'm not mentally. I'm not the most calm person. If someone, if it's just like if someone disrespects me, I want to fight them because that's what a man does. If someone disrespects you,
you're in your 20s, man. We were all like that. Trust me. When you get older, when you
Yeah.
get in your mid 30s, you'll look back at that mindset and you'll say, man, that wasn't smart. Like, because all it does is get you in jail. All it does is get you
Yup.
in trouble. Like, you got to think, like, you'll hurt somebody. And if you hurt them more than you intended, what the consequences are. And, you'll think about, well, that guy owed me $50 and I can't let it slide. Then you end up beating the guy up and he presses charges. You end up in jail for 4 years. And you just think every day, like, damn, I could have let $50 just go. And, so violence.
it's
It's
not.
not always the answer, dog.
Yeah, and Jesus teaches us not to turn the other cheek. So I mean, you really, if you're going to be a Christian, you got to lose that mindset. But I get it because when I was in my 20s, I was real bad, man. I got into a lot of fights from high school. I got started getting in fights at like 14, man. From 14 to 30, I was a wild man. So before I broke my neck, so. I relate, but it's really immature. Not saying you're immature like dumb. It's like just not having the life experience that you have. Like when you're in your mid 30s or 40s, you really slow down and you realize, I should. I mean,
Yeah,
look,
you got
a
it.
good example is look at Mike Tyson now. You know who Mike Tyson is, right? Obviously,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I mean, you're a little
He's not
younger
the
than
same
us,
no
so you
more.
yeah. I
don't.
know who it is.
But you don't know. You're a little younger, so you didn't get to watch him fight when box earlier. But that guy was a complete maniac animal from Brooklyn, savage, bro. But now look at him. He smokes a lot of weed. He's peaceful. He's calmed down. He tells stories about all that stuff, and he realizes like the folly in it. Because now it's like he's trying to serve God as best as he can. And I don't know. I'm not the judge of Mike
He's
Tyson,
Muslim.
but yeah, I mean he's changed his whole life basically though, but there's a lot of
Yeah.
examples. Mike Tyson's just one of them, man. I mean, I'm one of them. I'm sure Lou's one of them. you know, you're still, we're not going to judge you because you're in your 20s. So we understand. I mean, when I was 28, you couldn't tell me anything. I was stubborn and I was hard headed. And it's just something about pride when you're younger, because you care more about, like, especially rap music can get you in that mindset of like, oh, I got to be the tough guy. Like, rap music's really bad like that. I don't know what type of rap you listen to, because I hear what kind of rap you rap, but if you listen to like hard gangster rap and shit, that always leads you to bad decisions too. I mean, I always, wanted to be the tough guy because of that. I can't let stuff slide. Everybody, but then you get older and you realize those rappers were lying. They're not living like that themselves. You get older and you watch on YouTube interviews of people saying that, oh, that rapper got beat up, or he got his chain took, or he got, he wasn't the tough guy. This guy next to him was the tough guy. So it's like, you got to be careful. Like, music will really lead you down a bad path. So just be careful. I don't know what kind of music you listen to, but music will lead you down a bad path. Like, who's the rappers you listen to?
Well, who inspired me to rap was Tom McDonald.
Yeah, okay. I know that guy. He's like a political white guy with a bunch of tattoos. Yeah.
Right. I mean, he's the one who told me I could be a rapper in one of his songs. He's like, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. And I took that to heart. And after listening to some of his music, I said, damn, this dude's trash. I know I can do better. So I proceeded to do better. And,
yeah.
I said, damn, if this dude can make it. But then I started to realize after I did the first, second album, I said, oh, damn, this is not about skill at all. This is just a popularity contest.
Yeah, there's a lot of politics in a lot of things, especially rap and acting and any, entertainment thing.
If I knew what I knew now about rap, I would have never got in it, because I can tell you right now, the rap community does not support a new artist like me. You know what they support? A $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 ad campaign that Tom McDonald launches to get himself 1 million views. And because he gets 1 million views, he has a bunch of reactors latching on to him that want the views too, because he pays for views that much. And he just pays for views, and then he pays for views, and now he is organic. But I've done some market research, and it's all paid. Like, there, and look, and it's sad too, because I found some absolutely amazing rappers in the underground with very little following, and I said Tom McDonald doesn't deserve even half of what he has. He don't deserve that. He literally paid for it all based on investments that he got from the George Soros Foundation. And like what I was trying to tell Lou, wealth is not, you can't acquire it. It's just given to you.
Yeah.
So how was wealth given to Dr. Phil, and, well, I'm gonna use white people for example.
Oprah.
How was wealth given to Dr. Phil and Jim Carrey's, and
I just said Oprah made Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil was homeless at 12 years old.
No, Oprah gave him Oprah funded his TV show.
I'm talking about homeless. He was homeless at 12 years old.
No, but you wouldn't even know who Dr. Phil was if Oprah didn't make the show.
I'm not talking about when he got a show. You're talking about people being born into poverty and they stick in the middle class and all that stuff.
Exactly. Dr. Phil's a perfect example. He worked all of his life until Oprah gave him the wealth, and then you know him as Dr. Phil.
I mean, that's not saying that he didn't work for it, though. I mean, if you get a break, all you're talking about is everybody kind of needs a break at some point. Everybody needs one person that can get them in the door for an opportunity, and that may be true, but that doesn't mean everything was given to them, because they had to work to get to that point. So, I mean, you're kind of like saying, well, if anybody needs a break at one point, just like a person in a position to get them in the door to get a job interview or to give them a job, that means they just got everything handed to them. I mean, if you work for 20 years and then you finally, you go out to eat at a restaurant and you finally run into the CEO of a big company, and he says, wow, you're a great rapper. I'm going to give you a multi-million-dollar contract. Does that mean you just got everything handed to you, or does that mean you worked for 20 years and then you went in the restaurant and met the right guy and catch a break? Because the way you're looking at it, you're going to be like, oh, well, MC Nemesis, he didn't do anything. He just went out to eat, and this guy handed him $1 million contract, and you're going to ignore everything else the 20 years.
Nobody is ever going to invest in you like that. You have to be a part of a group, like the free. I don't know. You have to be part of a group and prove your loyalty. We don't know what these loyalty badges include. All we know is that whatever the loyalty badges that this group, like what happens is you find a group to associate yourself with, a group with power and money and influence, the media. Then you have to be accepted by this group. Then, okay, yeah, you're right. You do have to be like, you have to be a certain way. However, what if you are nothing? What if you're not a rapper? You have no talents. You can, like Tom McDonald, he sucks. He sucked. Like in the beginning, I mean, he was total, like he was so bad. Like his first album, his first 3 albums, terrible. And then all of a sudden, he just met the right people. Which, if you go back in history and you look at kind of the patterns, there's 7 royal families in the world that can, the media companies that control everything. The 1%, they control everything, and essentially, without being given, like I said. And now you can work hard. You can be a good hard worker. You can make some decent money, like Louis driving a truck, making decent money. I'm talking about real wealth. I'm talking about that $1 million in a year. I'm talking about that unrealistic wealth that's dumped onto your lap. That, like, you're a sports player. You got $10 million contract. Congratulations. That kind of wealth is given. That kind of wealth is not. Yes, they're a good football player, but so is these hundreds others of high schoolers.
Tell me one person that was given that wealth. Name one person.
Like as a football player?
I ain't talking about no football player. I'm talking about generational wealth. Name me one person that was given that wealth.
Tony Khan.
Who?
Tony Khan.
Tony Khan? Tony Khan. I don't know who's that.
He's the CEO of
who?
AEW Wrestling.
AEW Wrestling.
Right.
So you're giving me a recent person.
Well, Tony, his dad is the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
His dad owned the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Yeah, Shadid Khan, the Khan family.
And
it's by families.
That's a perfect. Okay. And who gave his dad his $1 million wealth?
I don't know. I just know that Shadid Khan's the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Tony Khan wanted to own a wrestling company, so his dad gave him $50 million, and now the company's worth $400 million. And Tony Khan knows nothing about wrestling. He's constantly criticized for his lack of ability to book the wrestlers properly, to put on a proper wrestling show.
Okay.
But just because he has money, he was given everything, and he's the CEO, the boss of a lot of people, hundreds of people. Just because he has money, he's the boss.
Okay, you know Dave Singler, the owner of Wendy's.
Okay.
You know who's that?
Yeah, vaguely.
Okay, who gave him his $1 million empire?
I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing that it's what he worked himself up from the ground up. I guess that's what you're saying.
Okay, remember not just a couple of minutes ago or seconds or whatever, you said in order for a person to get there, they have to be given to them.
Okay, I think I'm talking about real wealth. I'm not talking about measly $1 million. I'm talking about real, like, wealth that can be like $1 million is a lot to us. I'm talking about real wealth.
You talking about real? Okay, who gave Bill Gates his $1 billion empire? I don't know how much. I don't know if $1 million empire is not enough for you, but who gave Bill Gates his $1 billion empire?
You're naming people. They're called innovators that created something. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Dave, he created Wendy's, a concept that blew up.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are, some ideas, some innovations that do blow up. Like you could post a YouTube video tomorrow and it blow up just out of random. Not necessarily random, but just go viral. And that's,
Yeah.
well, some channels have been developed that way. Used to be a lot more back in the day. However, uh, yeah, I mean, the chance. Think about it. Are you going to rely on your just because you go viral, just because you make a hit? Like you can't like other people's success. There's going to be 99.9% other people that they're not going to go viral. They actually they have to work for it, and they have to properly promote.
I mean, which one would you take? Somebody dropping it on your lap, or you getting the strike of a luck and go viral? Which one would you want?
I think that, like I said, I mean, you're saying that I have the ability to go out here and get any job I want, regardless. I could just walk into an employer and say, you know what, I'm a hard worker, give me a job. And you're like, well, you're not qualified. I'd be like, well, just hire me and teach me. And you're saying go to school, and that's fine. I can. Like, I'm 29, I can go through 4 years. But guess what? That means that would put me in, being 35 when I first start my profession versus growing up in a stable home with a stable environment, deciding what I want to do, and then at the age of 18 going off to college, starting my career at age 22. Instead of me doing that, I was fighting with my family when I was a teenager. So that's what I got to do. Versus you're saying that, oh, why? It's your fault. It's like it's your fault that you should have been stronger. But I was dealing with, and I know like they seem like excuses to you, but whenever you're dealing with that kind of mental pressure, it can break you. I mean, it broke me. You know. That's why I have problems as I get older. That's why I'm a rageaholic. That's why, and I'm trying to overcome these issues by working on them. And yeah, I mean, they might seem like excuses because you're not suffering with them personally, which, I mean, I'm just
So
saying
the
this.
way
I
the way
try,
you
I
paint
work hard.
the way you paint in your picture is like nobody ain't never get through it. You the only person who been through it, and nobody else. And then well, you making it seem like the situation you in. If a person was put in that situation or been in that situation, it's impossible for them to get out of it.
It makes sense to you and not to me.
Well, I don't know. I think, like I
I mean,
said,
bro,
not impossible.
it's plenty of rich folk stories who started off from nothing, and now they're one of the richest
But what
people in
about
the.
the hundreds? Okay, you're pointing out one person, the owner of Wendy's. Congrats. Bill Gates, congrats. What about the 50 other million people that started a business that failed? What about the hundreds of millions of people that try every day to pull themselves up by the bootstraps that still fail?
I could use the
Let's talk
same
about them.
argument. I could use the
It's their
same
fault,
argument.
right?
I could use the same argument with people who was in poverty. What about the 50,000 people who was in poverty? Now they rich.
They're not. Like that's what I'm saying. Just because a
I
handful of
get.
people,
Let me give
1%
you.
of people,
Let me give you a
1%.
couple of. Let me give you a couple of stars. Let me give you a couple of stars. Right. Hold on.
Do you really? Okay, if you want to do this, if you want to go the statistics route, I can look up a bunch of statistics to prove my point. I can tell you the class rate. Like I can tell you what percent of the population is in different classes in America. And then you can argue that point. Like there is not as many rich people as you think. I mean, there are rich people in the upper class, but it would not be the upper class if there was just, oh, it's so many people up there. I think that you are holding on to this notion that you as a person, you yourself, because you work hard and that you strive for a goal, I think that you can reach a certain level, which you can. Let's be frank. Your problem is with your logic is you fail to realize that everything is handed to some people. That God creates some people to be mega rich and they don't deserve it. God creates other people to be super poor despite, and I've seen some great people on the street that don't do drugs or anything. They just had a bad home life like me, and that they're on the street and they don't have opportunities. And you're saying it's their fault they don't have opportunities. But yet, whenever they go make opportunities for themselves by robbing, stealing people, killing people, then you're like, oh, wait, that's the wrong opportunities. But what if that's the only opportunities they have to live? It's either break into someone's home, if someone's there, kill them, take what they have. I mean, that's what people done before. I mean, that's what people did. They just raided towns and they killed everybody. And over time, we developed a system of wealth to where we distributed it amongst the people and we created jobs. But we had to kill people for that first. If you're impoverished and if your village is about to starve, what are you going to do? Okay, sorry, guys. We're going to die this year. You know, we don't have enough hunters to feed the village. Or are we going to be like, no, let's poison the water for this other tribe and kill all them and then take resources so we can live? It's survival of the fittest, man. I know you don't want to look at life through that way and that you have a notion that there's good people, but the reality is 99.9% of people are evil. Very, very few people are good. And that very, very few people get to actually experience what it's like to be truly free. You are a wage slave. You will always be a wage slave unless someone gives you wealth. And that you might be a good wage slave. You might be making six figures. You might be making good money. But don't lie to yourself. You are not anything more than somebody else's wage slave. You're making somebody else rich. You're making the rich kid whose dad, like, what if they wanted to own a trucking company like I just explained with Tony Khan? Okay, the dad owned a company. Guess what? Dad owned a record label, so now you're an artist. Like K Reno. You were given investment money, like my friend Oliver. Here's you $20,000 to start your business. Was I given $20,000? Where's my $20,000 to start my rap career? Why wasn't I given it? And then your excuse would be, oh well, you don't look at what another man. Why? Why don't I go out and find somebody to give it to me? Because that's how real wealth is established, and you don't want to admit it to yourself. You want to think that people can come out here and do anything they want, but the reality is they simply cannot, and it is impossible. Like 1%, less than 1% of people, like Dave Singler, stuff like that. Yes, and I'm saying to strive for your dreams. I'm saying that 99% or more will fail, and that when you fail, what are you going to do? When you do fail, what are you going to do? And you're not giving proper answers. You're just, I
Okay,
can do it. You're
okay,
like, I can do this, but I'm telling you,
okay,
you can't do it.
okay. You win, right? You win. Now that you win, and everything you said is right, I want you to go to a Freemason and tell him exactly what you told me. And I want you to tape record it so I could see what their response is, how they respond to what you just
If
said.
I tape record it, they would kill me.
If you tape record asking them about how to get rich,
Yeah, and then I played it on YouTube. Freemason sees
okay,
it.
okay, okay. Go to a person who was
They're gonna
born
kill me.
into go to a person who was born into a generational wealth, right? Who had a generational wealth. Go to them. Bring them on here or whatever. And let's see what their response is from what you just told me.
The people that have this generational wealth actually have companies that they're doing stuff like they're not going to come like this is how you know that you're a wage slave because you're on here. People
Okay,
who's not
bring
wage
in
slaves.
bring in that one guy that came last time who said he didn't have to buy nothing ever in his life. Bring him on.
I'm just
And
saying.
you
Don't.
and you tell him what you just said to us. and
You
let's
want
see what
someone
he
to back you
says.
up. You're hoping someone else comes and fights a better battle than what you were able to do. And
No, we getting somebody who you want to be like, who you want. He got something that you want, and we're gonna see what he says about it.
yeah, I'm
Just
not
simply
sure.
right.
I'm not sure where it's going. Like, I think that you are angry, and this is how I feel too. Like, you're
I'm not
angry at the
angry.
world.
I said you're right. I said you're right. You win. What I'm angry about?
But I don't think you really believe that. I think you're just trying to concede to kind of move past this. But in a way, you're kind of
Why?
not wanting to.
Why wouldn't I? Why would I? Why wouldn't I want to believe it?
Well, because you're a hard worker, Lou. You really are. You bust your ass every day. And you would like to believe that you could have a little something in life. And you work hard enough, you probably will. I guarantee it. But don't kid yourself.
You're a
There's
liberal.
people,
You're a liberal, MC
If
Nemesis. Don't call yourself conservative because you are.
you don't you think that's liberal beliefs? What I believe
All
about
you're talking about right now is very liberal. Like you're asking for like the government to come in and basically be communist. That's the next logical progression of what you're saying, right? You're going to say, how do we fix this problem? And you're going to say, well, the government needs to give money. You like the next logical progression from what you're complaining about is to say, well, the government has to help people and give them money because they can't work for it. They need help from the government. Like you haven't said that part yet, but that's the logical next step of your ideology, is it not?
unfortunately, no. I wish I could say that you could dismiss me. But
Well,
unfortunately, I believe that the system is how it
the
should be.
system,
well, hold on. How do we help these people then? Like you're saying, you can't just work hard and get it. So, what's your solution? Like, of course, the next logical step in your ideology is for the government to give money to people. So, you're very liberal in this circumstance. You might not be liberal in other ways, but I think you're just proving my point on why I don't call myself a Democrat or a Republican because I think we some issues were left, some issues were right. You know, some were liberal, some were conservative. Because here you seem very liberal about.
Unfortunately, though, even though I think it's unfair, but and you're not going to like this answer, guys, but I honestly believe the system's fine because for the common people who are poor, who are impoverished, they deserve it.
Wow.
And,
Wow.
and, and I hate to say it, and the reason I think that is because, like, yes, there are people like me that didn't deserve it, but why are they poor? Have you ever guys questioned that? Some people, yes, they do have the case, but what I didn't
why
reveal, what
why
I
don't
didn't
you
reveal,
deserve it? Why don't you
well,
don't?
there's
Why you
things
don't
that I
deserve it?
didn't reveal, and
Well, you're
I'll tell
talking
you.
about your own experience more than anything because your parents did drugs and stuff like that. So you're probably
Right.
gonna say that's why they were poor because of stuff like
How
that.
how but how is somebody action stopping you from your own actions?
Well, let me explain.
What
When I
what
was on the street, I was dating a girl, right? And I know you're like, well, you're dating a girl. Okay, she was given $25,000. Her parents had passed away. She inherited 25 grand. Well, instead of using that money to get a house, a car, get her life straight, guess what she did? Blew it all on drugs. And she even told me, I ruined my life because she was given an opportunity. So, because I think that after being given an opportunity, she probably deserved to be where she was at, honestly, because she wasted her money. It was her choice.
Yeah, but not all poor people did that. Some people came as immigrants because they had a bad life in another country. I mean, everything varies, man. You know.
This is true. However, I've been homeless and I have sympathy for them. However, whenever I was on the street, there was some people like me, like I said, the majority of people on the street, 90 plus percent of them, 95% of them deserve to be there. They deserve to wallow in the mud. And I'll tell you why. They're on drugs, gangsters, alcoholics. Um, there are people that would get jobs and then their first paycheck run off to do a bunch of drugs, caught up in their own vices. They would fight with each other at the shelter sometimes. These people could not rise above their animalistic instincts.
All right. Yeah.
And that's just, and the people that could, guess what? They weren't homeless very long. And the reason that the reason I wasn't homeless is because I didn't do drugs. I didn't fight with people. I stayed strong and I worked and I tried. And then I went to a dating website because I had a ideation, childish as it might have been, that I wanted to find me a good girlfriend, a wife. And I think that God heard my prayers and that He used the algorithm to give me this life. And I think my life now is a testament from how, if you believe in God and that if you are willing to help yourself, He can put you into a different class. He can change your reality and He can give you things. Like, I did not earn any of this, I was given it. And I'm not saying it cannot be earned, but I'm saying the majority of the times, over 90, let's say 95%, just to be liberal, 95% people will fail in this life. 95% will stay in the muck. 95% of people will not rise up and overcome. They will do their drugs. They will believe in their hateful doctrines, their false ideologies. What can I do? Should I suffer for the sins of others, or should I exploit them and give them exactly what they want? If they want cigarettes, give them cigarettes. Pay me money. This is what they'll buy. If they want alcohol, give them alcohol. Let them be alcoholics. This is how the elitists think. This is what they think about people. They turn them over to their sins as God does, and they make a profit from them. And because, and it's wrong. It is wrong, but this is their logic. This is because most people are common, uncommon error. The 1%'s the 1% for a reason. Either they were given it, and I'm not saying they're self-righteous, holy. I'm saying that someone along the way had to do it, and then generational wealth, unfair system that they were passed down, and then they were passed down, and they spend their teenager years and their 20s fucking up, just like a poor person would. But they're immune to this because they were able to, because someone along the line had to exploit someone. I'm telling you that wealth, the creation of it, marketing is based on basically the 7 deadly sins. Marketing is based on sins. Like rap, they feature a girl shaking her ass, and then we have Nikocado Avocado, gluttony, mukbanging, getting fatter than hell, leaving veganism. People watch that. Eugenia Cooney, an anorexic, they're watching her die on camera. Her knees going purple, all kinds of stuff, about to die on camera. They're waiting for her death, drinking Belle Delphine's bathwater to satisfy their sick fantasies. I look at this world that I've been exposed to ever since I've been on YouTube, and I see nothing but pestilence. I see nothing but disgusting behavior. They're praising people cyberbullying and harassing. They're praising people who dox each other. They're praising people who beat up the mentally, physically, who harass these people. And they're demonizing people like me who just want to be good Christians, who want to talk with other fellow Christians. They demonize me. And this is why the elite believe the way they do. Everything is a calling ritual. The trans movement, calling, the LGBT movement, that's a calling ritual to get people to stop procreating, because this world can only hold 7 billion people. I understand why they do it. The real metadata behind it.
The, the
It's
way
just,
you talking, the way you talking, you making yourself a victim. That's what it sounds like, and it sounds like you didn't really have a male presence in your life that's going to hold you accountable for your own act. That's going to hold you accountable for your actions. Seems like you. That's what it seems like, because you pointing fingers at everybody except for yourself.
well, no, I'm essentially like I said, I'm overweight and I'm out of shape. That's my fault because I used to be in good shape.
I don't. Okay.
I know. I
Me
mean, I
and
don't know
me
what
and
you're.
Ryan, me and Ryan. Well, we've been dealing with each other for like a year now, Ryan. Like
What?
a year or so. We've been dealing with each other for like a year, right?
Yeah. Me and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know each other about a year. Yeah.
Not once have we. I ain't gonna say not once, but when we conversate about our personal life, we don't point fingers at people. We point fingers at ourselves. Whether we were right or wrong, we blame it on ourselves. We don't say this happened because of this. This happened because of this. At times, like one time, Ryan got overly mad and he turned around and blamed himself for it. He didn't blame the person for getting it. He blamed himself for it. And even with me, if I get mad,
There was more than one time when that happened. By the
yeah,
way,
I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out one time.
there's being generous there to say, oh, one time. There might have been a couple times.
Couple of not too long
Might have
ago
been
with Ace.
a dozen or two. Yeah.
With
Yeah.
Ace Philosophy, not too long ago with Ace Philosophy.
Yeah, no, or with EJ, and yeah, I've had my moments, or with
Oh,
my buddy, Mr. Slander, Astral Projection, Mr. Egypt.
Yeah. Oh, man, I ain't doing it. Yeah,
Miss,
him. Yeah.
Miss,
But
Mr.
even though
Egypt.
Ryan took the Ryan held himself accountable. Even with me, I hold myself accountable when I do something wrong, when I say something wrong. You know what I mean? That's a part about being a man. Pointing fingers at everybody else but yourself, you're not being a man. It's like you're scared to get hurt. You can't scare to hurt. I mean, you scared to hurt yourself. You know, you can't be facing life like that. You're 28 years old. I mean, by now you should face the world blaming yourself and not other people. You know what I mean? I mean, what? I'm 41, or Ryan like 39, 38.
I'm 40.
Yeah, Ryan turned 40 this year.
Yeah,
We giving you the game, bruh. You know, you sitting there waiting for a big break, as if you were Tupac and Judge, and Suge Knight pops up and say he gonna sign you. I mean, it's a 1 out of 1,000,000 chance that's gonna happen. What you looking for is a 1 out of 1,000,000 chance that's gonna happen. Because if that was the case,
Exactly.
a lot of people
Exactly.
would have been doing what you're doing.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And the fact that, like, I'm an independent rapper, I mean, the only way that I'm going to get over on the internet, I figured it up on a piece of paper how much, and through marketing advice I've watched on other channels, it'd take about $3,000 to $5,000 for an average song to get over on the internet. You have to. I'm talking about you have $5,000 in your bank account, turn the Google ad, give it to Google. That's how much money it takes for one song to be actually heard by industry just industry standard 150 to 300,000 views. That's how much 150 to 300. That's how much it would cost to get that.
You don't have the confidence to come up with 40,000.
What do you mean?
That 40,000 you just said, that $40,000 you just said you needed.
What do you mean? The confidence to come up with it? No, 5,000. Yeah, 5,000. Yeah.
5,000. You need $5,000 in order to get your music. No, it wasn't 5,000. The 40,000. Oh no, you was adding it up. My bad. I did my math.
No, it takes about 10,000 to go viral, which is getting to go viral. You can get over a 1 to 2 million views in one day. This is going viral for about 10 to 15,000. It really just depends, on your ad, your audience, but yeah, it takes at least about $10,000 from my research.
Do you have the confidence to get the $10,000 and make your video go viral?
Do you?
I got confidence.
All right, well, go out and give me 10,000.
I got confidence.
Go out and make you 10,000. See, you're so. Oh my God, dude! Like you're one of those people that think that money grows on trees. It is given to you. It is given.
Confidence to have confidence, for me
All
to
right, I
have
have confidence right now. Here's my confidence. All right. Now give me 10,000. Here's my confidence. What are you talking about, dude? What
If
are
you
you
have the if you have the confidence
to
to
do?
get the
What?
$10,000, to get the $10,000 that you need for your video to go
It's
viral.
based on opportunities in your local area. Like I can't believe I'm having to explain your
So you're
local.
trying to tell me you can't go back to get a job at some type of restaurant or somewhere and save up some money to get $10,000?
A little bit, dude. How do you think I fund my music? I take the money that I do make and I funnel it back. Well, I pay some bills with it. Of course, I help my girlfriend pay the bills, and that's
Get
another.
2 jobs.
You see what I mean?
Well,
You
you
see what I
waiting
mean?
for somebody? You waiting for somebody to give you the 10,000?
No, dude. I'm saying that. Look, okay. I'm in my local area. How am I going to make $10,000? Okay, I'm work. Now, your suggestion is yes, work more. That's true. That's your suggestion. So 7 days a week. And I used to do that when I was a kid. I perfectly understand. When I was 19, I was working 85 hours a week to get my first car. Did it ever do me any good? No, because the wage was low. I was working a tremendous amount of hours, but guess what, dude? Where am I now? I mean, I didn't get what I have from working at that factory 85 hours for $10 an hour back in 2012. I got this. I just met a girl online and she had it.
You sound like you prostituted yourself to this girl, MC Nemesis. You
That's
keep telling,
well,
you
no, it's
keep
just
I
telling the
don't think he
story
understands.
like you prostituted yourself to, like you found a sugar mama or something like that.
no,
For real, man.
it's
The
just
way you tell the story, you're like, yeah, I got on a dating app and I sold my body to. I mean, this girl just became my sugar mama. But
But you
yeah,
got a car?
I mean, do you love this girl? I mean, is she like, do you love her? Or, I mean, it seems to me like it was like a business decision somewhat. I mean, would you have been with her if she was poor too? I mean, that's all. I don't know.
well, at the time I was about to move into this apartment and it was about 500 and I was about to move into it, but it smelled like cat piss. And when I said, hey, can I rip this carpet up? They said, no, you can't. So I was about to move into a cat piss ridden apartment. And then I met her and came over here and we, yeah, her car was broken down. She had an ex that wrecked her car that, and she had fallen and gotten hurt. So she was out of work, like physically, like a mercy care, like she had something like wrong with, she fell and tore her ankle. Right. And so I could have moved into that apartment, but if I wanted to be with this person, um, okay, so if I wanted to be with her, I could have moved into my $500 cat piss apartment, or I could have just been like, hey, I was going to move into this apartment, but if you let me stay here, I'll help you. And she was behind on the light bill. And it was just a bad situation when I first got over here, and I helped her out of it. And
But
uh, yeah,
ain't that place she lives in is owned?
yeah, yeah, she owns it. So that's
So
what I'm,
what bill she paying?
well, there's still, a mortgage and light bill and all, there's still, oh, and another
What,
thing like this year, oh my God, $1,500 it costs to fix the hot water heater. Oh, it's been a
bruh?
lot of money.
Her dad made 1 million a year, and she living in a house that's not paid off.
Yeah, because they took out a second mortgage. I know. I mean, I don't know why they did it. Trust me. I've asked her that question a lot. I said, why the hell? I said, why the hell did your family so irresponsible with money and took out a second mortgage when you bought this thing straight, no payments? They bought it straight with money, 200,000, and they bought it straight out. And they had the audacity to not only trash the place when I first got over here, and there's still trash here. I'm still cleaning it up. I had to rip up all the carpets. they had the audacity to get a second mortgage, and they had the audacity to not only, like, they were so frivolous with their money. So when you ask me what they did with their money, bro, they wasted it. Do you know how much stuff here that they bought that they don't need? Oh my
Well,
gosh, dude, they were
well,
big money wasters. That's how much
well.
money they were
I
wasting.
don't. I don't know. I don't know what do you mean by second mortgage? What they had? They never had a first mortgage.
No,
So how do you get a second mortgage?
even if you pay off a house, it's still a mortgage. What you
Oh, okay,
what, like, they
okay.
had a house and then they took out a lien against their own house, and it was a stupid decision
They
because,
took out a lien on their own house.
yeah, dude, why would you do that?
What of the year we does?
What is the lien on that? What is that? What is that? What is it? What do you mean by they took a lien? I don't know what that is.
It's just whenever they went to the bank and they said, "Hey, we want a loan," and they said, "Okay, well, we'll put a loan on your house for 60 grand," and they give you 60 grand in your bank account, and they took the 60 grand and they spent it on building another room, and they spent it on trying to fix up the attic. It was ridiculous. Not only that, they trashed the place. I've cleaned up so much trash and rat shit and clutter, and dude, I had like 50, no, it must have been 100 bags that we donated to the church. Like, we was just throwing stuff in bags that was good stuff, and we were just giving it to the church to get it out of the house because there was so much stuff. You couldn't even walk in here, dude. That's how bad it was. That's how much. You asked me what they did with the money. They wasted more money than you'll ever make in your life. That's how much money they had. They wasted more money than you'll ever make. And that's why do you think I'm mad at her all the time? I'm not mad at her. I'm just like, why the hell did your family have such a blessing and such a good, and you did this to it? You trash your house. I told her all the time. I said, if it would have been me and I would have worked hard for this place to pay 200 grand, I would have never trashed my place. That's another reason that makes me angry too. I mean, Lord, dude, like, they spent a lot of money on a fenced in yard and everything. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? Like, why would you
And
take your blessing and trash it? Why would you take your blessing and then you're not paying any rent or nothing? But guess what? You're going to take out a mortgage so you can build a room that you don't need. I mean, we already have 6 freaking bedrooms. Why you need another room? I mean, I've gotten mad at her over the years. I'm like, why in the hell did your parents do that? Whenever I'm ripping up the carpet, spending fucking days, sweating my ass off dealing with moldy carpet, chunking it out in the yard because I don't have a truck yet, and I don't have a way of hauling it off yet. And well, I need to get it together in a big pile for dumpster, like, and I get a dumpster, and I'm planning to do that this spring. But man, I've been working on this place for 3 years. It still ain't clean yet. I've been working my ass off on this place over what they did to it. After, here's you 200,000, I'm gonna trash this place now. Who does that, dude? I'm talking about literal trash and rat shit I had to clean up everywhere in every fucking room. It's been a nightmare. I've been stressed out more than I've ever been in my life. And it's been an absolute nightmare dealing with her mentality. She also had a hoarding mentality. She didn't want to get rid of anything. You understand her mentality? Like, I would go to clean, no, no, don't get rid of my stuff. And I've had to deal with her mentally over the years as a hoarder, breaking her cycle. Not
So,
to mention she
so
was
hold on. MC Nemesis, are all these problems that you're talking about, like all these things that you are, upset about, are you just kind of like bitter because you're like stuck with this girl? Because that's kind of what it sounds like to me. Are you like stuck with him at this point? I mean, do you feel like you're stuck with her? Is what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not stuck with her. I'm with her because I care about her. I love her. Dude, when I met her, not only did she trash her place, she's the worst person I've ever dealt with money. You're talking about a girl who has just up and wasted. You know what she did? And I kid you not, you might think I'm lying. When I first got over here, she won a lawsuit for $10,000 from a company that she got injured from. Remember the injury? You know what she does with it? She goes off and buys the worst piece of shit car she can find. $3,000 gone, and then she used the rest of it, the 7,000, to catch up on all the bills that we were behind on. the light bill and the mortgage payments. Oh, and meanwhile, she hadn't paid the mortgage in fucking 2 years. So that was fun catching up. We almost lost her house. All this because lazy pieces of shit. And I tell her that. I said, you were a lazy piece of no good shit. And I tell her that because she fucking was. I mean, I don't care. You can call me an abuser, whatever. That's being a lazy fucking no good piece of shit. $200,000, and you're going to sit here and you're going to waste it. Not only that, you're going to eat yourself into a coma with candy. 350 pounds. You also got rotten teeth, and we had to get them removed. $5,000. I mean, all this shit, dude, and I've dealt with and now she's lost weight. She's down to like 180 now, and we're trying, but she's still that lazy person. She's still that same lazy person that I try to motivate every day to exercise, to clean her house. I'm trying to help her. I love her. She's a kind, caring person. But in order for me to fix her mind, it's just so crazy, dude. I've dealt with so much. And honestly, I mean, why is this? Like, why, dude? Like, God put me with her to help her. But my God, dude. Why would you have generational wealth, squander that, trash your house, trash your body? Okay, the house, but why did you trash your body? You're a fucking 5'6" girl. You ate yourself to 350. Why? She's a pretty girl now that she's lost weight. She was ugly as fuck when I first met her, though. I mean, but I didn't judge her, dude. I don't judge women. I went out and I met the person. I liked her as a person. And then I wanted to help her out because I said, instead of moving to this cat piss apartment, instead of spending my money there, I'm going to help you because she didn't have a car, dude. She was injured. She didn't have a car. If I wouldn't have helped her, she would have been homeless with a broke freaking leg, dude. God forced me to do this. I'm telling you, no, it didn't force me, but he put me in a damn hell of a position. I'll tell you that. Like, this might be a testimony that motivates someone, or you can, I don't know, dude. It just, this kind of stress that I've dealt with it feels ungodly, but then again, the Lord works in mysterious ways. And I'm sorry, dude. It sounds like I'm just on a rant or something. I don't like this. Is terrible what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. We want you to get your problems out too. Like, I mean, that's why we're listening to you. It's healthy to talk about things, but you got to stay positive within everything too. You got to do your best and take your responsibility too as much as you can. Don't blame the world for everything that's wrong around you. Also, say what could I have done differently. It's important. That's the
Yeah.
most important thing any of us can do in life is just control what we can control, and do our best. Ask God to help us.
I think that's my problem. Is Lou didn't understand what I had been through, and he didn't understand that.
Lou understood, man. Lou's from Little
No,
Haiti.
not the details like this. I mean, he didn't understand. He's like, what's wrong with you? Why? Because, dude, you say that other people don't affect you. Oh my God. And here I am.
Lou's from Little Haiti in Miami, man. That's one of the worst neighborhoods in America.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's probably why he wanted to drive a truck to get the hell away from it. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
Nah.
But yeah,
No.
I mean, you have to
No.
understand. And through it all, I've been working. I've been trying to support her mental health. I've tried to be a good person to her and help her. And ever since I've been with her, she's lost over 100 pounds. She got her teeth fixed. Before I met her, she said, there ain't no way nobody will fool with me, my teeth. I said, shut your ass up. Get the fuck on the phone. Find someone who will take care of your teeth and quit being a fucking bitch and fucking do something with your life. Like you, Lou. I gave her the tough love and I said, get the fuck out. I said, get your goddamn lazy ass up. Help me clean this house. I'm tired of smelling the rat shit. I'm tired of the fucking mold. Let's get this goddamn carpet up. Now we got pretty wood floors. We got these pretty wood floors. But I had to motivate that girl.
MC Nemesis, man, the anger that you're talking about, like when you're telling this story, is not healthy for your mind, man. And I'm not trying to say something obvious or cliche. I'm just being real with you that, the anger is unhealthy, ungodly for your health.
Well, what do? I mean, she's not motivated.
You gotta deal with it as best as you can in the way God wants you to. You can't be angry, man. Anger is not going to produce the righteousness of God. That's right.
You see how you exercising? Take your anger out on the exercising.
Yeah, that's a healthy outlet. Work
Healthy
out.
way to get rid
I
of
don't
anger.
hate her. Don't
That's how
don't hate.
I deal. That's how I deal with stress out on the road. I started exercising instead of drinking. I used to deal with stress drinking and taking VC powder, but now I just work out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got to exercise more. You know, I'll exercise, but I know I can do better. I used to be a wrestler in high school. I used to work my ass off every day, get myself in shape. And for me to for one, and then I started smoking. Why the fuck did I do that? Why the fuck did I start smoking? 5 years a smoker, and I quit smoking 18 months ago. I'm like, why the fuck did you do that? You sit around smoking, Lou. I have took accountability. I sit around fucking smoking, and I became a fucking fat ass. Why? Because I gave up in life, because I was homeless. Well, God showed me, He's like, no, I'm going to give you a new life. But guess what, dude? I mean, good Lord. I mean, these problems I've been facing with her, you say like other people don't affect you, but I cared about her enough to basically, I've given up whole life for her. I've just said, I'm going to help this girl because, and I don't have, I could leave today. I could get down the road today and just worry about myself. And
Yeah,
I would be a lot better off.
I don't think you can. I think that's why you're so angry. I think you feel trapped.
Yeah,
I don't think you
because
can just
you
get up
because
and leave.
the way you telling us the story as if we didn't been through certain we at least as if we didn't been through hell in life. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
bro. I mean, we've all had problems. You know what I mean? Like I've been paralyzed from the neck down. I've dealt with supernatural evil. I mean, we've all had lost parents or family
Yeah,
members.
but we don't
Grandparents and
we don't
friends.
hold it. We hold ourselves accountable for it. Yeah, it's easy for both for me and Ryan to blame our surroundings of why we in this position, but we don't do that. We blame ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to prison, like I've been to jail, Lou's been to jail, not to put his business out, but he shared that before, so I'm just gonna say it. So, whatever. I'm sorry if I know Lou doesn't care, so I said it, but I shouldn't have probably. But no, I mean, me and Lou have both been to jail, man. And when you go to jail, you got two choices. You can blame the world and the system, or point the finger at yourself and say, "What did I do to get me here?" You know what I mean? And you gotta do that. Like the people that don't do that, when you're sitting in jail and you hear the people like, people be like, "Oh, I was the white man or the system," or
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like you look at those people and you're like, "That's a
gonna
snake
be a
mentality,"
yeah.
because they're not going to accept responsibility before God. When it's their turn to be before God, they're going to blame other things. Like when we're before God,
And
all the
not only
pointing
that,
the
Ryan,
finger,
he would have been a target.
yeah, yeah.
He'd have been
I
a big
mean,
target.
well, I mean that the thing is, man, is it's just like you when you got time to really look at yourself, man, in the mirror, you really you got to start with what could you control and do differently yourself. Like I understand your life's hard, man, but unfortunately, that's the battles that we all have. Sometimes you got to just try to find the silver lining and the purpose behind it, and do your best afterwards.
Well, I
Granted,
don't I don't really put it out there, but yeah, I mean, I have been in prison. I did 29 months.
yeah. I mean, I only did 8 months because I did shock. I had an 18-month sentence, but
I did have the time, and this is when I learned how to become. And I did use my time in prison. I learned how to write. I mean, I sat down with like George Martin books, Stephen King books. I taught myself how to write, and whenever I
so
got
you
out,
couldn't read before you were in jail. You were illiterate before you went to jail.
no, no, I knew how to read. I'm talking about I taught myself how to be a professional grade writer. And when
Uh,
I got out, I made my own opportunities.
uh,
Everything you guys are talking about, I've done it. I've
why
made
don't
my
you
own opportunities.
why don't if you're a good writer, like I'll show you how, just like on the screen right now, because I self-published a book. I wrote a book. It's not
Oh,
this
I know. It's just, dude, I do write
it's
my
easy it's
raps.
easy nowadays to self-publish it on Amazon, and
Oh, I know. But
you
dude,
might get
I
lucky and
never
make some
stopped
money.
writing.
If you want to publish a book, man, it's free. All you need to do is go on Amazon, self-publish it, and you can publish it. It'd take you a half hour to like fill out all the stuff, but yeah, it's free, and all you need is a Microsoft Word document, and you can determine the price on your book, and you could then promote your book to people, and so that's another hustle you can have if you like writing. So let's try to find solutions, like what you just said there. Maybe we got led there, God led us there to try to start finding some solutions. Okay, you can write well. Let's go on Amazon self-publishing and maybe publish 2 or 3 books or 10 books and see if you get lucky and one of them sells a lot, or that gives you something you can start promoting, and you can promote it and say, listen, I'm not asking for charity, but I think it's a good book. And I put it at a reasonable price, put it at like, $5 or something, or but you could do, you can put a paperback at $5 and then you can put a hardcover at like 25 or something. And then tell people, like, just give them your story like this and say, hey man, I got a real cheap paperback if you don't mind, $5 if you really want to help me out. I know 25 is like a little extra, but that's, I put it there so people have the option. They can buy the paperback for 5 or the hardcover for 25. You tell people, especially some Christians that are trying to, act Christian, these stories, people will probably help you out because people are trying to do the right thing too. So, when I have the money or somebody else has the money, I'd buy it. I'd help you out. I'd at least buy the paperback. So, instead of, being bitter and getting anger, try to find solutions. And then it's okay to share your story like this, but you have to find a solution afterwards. If all you do is tell people what's wrong and bitch about it, nobody cares. Nobody
Yeah.
cares. It's like the
Nobody gonna
Lamar
care,
Jackson t-shirt that I bought. Lamar Jackson, the football quarterback for the Ravens, he put it on after a game. I bought it because it's so true. Nobody cares, work harder. That's what's on the t-shirt. Nobody cares, work harder. So it's okay. We want to hear your story, and we're trying to, be with you as brothers in Christ. And um so I've had no problem listening to you. I want to get to know you and hear things. But if you
Yeah.
don't try to look for solutions afterwards, people aren't gonna, feel sorry for you because you have to try to find the solution after.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, I don't,
I
I
don't
don't,
want
I don't,
nobody
I
to
don't,
feel sorry.
I don't want you to look at it as if I'm not listening to what you're saying, but it's okay. You went through that. Okay. Okay. What is the solution? What did you do? You know, did you held yourself accountable? Did you solve the situation? I'm like, yeah, like what Ryan is telling you. Well, he said it more. He said it more in a more
I had to
in a
man up.
more
I had to
not
man up, accept what I had to do, cuss the bitch out over and over again, get her ass motivated.
Ryan.
I had to,
Ryan said it better than I
and
did.
I and
I
I'm sorry
just
I had to, and it's
I,
bad, not
hey, hey,
necessarily
hey,
Christian.
MC. It goes back to the beginning of our discussion. Like I tell you, I'm not a good communicator.
Yeah,
Ryan just communicated what I've been trying to do for the whole time, but I just didn't know how to come out with it. But Ryan explained it perfectly.
I've looked into the Amazon's publishing. I'm more
You need to
interested in,
find solutions instead of
yeah.
problems.
Oh yeah, I've looked into it. The last time I looked into it, it was $350 to
No, bro,
publish
it's
a book.
free. It's free. It's free. I'll walk you through it. I'll share it on my screen right now if you want, and walk
Wait
you
for
through it.
okay. Well, I'm just saying the last
Right.
time I mean the
Hold on.
ebook,
Hold
Amazon
on.
ebook.
No. You can publish a book for free. Look, this is all you do. You Google Amazon KDP. You want Amazon. You probably got like a knockoff site or something that's not. You got to type this in. Remember this. If you want, write it down right now. Amazon KDP self publishing. Okay. See this? Write
Yeah,
it down or get the timestamp on the video to do it later. Amazon KDP, and that stands for Kindle, I think Directs Publishing, DP, I don't know. But Amazon KDP self publishing, and then you just go down and make sure, because you probably clicked on one of these ad sites like this one here that pops up. I can see right here some scumbags trying to make money. Yeah, so I can see what you clicked on. It's right here. So somebody, you don't want that obviously, but that's obviously somebody trying to scam people. So go down to this right here and Amazon KDP. Okay, and this is free, and it walks you through it, dude. You get to pick your cover. You get to, like, see right here. I'll sign into my account and everything to show you. Um, All right. See, these are my books that I published. And one of them was my dad's book, and this is a great book for anybody if they want a great book. My dad had wrote a bunch of things on, a website, and he's passed away, but I wanted to make his book so people could you know, see all this stuff because it's brilliant. I mean, my dad was really articulate. So, I published his book and then I published my book, which I still need to work on. But you could put any cover you want, bro. And all this stuff was free. All this stuff was free. It took me like 20 minutes to do it. But here I'll like show you basically like I'll go and just show you like edit print book content. I'll just show you what it is that you go through because it's real easy, dude. Like the first thing you do is you pick what kind of black and white or standard color. I just did black and white, and that's talking about for the inside of the book. And they'll do anything you want, bro, and then you set the price. Like, so if you want like pictures in your book with color, you can do that. You don't have to pay $1 for it. It'll just make the cost of your book more expensive when they print it. But all this stuff is free, and then you pick the size, the margins. It just walks you through it. And like right here, like the cover, you can edit it yourself. You can go, like I'll show you, just click on launch cover creator and you can upload whatever you want. So if you have a picture, like I got this picture, you see it's the waterfall that I have on here. Yeah, you just go through and edit it and do stuff like this, man. Like, choose layout. You'll choose all these different layouts, choose colors. You can pick whatever color you want. It walks you through everything. But yeah, man, this is free. Just Amazon KDP Publishing. And
I took a screenshot.
Okay, and hold on, let me show you. And once you get done, you get to set your price on your book too. So Amazon will tell you, like right here, they tell me it costs $2.15 to print it. That's what Amazon has to pay to make my cover, the ink, everything. Then from there, I get to set my price. So, and it'll let you set your price all the way. I'll show you. Hold on. Next step pricing. You could set your price up to like $1,000 on hardcovers. I know you can set it for a lot on that too, but I'll show you right now. So look, these are it walks you through it. Then you get to rights and pricing. This is the last thing. You get to pick, do you want it sold in just certain territories or the whole world? Obviously, you're going to pick the whole world. Amazon's obviously the best marketplace, so I just sell mine on Amazon. Well, look, like right here, it tells you printing costs $2.15 or whatever, right? No, sorry. This is the minimum. I don't know. The printing's just part of it. The minimum here is what you have to charge, but I just charged 41 cents more than the minimum, which I wasn't trying to make money on it. But look, I could sell this paperback book for up to $250. So if I wanted to change the price, bro, I can make this $250. You see that? It gives you the minimum. Yeah. That the $3.58 is the minimum, and like I put it at $3.99. But you could charge. It'll give you a maximum up to $250. If you do a hardcover, which I've done hardcovers too, like the maximum goes up to $1,000. So like I said, it's easy for you to like make a paperback for $5, and then you can do a hardcover for whatever you want. You could do it for $25. You can make one for $30, $50, $100, all the way up to $250 and up. But look, and then it just sets the prices for you, dude. It walks you through everything, dude. It'll take you, and then you just hit publish and go. And all you need is a Microsoft Word document to turn it into a book. So I'm sure you have Microsoft Word somewhere. So that's all you have to do. And if you have any issues, I'll help you do it besides that, but it walks you through it. So I'll do a show with you like this and help you do it. You can share your screen, or I can just walk you through it if you have any issues.
How long has this been out for? Because whenever I looked at it like way back, like years ago, this wasn't available. It was just like an ebook. Like this is not an ebook, this is paperback, but
yeah, well, they got Kindle too. Like, see, you have to sell it for 99 cents on Kindle, and I'm not trying to make money off of my book, so I just made it as cheap as possible. I just made it the 99 cents. But again, I could have charged more money on Kindle too. But see, I have I haven't done a hardcover yet, but I could do a hardcover too.
That's awesome. Like I
Yeah.
never like because whenever I looked into it, it was $350 to publish it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's scummy that the same thing popped up for me when I Googled it. I saw what popped up. You got this nonsense. Yeah. This is some scam that, somebody paid a lot of money to be the first thing to pop up, and it obviously, tricks people. But yeah, if you just want to, and dude, you get your book sent to you. They ship it out to the people. They do all the work for you, man. It's Amazon. So like if I go to Amazon, that my book's on Amazon, you know what I mean? And people all over the world see it. So it's up to you at that point to promote it. Like they'll show it to people, but if you go out and really promote it or talk about it online, put it on your website, let me put a Ryan Mulligan, just type in my name. My dad's book's really good if people want a great book. I'll often read some of my dad's books sometime because, like I said, my dad just wrote a bunch. His book's literally just a bunch of proverbs, and it's brilliant. I'll have to read it. Let's see, like I type in my name, boom, see it right there?
yeah, that's awesome. Like I never knew like
Free,
that's
totally
crazy.
free, totally free. And it's free. Like I put it as free for people on Kindle Unlimited, but it's 99 cents. And like I said, they give you the minimum. So the way you make the money is their minimum is 358. Like for mine, it was 358, and I priced it at 399. So technically, every time somebody bought a book, I'd make 41 cents. But obviously, most people set the price at like $15 or something. So every time somebody buys a book, they make $12 or whatever.
Yeah, that's hey, yeah, dude. I never like I said, I looked into it. It was like $17
Yeah, yeah,
for a full ride.
yeah. No, I see this is what popped up, and you just go to Amazon KDP, totally
Yeah,
free,
dude.
totally free, totally free.
I
Get
guess
this,
the question is,
create an account today. You got plenty of time in your day. Make an account today. Amazon KDP, bro. All right, don't go to any of these other ones. Make sure it's the KDP one, okay?
yeah, my friend back in 2018, early parts of 2019, he hired me to write some world building documents and some storyline for the video game he was developing, and I was really good at that. Of course, because it was a fantasy. I like fantasy, writing fantasy and science fiction the best, but I can write other genres too. And I had a lot of experience just writing when I was in the prison, and I taught myself how to write. And um, yeah, I was just kind of deep. I guess I just let life get in the way. Like I said, I started smoking and started not giving a crap, and I was going through a lot. Just it's excuses, sure, but I'm just saying, yeah, they're excuses. I'm just
Too late,
explaining,
bro. It's
Yeah.
never too late. It's never too late.
but
We still
definitely.
got our chance.
I mean, like I said, I mean, I did continue writing with in the form of my raps and everything, and I am on Amazon and stuff for my raps. It's just
Yeah.
and I do make some money, but I've only made like what $600-700 in the past 2 years off of it, and it's not really, I looked up how much I need on Spotify, and I need like 10,000 monthly streamers to make it, and I don't know if I can get 10,000 monthly streamers, man. I
Yeah.
just don't share my music, and I
Uh,
get trolled a lot for it, but
takes
I
time,
definitely want to
man.
read that though.
It's not overnight, man. It takes a lot of time. People, you know what I mean? They grind for some people grind for 10, 20 years and then they get their break. Some people get lucky, but see, like this is the paperback from Amazon, and dude, I didn't have to pay $1. I mean, I ordered my book, I paid the $4, but to make this, they made it all. They made the cover, they made it. And all I did is design it where I showed you, and like this picture I have on the book, it's just the waterfall. It's just the same picture that I have here. You can grab any picture from the internet, bro, and send it and put it on your book cover. It's mad
Oh
easy.
no, dude. I mean, I do have an artist I work with. I have no
Yeah.
problem with paying people for production.
Well,
But yeah,
well,
that's a good cover too. I
it's
like
free.
that.
And like, see, my dad's book is a bigger book, like, because I made my dad's book bigger. Like, I send a picture in of me and my sister because I know he would have wanted that. And like, this is the back of it. Like I sent a picture of my dad for the picture of the author here. You know, like
Oh,
you
what's
could.
that photo? He was a wrestler.
Oh, he was a great wrestler. My dad
Oh
was a
man,
great
that's
wrestler.
awesome.
But dude, like I said, all this is free. And like Nancy said too, you can make audiobook too, but you can do Kindle, paperback, hardcover, and audio for free. Totally free. And then they print the books up and then you get them, people order them, and it's up to you how much you promote it after, but they have it on their website. So when people go on Amazon, they can find it, Totally
That's
free.
awesome. I already have
Yeah.
my digital store set up on my, like I said, for
Yeah.
my music. So
You
they already kind of
hold on,
gravitate.
not to interrupt you, but do you
Oh.
already have like stories or books written and saved in Microsoft Word or no?
Oh my gosh. So dude, I wrote so much stuff. I was working, I finished about 330 pages of this novel. And when I got out of prison, I moved in with my dad, right?
Yeah.
To kind of get it back on my feet, and he gave me a job doing construction. And well, we just got into a fight one night because he wanted to drink and he wanted to snort
Yeah.
pills, and
I see where this is going. He destroyed your book, you're saying?
he didn't destroy it. I just one night we got into a fight. I said, "Here, take me to my mom." He wouldn't let me visit my mom. Like I said, "Hey, just
Yeah.
drop me off somewhere." I didn't have a car or nothing. He said, and I was just like, "Well, you know what? Just drop me off at my mom's, and I'm done with you," because we was having a fight because I was on freaking parole, and here he has a shotgun and fucking fucking drinking every day, and like seriously, when we got down the road, he didn't even wait till we got home. He started drinking and driving. Like here I am, 22 years old, 23 years old, riding with someone like this is my boss. This is my dad, my boss. I'm relying on him for money. And I know Lou's like, well, it's up to you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But he's my dad and he's employing me and he's driving down the road drinking. And yeah, I admit I didn't have to drink, but I did. It was a bad influence. And it's not his fault I drunk. I'm just saying I did. Had I not been around him, probably wouldn't have drunk. But I'm just saying, we just got into a fight and I left all my work over there and he refused to contact me. It's okay though, because that stuff was kind of elementary anyway. And
that sucks though, dude. I mean, as somebody that's wrote a book, I know it takes like long time, like lots of hours, like more hours than you can count. So that's terrible. So I thought I lost my book at one point too, and it was devastating. I mean, you literally spend so much time writing it, and my book's only 80 pages in Word, so I can't imagine if you had 380 pages. That's crazy, but yeah, man, just start, it does that's the other beautiful thing. It could be a short story, or you could sell some of your raps, like get a transcript from YouTube of some of your rap songs and just sell them like that. I mean, you're a hustler, you can figure it out. But either way, all you need to do is write in a Microsoft Word document, and that's it. You send the file over, and they'll take care of the rest. You set the price. You get to pick the cover. You can take any pictures from the internet to put on the cover. It's awesome, dude. So yeah, you just Amazon KDP. Make sure it's got the KDP publishing. And like I said, I'll walk you through it if you want to do it and I'll help you. But it's really self-explanatory. You'll figure it out. It's real easy.
Hey, the women in the comments they're mad at me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Nancy's not too happy, but she's nice. She's understanding. She worked in a prison. So
I'm just like,
she's dealt with the worst of the worst. She worked in a prison, so she's been around the worst.
You want me to read some of them?
Huh?
Like it reads some like New Genesis Connection.
Oh no, I've been reading them. But yeah, that's Nancy. But yeah, I got church at 9:30, so I'll let you guys stay on if you want to keep talking. But I'm gonna hop in the shower soon, and so you guys can keep talking even when I go to church. So that's up to you and Lou. I mean, I'm not trying to end it, but I'm just letting Nancy or anybody else know if they want to join. They got to join within the next 20 minutes before I leave, but I'll come back and I'll talk when I come back too. Or like I said, you guys can just talk for 20 minutes after I'm gone. Lou knows how it is, and you don't have to stay on. It's up to you guys, however, but like I said, I'm going to church at 9:30. So if anybody wants to join, I'm about to hop in the shower and then I can add somebody else. But that's just a warning because I'm about to hop in the shower right now. So go ahead though. Keep talking.
I appreciate you, Ron. Thank you for talking.
Well, dude, when I saw this self-publishing, this other guy, Lewis, who came on my channel, he's the one who showed me, man. I was very happy too because I was wanting to publish my book for years, man. And I finally figured it out. And I just showed you my book's on Amazon. I just showed you it's in my hand. I showed you how you set your price. Everything I showed you there, that's all you do, dude. There's only 3 pages. They walk you through it. It's real easy. So
I should have been looking into it. I mean, I should have probably been looking into it more, but I'll be honest, I got kind of depressed when my work was destroyed. So I was just focused on
I
writing
don't
raps.
blame you. I don't
I've been
blame
writing raps for 3 years. So it's not like I gave up writing,
you.
but
Yeah. Well, you can write short stories too, man. It doesn't have
yeah,
to be 300 pages. Like the Lewis guy that taught me how to do this, he's got like 30 books and some of his books are like 20 pages, man. So just start writing a couple short stories, save them in Word and just know you can publish them and sell them for money. It's just up to you how much you want to charge and all that. But it could go well with your music. You can promote it with your music. You can just make your raps transcripts maybe to make a quick book like that. Go on YouTube, hit transcripts on your music, and if you're good at the computer stuff, transfer it over. There's ways, man. It's all I know is publishing the book is totally free. It doesn't cost me $1. So, but I'm about to hop in the shower, so you guys keep talking. Go,
All
what
right.
were you gonna say though? Say what you're gonna say before I head upstairs though. Lou. What were you saying? Are you gonna
Oh no,
stay
I was
on?
gonna no, I was gonna ask MC if he's gonna stay on.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can stay on as long as
Okay.
you want. I'll just be back probably at 11, but I'm gonna hop in the shower. I'll say bye to you guys before I leave. But yeah, I was also just giving a warning for anybody that's in the chat that wants to join. I can add them now, but like I said, I'm gonna be at church at 9:30, so I won't be able to add anybody else. So if
Yeah,
anybody
yeah.
else wants to come on, Nancy or anybody else, hit the link now if you can. Feel free.
but I appreciate you though, Ryan. Just and yeah, I mean, I was gonna stay on to like just I guess
Yeah, get it out, man. It's a good event,
Uh,
man. It's better to get it out and talk to people, and then people can help you and try to come up with solutions. Like I said, me and Lou had the same solutions basically. It's just we both said it, in whatever way. I mean, Lou said it to you too. It's just, we have to all be responsible, man. I mean, I was quadriplegic. Now I'm paraplegic. I live every day of my life in ridiculous pain, dude. I need painkillers to just walk and move. Like, trust me, my life's pretty miserable. But it's just you gotta endure and pray for what we know is next through the Father, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. Just do what we can here to you know, do God's will, and that's it. But I'm about to hop in the shower, guys. So
yeah, yeah,
I'll be back before I leave, though. But go ahead.
yeah, yeah, MC. Yeah, you can't let situations determine what you want to do. You know what I mean? You
hey, I,
gotta
I
find a
wanted
way.
to hey Lou, I wanted to see what they were saying. I was gonna read it like New Genesis. I don't know who these people are. New Genesis Connection said, "Oh my God!" And he is the one that put himself in there, and he got the whole idiot all to himself, and now he's pissed off. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I probably shouldn't have brought it up, but
Yeah,
you know,
cause,
she's not
yeah, 'cause
stupid. She's a very smart girl. And yes, I do get pissed off. I'm a rageaholic, and I'm trying to work on it. I even looked into it. There's actually support groups for me, and I really need to start going. And am I married to her? No, no, not yet. I mean, there's certain qualifications that I've set for the marriage, such
see,
as
the thing is, MC. I mean, you a heavy set person. You gotta get your blood flowing. Like when you wake up in the morning, or you wake up whenever you go to sleep, you wake up. You do like some light exercising, probably something like where you just walking back and forth in the house, or you're probably trying to do a couple of push-ups, like five push-ups, or just jump, some type of movement that'll get your blood flowing. Once your blood flowing, you get active, and once you get active, then your mind get active, and then you're gonna want to start being a little more active. Because I mean, for me, yeah, I'm a slim guy, but my day had to start with alcohol. So I didn't really get a lot done, you know. So I had that when I overcame alcohol. Like, I need something that's gonna get me going to motivate me. That's when I started doing light exercise, like 5, 10 push-ups a day. Just 5, 10 push-ups a day. It went from 5 to 10, then it went from 10 to 100 to 100 to 700 to now it's just a regular thing for me, man. You know, you gotta. It all starts with your body, and once your body get going, your mind get going, and then once your mind get going, then you're gonna realize the things that you could have had got done and the stuff you could get done, and yeah, gonna give you exercising is gonna give you a different mindset, you know,
I
a
do a little
totally
bit of
different
light
mindset.
exercises, but you know what I
That's
do?
good.
I have these dogs, right? And I'll wrestle
Yeah,
them too. Like my Rhodesian Ridgeback's like she's about 70 pounds, and I'll pick her up and I do some squats with it. And it's not the fact that I'm not weak. I got some good muscle. You know, I weigh about 320 pounds, but I can still do push-ups in good form, and I don't have to do them on my knees or nothing. So I got some strength. It's just, man, I'm addicted. I tell you what I was addicted to, and what I am. Just like potato chips is number one, and I'm just trying to focus on. And instead of eating potato chips, I said, you know what? And when I want to eat something like a snack, I'm going to turn to a salad, and I, have some pre-made salads that I bought, and
yeah.
or I'll just buy a bag of salad mix and just eat it, and I turn to salad. So I'm fighting against it. It's hard as hell because you just want to give up and indulge yourself, but you can't. Just like with the alcohol, you want to just get drunk, and I've drunk too, but the bottle never stuck for me because I hate feeling. I just I just get sick. I get too sick off of it, which I get is a blessing, that it didn't stick for me, you know, as well as it did for others. But yeah, moving through the comments, like these people, like, yeah, I mean, they're criticizing me, and I can't say I don't deserve it. And
Yeah, you gotta start worrying about your health, man.
oh, I know, and you know, and like I said, I'm on cholesterol and high blood pressure pills, and like I said, I'm trying to worry about it and doing what
Yeah,
and I know what you're saying. I am doing a little, but I can do more. I'm hard on myself too. I'm a fat
yeah.
fuck, and I say, quit being lazy ass. Even though I do work and I work around. Like I said, I work my ass off for this place, but
Look, I'm gonna tell you this. When you have somebody to push you, right, and that person dis and something happened to that person, let's say that person dies, your body is gonna be so programmed to that person pushing you to where you're gonna give up on what that person was pushing you for. That's why you gotta push yourself. You know what I mean? You can't rely on nobody to push you to do what you want to do, what you gotta do. You know what I mean? For me, I pushed it myself to work out. And I mean, shit. I mean, this working out stuff got me eating more because I used to have a beer belly, and now it's slimmed down, but now I got a regular stomach. All that. I ain't get rid of all the fat because I ain't got my abs yet, but that's what I'm working on. I'm on a whole new transformation, you know, and you being an Aries, I mean, you from the planet of war. I mean, you should go to war with yourself. You know,
every day
trying to go to war to where you bring out a new person out of yourself. You know what I mean?
Stephanie says 1.5 hours of hearing a grown man cry. Woe is me. And I mean, yeah, that's just I deserve that. A lot of complaining I've been doing. And Stephanie, I'm not mad at any of the comments. I'm not triggered. I know what I do is like, I just, yeah, and then New Jesus says, LOL, he didn't judge her. He sure damn well he's judging her now. Yeah, and that's another thing. I don't try to judge her, but how do you motivate someone? Is it, I could have done it better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hey, I mean that's a part of life. Sometimes we get in our feelings and say something that we don't want to say, and we say it, and it's too late. You can't take it back, But the good thing about it is, you know, you can always, you could, it could, I mean, you can always build off of it. You know, you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to live off of it, but you could build off of it. Maybe I shouldn't. Just like what Ryan was saying. Now you need to find a solution. You
Yeah.
know, now you need to find a solution. I know one day I literally on the platform uh, I said the Levites were offered as animal sacrifice, and I was loud and clear with it. I was I was to the point. You know, when you feel like you absolutely right and nothing nobody could tell you. And then I went back and I said the wrong. I said the wrong word. It was offering. It was an offering to the Lord, not a sacrifice. And I own up to it. I owned up to it. Not once but twice. I owned up to it, man. You know, I mean, you can't live with fear, man. You can't have the fear to be wrong. You can't have the fear to be right. You know, when you live with fear, it's going to limit to what you could do in life, man. I
Yeah.
live with no fear. I live with no fear, you know, so I don't want my life to be limited. You know, and when you live with no fear, you think better. You know, yeah, you with this rap stuff. I mean, if you with this rap stuff that you're doing, if you go do it with no fear to where you don't care what happens, you don't know to where you don't care what happens, whether you fail or don't fail. You don't know out the blue. I mean, in the blink of an eye, somebody might pick up on your rap and want to, you know, blow it up or your writing or whatever, you know, but you just can't do stuff without fear, you know what
Like
I
I
mean?
said, like the women, they're mad at me and
Yeah,
they don't think I'm acting like a man, and you don't think I'm acting like. But look, you know, the criticism is this: like, New Genesis continues with their criticism, just saying self-induced stress for what purpose? Well, the purpose for the self-induced stress was to help her. You know, she was injured and didn't have it. Like she had a car, but her ex-boyfriend had wrecked it, and you know, the purpose was I was trying to help her essentially. And I know I shouldn't live my life for other people, but I did kind of sacrifice. Like I had an apartment when he could have been meeting another woman that he respects. I respect her though. I mean, she's a really hard worker. Her book smarts is really. It's just she lacks some common sense, but she's much smarter than me. She's well educated with a college degree, associates in arts, and we're going to be working on her bachelor's soon. So she's a well respectable woman. It's just what's not respectable about her is her laziness, And he could be having a family. Yeah, okay. And then Stephanie says, well, his girlfriend is not here to even know if the script is true. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing about the internet. You just kind of have to, just, I'm not saying take my word for it, but, you just kind of, if it's not, I mean, you pretty much know what's a lie and what's not. There is a million to one examples of the same thing that this man is going through, and we can either succumb to it or pull up by our bootstraps. Yeah, but the thing about pull up by our bootstraps is you can't really do that, can you? You can't really like imagine like the whole thing is flawed. You can't really be wearing a pair of boots and literally pulling yourself up by you like the whole notion is kind of a I mean, I wouldn't say a silly notion, but the whole pulling yourself up by your bootstraps is kind of a silly thing to say, but I'm not even fully sure what it means. Just like, oh, pull yourself up when that's the illusion
the
that you actually
the
can't do it.
the 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 problem is you didn't have that male figure in your life that's gonna that's gonna tell you how it is, you know, that's gonna tell you how it is, you know, and you know when you have that male figure in your life that that holds you accountable for your own actions, you would have. I mean, then you understand where me and Ryan are coming from, you know.
I didn't
Like
know
you
that
have you
about
need you
Ryan.
need
What's paraplegic? Like, how can he get up and
he
take?
got into an accident. He got into a bad accident.
What I mean is, what is that? What is paraplegic is? It slipped my mind what it means. Like I know what quadriplegic is, but that means he can walk.
Nah. Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah, 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 yeah.
what does it mean? Paraplegic.
Oh, that. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Probably
Well,
because of his arms.
God, dude,
Probably
that
because of
makes
his
me
arms.
dude, that makes me even more depressed, honestly. But I mean, I'm just saying, like stories about that, how good of a person Ron is, and how he's trying to
Yeah.
help me, and for God to just like, why doesn't God just deliver him? Why don't He heal him? It's
I
that
mean,
makes me more depressed.
God, because God gives you a hand, that doesn't mean you shouldn't give him a hand back. You got to meet him halfway.
Well, I mean, in this case, I guess Ron actually did give a piece of his body up to the Lord for some, or the Lord took it, or He let it happen to Ron. And
No, Ryan was a wild man, and the
yeah,
wild man caused it to happen, not God.
God,
I mean,
dude,
eventually that's how he found God by that situation, you know.
New Genesis continues. Like she said this earlier in the chat, but I just thought I would answer out of respect for her. And the anger that he's expressing is obviously overflowing on her and it causing her further depression. I do express anger with her, but my anger with her is just me coming from a place of poverty. Like I couldn't imagine just working my ass off all my life like you, Lou. Like you work your ass off, you finally save up enough to buy 200 grand, and then you just trash the place. I mean, that's definitely something to be angry about. It's like, no, it's like you squandered that blood, like you squandered your hard work because she worked for this place too to keep it up, and they still squandered it and trashed it. That's just, you got to admit, guys, that's just laziness. And it says, what,
I mean,
ugh,
you got. Well, are you going to stay with her, or are you going to leave her? You know, I mean.
well, I'm going to stay with, I mean, she's changed a lot.
Oh, okay.
She was just sad because her mom died. Like, she was with
Yeah.
mom, and her depression was so severe. When I first came over here, she was wanting to kill herself and all that, and you
Oh.
know, that's what I'm saying. Like she was severely depressed. So, but anyways, like she says, well, she served in prison. She got no. This was New Genesis. Also got a certificate in correctional ministries to help the inmates and help them embrace their trials. Yeah, I mean, whenever I was in prison, I always talked to them, and that's the thing. I was doing a lot of Bible study in the prison and connecting with fellow Christians, and um,
New Genesis, she a good person to talk to, man.
yeah, I mean, she
I
sounds
mean,
like
I disagree with her on Paul, but she a good person to talk to, man. She gives explanations word for word, and yeah, I like listening to her talk. It's just that I don't agree with her when it comes to Paul, but yeah, she a good speaker, man. You should talk to her.
yeah, like she's making a lot of good points. It's not even like, see, a lot of people on YouTube just put me down, and then I have someone like her is like not putting me down, but calling out the folly, but also helping, in her. But she says, being a woman, when somebody calls me a bitch, it does not have a positive effect on me. And to call your significant other a bitch is a very derogatory and will destroy. Yeah, and it has destroyed several days of our relationship of me getting angry, us getting angry at each other. And I have called her names, and it's just bad position to be in when you're just so angry. When you're so angry because someone has squandered their blessing. Like, I should have handled it better, but yeah, I just, God, be
One
it like,
thing,
yeah,
one
just,
thing, one thing about a woman, if you gotta raise your voice all the time at her, then you don't need to be with her.
yeah,
You
I
don't
know.
need to
I
be
mean,
with her, man.
but
Because
like,
she's
but she doesn't come from a position of, she just is like depressed. She suffers from depression. So her lack of motivation caused by her depression, it's hard to motivate her. So it's because she's going through this mental illness, and she gets up, like I said, she works and uh doing quite well. College, it's just she suffers with depression. I mean, her mom died and her dad, and
that's natural for women. They get so overwhelmed about something and get in this depression state. But you gotta be her therapist. Yelling at her is not gonna make stuff better. You know, getting mad at her, you gotta talk to her like a man. You know, I
yeah,
mean, like my wife. Yeah, she goes through her little mood swings and all that, but I don't yell at her. You know, I don't get mad at her. I just keep it cool and calm and talk to her. You know, yeah, she talked to me uh in a way that I don't like, but I just let it slide, man. I mean, it's not something for me to get mad and call her this, that, and all that. You know what I mean? I mean, that's why we married, because I mean, I'm able to deal with it.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
part of that is just my rage, and I've explained that to her. I said if I do rage out, it's not because of you necessarily. As I, what a rageaholic means is that that's me. I would just start like screaming at the top of my lungs, not even directed at anybody, just because the rage makes me feel like, perfect example, like a metal. Have you ever heard metal music
I know what you're
where there's
talking
just,
about.
you know,
I had that problem when I was when I first started school. I used to
yeah,
think I used to think that getting less getting a grade. Well, I don't much know if you remember how the grade scale. Yeah, I don't know if it's still the same, but getting less than an A, I used to think that is the worst thing in life. And like when I'm writing, I used to try to write perfect. I'll get mad and just go to yelling and tearing up my paper. Teacher have to keep giving me paper because like they sent me to the clinic to check out my temperature or something because you know I had that, what you call it, rageaholic. Yeah, I had that problem when I was younger, man. I used to just get mad for anything in school.
yeah, it's like an addiction to where it's like
Yeah, it feels
you're
good
using
when you let
rage,
it out.
you're using rage to
Yeah, you're like
cope with. Oh,
you just go to, you
yeah,
know,
like just
if
crazy rage.
yeah, it feel and the feeling it gives you when it comes out, is like a natural high, man. You know, like it feels
Yeah,
good.
gives you
You
adrenaline,
know,
and it's not necessarily.
yeah.
And I tell her, I said, I rage out not because of you, just because I'm that, but because I watched my dad do and have genetics, but I'm like I said, I can overcome it. It is a problem. But, and it
Yeah, I
says,
mean, you can overcome it. You can overcome it. You just gotta put in the work to overcome it. You know what I mean? Like I
she,
tell you, man, you gotta start. You gotta, you gotta start a new life. You know what I mean? You can't stay with this. You can't be stuck in the same old life. Look at Ryan. Even though Ryan not fully together, that man still tries stuff out. He still tries stuff out. You know, he don't just stick around and just stay with the same old routine all the time. You know what I mean? With me, I like changes because I don't like sticking to something that's not working. It's not making me a better person. Your goal as a man is to be a better person, not to be stuck being the same person for the rest of your life, man. I mean, that's a boring life.
yeah, there needs to be some sort of positive story arc to where you can be a better person. And I think it's more about setting the wheels in motion, like uh, in other
Yeah,
words, like putting the right kind of fuel in the tank. Not so much of the way you're driving. You're driving fine. It's just you're using bad fuel. So and you have
yeah,
missing pieces in your car. Like it's not going to run right, no matter how good you drive. Because you
yeah,
can be goal oriented, and I can go out and make some money and do all this, but unless I'm actually a better person in my soul, it's not going to change. That's why so many celebrities turn to drugs and alcohol to solve their
yeah,
internal issues, because they get to the end of the rainbow and they're like, I'm going to be so happy because I'm a millionaire. And then it doesn't happen. And they're more depressed than ever because they were really like cashing in all their chips. Like, as soon as I get $1 million, I'll be happy. And because it doesn't happen, they like Post Malone. There's videos of him now on stage just tweaking out. And
and like that one
it's bad.
basketball player that used to play with LeBron James. The man went from being a millionaire to a straight a straight homeless person. I mean
Yeah.
literally homeless.
And that's terrible. I mean, that's one of
I forgot
that's
his
that's
name.
the
I forgot his name. But
New
yeah,
Genesis. She continues and says that it sounds like the prison experience, the 29 months was a positive thing rather than negative. And that's the purpose of actually going to prison. Yeah, I do think that, honestly, I think that like, I went to prison for assault, like got into a fight and hurt the person. So that's what my time was for. And that's going back, like I used to get in fights all the time my teenage years, and then it spills over to when I'm 20, and then the fight, and I land. You see the pattern: rageaholic, this bull crap, and proper improper parenting. And it's not making. I'm just observing the past. And yeah, I took a lot of time to meditate, but man, it's still. Oh my God, it's like I don't know. Addiction is a hell of a thing to try to beat, and I seem to have like some kind of addictive personality, but I'm fighting it every day. I'm not going to let it win. Even if I fail today, fail tomorrow, I'm not going to ever give up, you know. And yeah, Ryan on Amazon, his writing, that was cool. I'm going to read that. I'm going to get that book because I think Ryan's full of wisdom. And uh, oh, she says the whole idiot all to myself message was because I was through a divorce and I was venting to my attorney, and he said, "Well, you got the whole." Man, I'm sorry that you've been through a divorce. It must have been painful, and I hope I don't have to go through that. And she says, "My apologies
So
for appearing to
at,
criticize."
at some point in life, you're gonna have to fight a big fight. At some point, you can't run forever, man. You got to face it. It's like you're running from yourself, man. You gotta fight against yourself. You got uh this what is called again? Well, this anger management problem.
Oh,
What you call it?
rageaholic.
Rageaholic. Yeah, you got this rageaholic situation. You can't keep running from it. You gotta fight it. You know, you can't.
Yeah, like I said, and I'm fighting. And recently I called. Well, okay, I started by calling the suicide hotline to see what I could do, and then my girlfriend. We've been looking into mental health, and there's a crisis hotline that they will actually come to your house within a few hours and meet with you if you're going through a crisis, because sometimes I don't know exactly what is wrong with me. Um, I mean, I don't know, maybe.
it goes back to you not having a dominant male figure in your life. A
Well,
male figure that's
I'm
gonna tell
saying.
you, don't do this, don't do that. Why you did this? Why you did that? That's on your back. You know. That's how it is mostly with with fatherless boys. They be so emotional because they raised by their mom, and they be so emotional to where they get mad at everybody. They quick to shoot people, stab people because they don't know how to talk stuff out. They never had that male figure in their life to show them you're not supposed to get mad at everything. Not everything you get mad at. That male figure that's gonna put them in check. You know, and that's why a whole bunch of these kids out here they grow up with no father and they don't know how to control their temper. You know, they don't know how to control their temper because they never had that male figure in their life to check them, to show them that they could be touched. And then there's some kids out here that run into the wrong male figure in life and end up losing their life, or their life end up going to the down the drain. It's all
Yeah.
about who you have. For me, my male figure was my dad. My dad.
What's that? I think you cut out. You
Yeah,
you lost.
my
Oh.
dad, my dad is my role model. But some people don't have a dad who they could say that's their role model, so they find a role model in somebody else. You know what I mean? Like another male figure. You need that dominant male figure in your life that's gonna tell you when you're wrong and that's gonna tell you when you're right. That's gonna motivate you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I do think my dad did teach me how to work hard when I'm on the job. Um, and he taught me how to work hard in wrestling practice. But I think his fatal flaw was, well, see, my dad had been to a mental hospital and was diagnosed with uh, multiple personality disorder. He had over 16 different personalities, um, and he had some other mental issues, like, well, it was like a schizo affective disorder, something like that too, which like I said, there's some genetic things that and that's what the mental health is for, not because I'm complaining or anything, but I honestly don't know if I have dissociative identity
No, it
disorder.
is. It is.
You know,
It is a genetic thing. It is. It is.
and I
It
don't know
is.
if I have schizophrenia. I do know that I mean, I have conversations in my head with myself, but I think it's pretty normal for everybody. We have internal dialogue, I guess. I mean, do you think, you know, do you hear like a presence? Do you hear the intrusive thoughts in your head, like that are, um, like for example, do you have multiple trains of thought? Like for me, I always have
Yeah.
multiple
Yeah.
trains of thought.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. I know. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Be having different train of thoughts. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's why I don't. That's why I don't open up to people because I don't want people to know my thoughts. You know what I mean? Because my train of thoughts. Yeah. I don't think I wouldn't. Yeah. Put it like this. You don't want to hear them. You know. But I learned growing up. I learned how to control them. You know, to where I don't open up as much to people. You know what I mean? Because I mean, stuff that's in my head, some of the stuff that's in my head, I feel like it needs to stay in my head and not outside my head. You know,
Yeah.
that's why I'm not a good communicator. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I'm not a good communicator. You know, what I mean, certain stuff that I want to say, but I don't want to say it because it's gonna come out the wrong way.
Not
You
that you're
know?
not in, no, like you clearly speak. It's just that your brain, you said that you were able to, like, you have what I would call like my grandfather's brain, like a mechanical brain. You have a brain that is able to figure out machinery. Like, dude, like when I was 19, I didn't even know how to change my own oil. Like, I was so mechanically in debt. Even my dad showing me stuff, I was still like kind of dumb to. But when it comes to the pen and the pad, or, typing and writing stuff, very technically gifted, very creative. That's what I am. But you're like, there's some people who, uh, there's the what like you're how do you put it? Like a like mechanical. I don't know. Like my grandpa, he only had a sixth grade education, but he could fix any car. Like
Yeah.
some people just, and if you have that kind of talent, that's you. And that's when, like you mentioned astrology, and I was going to ask Ryan about this. I don't know how much you believe of astrology, but I tell you, when I look up zodiac signs and I listen to astrologers talk about Aries and personality that ties into it, I know that we're not supposed to believe in indiscretions, but why is it so accurate? I don't like, how is it so accurate? The stars in the sky, the alignment, and it's just so accurate for me. I don't know about you, but man, it blows my
Yeah,
mind with how
I mean,
accurate.
like I tell people, when it comes to astrology, I believe astrology came from God. It's just people took astrology and started worshiping it and using it for the wrong for the wrong purposes. Because how is it me being a Scorpio and another Scorpio from way across the way in California? How come we have like the same similar traits, same similar personalities? You know? We both close-minded. We both don't like to open up. We both know like Puff Daddy, he's a Scorpio. You know, uh, Fabulous a Scorpio. Who else a Scorpio? Old Dirty Bastard a Scorpio. Leonardo DiCaprio a Scorpio.
Hey guys,
That
sorry to interrupt, Lou. I just want to let you guys know I'm running out. I'll be back at like 11 though, but you guys are good to keep going. All right.
all
All
right,
right.
all right.
All
All
right.
right,
Yeah.
you're
Stay on
awesome,
as long
dude. I
as you
hope
want.
you
It
have a
don't
good
matter.
time at church.
Yeah.
Hold
Yeah. I'll
on.
be back by 11, but you guys stay on as long as you want. If you leave, you leave. It don't matter. I'll end the stream afterwards, no matter what. But yeah, I'm just letting you guys know I'm heading out.
Okay,
All
okay.
right.
Yeah,
All right.
because
See you
I
later.
just
Yeah.
all right, all right. Hey
Why?
MC.
You think you're going to be here at 11 still or no?
I don't
No,
know.
no,
Are you? We
I
going to
just
end it?
No. You
yeah,
guys can keep talking if
no,
you
no,
want.
end it, end it. No, go ahead and end
Yeah,
it.
I think
I
you
just
should
got
end
I
it, and
got
then
Okay.
we'll
All right.
rejoin.
All right. I'll end it. I'll end it.
yeah,
Oh,
I just got to the customer.
okay.
Hold
All
on.
right. Sounds
Hold
good.
on.
That's cool.
Hold
That's
on.
cool. See you, Ryan.
Hold
What?
on.
Lou wants to say one last thing. Go ahead, Lou.
Hold on.
I'll
Yeah,
end it
yeah,
one
I'm
more time.
I'll talk to y'all later. I'll talk to you. But jump up again, jump in again next time, MC.
When I don't know when he tonight or something, or tomorrow, or I don't know when, but we'll get him. I'm subscribed to the channel, of course, with the notifications on. And but yeah, peace, Lou. I wish you well, and we'll definitely chat more about this. And hopefully, I can come on here soon in the future and tell you progress, you know?
Yeah, no problem, man.
But
No problem.
appreciate you.
All right, you be safe.